Welcome, ladies, and I see one or two gents in the audience. Welcome to the Agenda Women Summit 2024. This is the official start for the program. Just a few housekeeping notes. The toilets are behind the pop-up shop. There is breakfast, some coffees, but we really need to get going with the program. You all look beautiful. Thank you for making such an effort. I think it's time.
So in 2016, after being with my husband for 13 years, I met him when I was 19. I knew it was time to move on to the next thing. I don't know how I knew, but I knew that I knew. And I knew in a very quiet and non-aggressive way, to a degree where I understood that I also had to be patient around the discovery on his part. Coming out of that experience, and maybe other people who have had a similar experience know that you are almost, for lack of a better word, forced to pay attention, to stop and pay attention. That kind of experience that involves more than just one person encourages you to look within and really start accounting for what your role was. The thing about sometimes being in a relationship for a very long time is that even when there are challenges, it's very easy to blame the other person. When you come out of that experience, you are now forced to say, what was my part? And how am I going to redefine myself going into this new experience? Coming out of that relationship, I remember in January, a lot of people obviously will start connecting it, but I started a hashtag 30 Days of Awakening. I sent out a message maybe to the universe, some people call it prayer, and I just said, show me what I need to learn today. I'll give myself 30 days. I went into the day really looking for what would be the lesson today. And I remember at the time, my engagement on social went up. That experience came with this lesson. People want to connect. People want authentic conversation, and people want to be better. It was very encouraging for me. And I remember at the end, I said to the team, I want to chat to young girls. It was the 1st of March when I posted the first call to action. And I said, if you want to hang out with me, send me an email. What people don't know is I was expecting 10 emails. At the end of the day, we had 100 emails. And that was the beginning of Edit's Talks in 2016. Brand Woman is evolving and evolving quickly. We long to understand how other women are dealing with their separations, how they're dealing with divorce, how they're dealing with entrepreneurship, how they're dealing with being a mom, being a wife. I get those questions all the time. Being a boss, being a leader, being a founder, just being a badass woman. But a lot of the time we don't have platforms where we can connect authentically. A lot of feedback that I get from people is that my voice sounds authentic. I don't know how that happens, except that I know that I'm very comfortable with my truth and telling my story and expressing it as honestly as I possibly can. In building this platform, I hope I can do that for other women. I hope they can come into an environment where they can feel free to share who they are and walk away being better. And not only walk away from that experience being better, but longing to make other women better.
Please welcome on stage your host, Namdani.
Is my mic on? No, there we go, it is. Sure, it's the first time I'm seeing that video, so the team worked on it. It feels like an act every time I get on stage and I start crying. I feel like if you've been to the Agenda Women's Summit over the years, you've seen this. There was a bet I've lost now because I said I'm not going to cry. But it's been a journey. It's been a journey to get here. It's been a journey to build this platform. It's been a privilege to build this platform. To sit in a position where I see the twins who were in the video in 2019, and they've come every year, and they can now afford to buy Coach bags. And when I met them, they were students. To see women come into the space and meet other women who empower them. I hope my makeup is not gonna smudge, but my makeup artist knows that I'm very passionate about the work that I do. I'm up here to start the program and to start the show. There's a lot more people still coming. But I always find that the people that are in the room when important conversations are taking place are the people that are supposed to be in the room. So congratulations for being here. I turned 40 this year. I was telling my aunt the other day that when she turned 40, I just thought she was so old. When I was growing up, 30 was very, very old. It's a privilege to get to this year. It's a privilege to have lived this long. It's a privilege to have been chosen by God to do the work that I do. It's a privilege to have been pruned by God to do the work that I do. I don't think God just thrusts people to use their voice in front of his souls without pruning them. So I have been pruned. The beauty of being pruned is that the benefit is not only for myself, it is also for the people that I engage with. It allows for a warmth and empathy when I see your faces. It allows me to see you because I've been you. It allows me to see you because I aspire to be you. This year has been deeply reflective. It's also been a very hard year to put together the Agenda Women's Summit. But in writing what I wanted to say in this keynote, I thought about a message I got from Lerato Sithole on my birthday. And it was so significant for where I find myself today. The message just began. Number one, the Great Flood. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights during the time of Noah's Ark. Moses' time on Mount Sinai. Moses spent 40 days and 40 nights on Mount Sinai receiving the 10 Commandments from God. Number three, the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. The Israelites wandered in the wilderness for 40 years before entering the Promised Land. Number four, Jesus' temptation in the wilderness. Jesus fasted and was tempted by the devil for 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness. For 40 years you were being prepared, tested, and now you are transitioning to another level of the glory of God. That was a message I got on my 40th birthday. There were many, but this one stood out because I understood it so deeply. I realized coming into this age that this is where I was destined to be. I always say if my first business, which was Fuse Academy, a DJing school for girls, and my second business, which was Edis Communications, a creative agency, had a baby, it would be Agenda Woman. But it would be a baby on steroids. It's interesting how I landed on the theme Dream Big and Live Boldly. A random social media post, I remember thinking, maybe this is the theme for the event. But I didn't realize that God, who's the master trickster in my life, was tricking me to reimagine who I was. I thought the theme was for everyone, but it was actually for me. As I reflected, I realized that I was coming out of grieving in my 40th year, grieving the loss of who I thought I was going to be, and emerging into who God wants me to be. I remember the first time I sat with a coach who said to me, you need to do something around women. You've been sitting here for an hour and a half talking about women, and I said, no. That was my denial stage. I said, who cares? Branches and pink things, that's not me, I'm smart. And I need to make a lot of money. But I didn't know God's plans. Then I got angry when I was thrusted out of an environment where I was doing extremely well, and I wasn't able to take care of myself the same way that I wanted to take care of myself. That was my stage of anger. And then I started bargaining with myself. Could I do this thing? Should I do it? How should I do it? Oh, these women are coming. Maybe I should continue. Oh, I love spending time with them. It's so cute, but I'm not really sure. And then you go into a state of depression when you realize you really, really need to let go. Because this dance that you keep doing back and forth is not allowing the abundance of God to come to full fruition in your life. Because often we know what we need to be doing, and God doesn't stop. He just waits on the sidelines, and he makes it a little bit more challenging, and a little bit more challenging, and a little bit more challenging, and then you fall into depression, and you ask yourself what's going on, but you already have the answer. And then in my 40th year, after probably 10 years of being evidently pruned, but I imagine from when I entered the earth, I was being prepared for this moment, I accepted it. I accepted that my mission is woman. So I'm here. I'm here for you. I was sent here for you. I was sent for your becoming. I was sent for my story to reflect yours. I was sent to win so that you can see that you can win. I was sent to suffer so that you can see that even in the suffering, you come out and you still win. I was sent to not like the way I look and to grow into the woman that I am today, and everyone says, you look so pretty. I was sent to get married and come out of marriage so that I can understand your story. I was sent to have 2 beautiful children who are teenagers, and I constantly have to understand how to become a better mother so that when you tell me your stories of your struggles, I can understand it. So everything that has been designed about my life has been for you. And I take it all in. So today, I'm going to tell you, in my 40th year, I thought I was still going to give my baby breast milk, but my baby is demanding solids. So in this year, I am bolder, I am courageous, and I still cry, but I'm unafraid. Sometimes we get comfortable with our story of our business journeys and how much we don't know. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. And you've been saying that for the last 10 years. I'm calling for you to know now. You no longer have the privilege to play small. This is not the time. The mission is too big. Everyone in this room bought this ticket because they want to be better. So I am continuing the conversation you started with yourself already. It is time to be better. You no longer have the privilege to say that you're shy. You no longer have the privilege to say you won't make it to gym if it's the thing that's going to give you energy to get on with the work. You no longer have the privilege for the excuses that you're making because people are waiting for you to change their lives. The word has been spoken on your life and you know it. The word has been spoken on your life and you know it. So as I came into my 40s and I accepted that this is the work that I'm going to do, a friend of mine challenged me. And I'm going to challenge you today. Her challenge to me was explain to me what your moonshot was going to be. I'd heard the word many times, but I'd ignore it. So in 2024, I decided that I was going to write down what success looks like for a gender woman. I wrote it down and I started shaking. Because how was it possible that a young girl from Newcastle who didn't even know what marketing was when I was growing up is going to be able to achieve that? But I knew it at the depth of my soul that I was going to do it. And if I was not going to do it in my lifetime, I was going to prepare the next generation to do it. So our moonshot is to eliminate the barriers of economic independence for women globally. I said globally. Creating a world where every woman has the opportunity to thrive and lead. So we're going to address the barriers that are holding you back. The ones that are internal and the ones that are external. We know that this is crucial in combating the dignity-stripping effects of poverty that women face. Poverty looks different in different environments. When we think poverty, we think of Alex, maybe we think of a township, but poverty is staying with a man who does not respect you because you need money from them. By empowering women economically, we restore their sense of self-worth and provide them with the tools to break free from the cycle of poverty, ensuring that they lead lives of dignity and autonomy. So when I curated the conversations today, I wanted to make sure that I speak to Laduma and Lihle about succession planning. What does it look like? What does it look like to leave a legacy behind? What are the challenges that you face? What does it look like to work with your sister because we need to fix our families? What does it look like? How are you doing it? And when I called on Rory Sang, I said, what does it look like to be courageous? What does it look like to be bold? What does it look like to stand out? What are the fruits of standing out and being courageous? When I called on the panel on spiritual well-being, I said, how do we sustain ourselves on this journey? Because when you're going to war, you need to know how to sustain yourself, and we're going to war. When I called on NetBank, I said, let's speak about financial abuse. Let's talk about where our money is coming from. Let's talk about psychological safety as we navigate making money. Everything is intentional in this room. Every single conversation you will sit through today is intentional. It is meant to make you rethink who you are. It's meant to give you tools to get on the way to becoming who you need to be. So finally, this is our golden circle. If anyone asks you what I do and why I do it, this is why. I want to give women the confidence to own their future by addressing the internal and external barriers to their economic independence and empowerment. How we're going to do that is by creating an ecosystem, us. I'm not going to do it on my own. The ecosystem is going to produce empowered women through a replicable model of holistic empowerment in partnership with purpose-driven commercial brands. So if you work for brands, you can speak to us. We're on a mission and we want your money because we need money to get this done. So we're going to speak to commercial brands. We're going to speak to personal brands. We believe in the multiplier effects of empowered women empowering women. Sometimes when I speak to brands, they say to me, why don't you speak to the women in rural communities? And I say, because I know what to do with the women in urban areas. I know that when I empower you, you go back and empower others. I remember Michelle Lima coming to the event in 2018, and when I see what she's built, it is a proof point that when women are ready to be empowered, in the right room, they will move. When I see Hetty, the entrepreneur, and I remember her coming to the first event I did in 2017 and getting in the car crying because she felt so transformed, and I see what she's doing today, I know that's another proof point. And I know that in this room, there's going to be another story of a woman who's going to leave here and say, I'm going to make the change in a particular area, and I'm going to make sure that when I get to the last day of my life, I will look back and I will know that these people changed because I decided to change first. What we do, we're a multimedia platform, which is not important. Actually, this part I'm going to skip, and I'm going to go to the last part of my speech. And I'm going to ask the question, what happens if we get this right? What happens if we get this right? I'm going to tell you my last emotional story. And I'm going to try and get better at crying. I promise, Lihle, when I speak to you in Laduma, I will not be crying. I have a daughter who's turning 20 in February. I've spent a lot of time with her. She's been coming to these events, I think, since she was 14. The other day, we went to my partner's house. He has a beautiful house, and he drives a beautiful car, and he's a very proud man. And I remember my daughter outside in the car saying, I want to see inside the house. And I said, sure, I'm sure he'll allow you to go inside the house. And she did. She saw the house. She thought it was beautiful. She was so excited. And then she got in the car and we were driving home. And she said to me, Mama, that's the life I want to live. She didn't say that's the man I want to marry. So what happens if we get this right? We get a chance to redefine who we are, how we exist, what we command in spaces. We get to insist on respect. We get to insist on being seen. We get to insist on creating spaces that speak to us in our language, that acknowledge us, that see us, that allow us to thrive and to lead, to build communities. There's so much, if we get this right, that starts to change about our communities, the world our children live in, the way we are loved, the way we're taken care of, the way we see ourselves, and the way we start to redefine joy. So this is why I do the work that I do. This is why I do the work that I do. So that the power to define who you are lies with you. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking the step to get into this room, to start that narrative for yourself, to dream big, and to live boldly. It's not going to be easy, but by virtue of you being here, you have proximity to the right conversations. Thank you. I'm going to start my first conversation and stop crying. First up on stage, I'm really excited to have Lihle and Laduma join me in conversation about this amazing, amazing brand that they have built called MaXhosa, which, depending on which room you're in, someone will tell you, why are they expensive? Or someone will tell you, I love that they're expensive. So we're going to have a candid conversation about their journey, but more than anything, I'm very curious about how they get to work together and what they have in store for their entire lifetime and their children and their children's children and their children's children's children. Like Abraham's promise from God, we want to hear what they're planning for the next generations to come. Please, Lihle and Laduma, join me. There we go. I'm so excited to have you here.
Thank you for having us.
Laduma, meeting you for the first time.
Pleasure meeting you. I've just realized that I've just met you for the first time.
Lisha, we've met already.
Yes, we have.
So I had an amazing encounter where I was at the Verve Clicquot event, and I came across Ntsika, who works with both of you, and he came over to me and he said, "Oh my gosh, I love the work that you're doing. It's so amazing. We're seeing it. We used to share space. Can't remember where. It's been a very long life. It's been 40 years. But I always nod and I smile and I don't remember who I'm talking to." And then he said, "Come, let me introduce you to our CEO." I went over, as I normally do. I get to Lisha and I say, "We've met before." And she says, "Yes, I was just at your event." And I was like, "Oh, yes, I remember." I had no idea still where I was or who I was talking to. And then when Ntsika left, he said to me, "I would love to have you at the studio. Can I please get your contact details?" And he sent me a message, and it said digital@maxhosa.africa. And I said, "Oh, okay, now I know who I was talking to." And then I tracked back to Agenda Woman Brand & Co., the store we had at Mall of Africa. And I remember your team coming in and saying, "Oh, Laduma's sister loves the platform." And I said, "I didn't know he had a sister." And after I went to the studio and heard the amazing work that they do, and understanding the work that Lisha has put into the brand as well, I had to have this conversation here. So thank you. Thank you for honoring me with your time.
You're welcome.
I'm going to start at the beginning. And whoever wants to take this answer can take it. How does the brand start? What is the inspiration? Maybe let me ask Laduma. Where are you? What is the inspiration? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling well. It's a cold morning.
Yeah, it is.
I'd like to say, first of all, greetings to all the women that are here, and us being on the last day of Women's Month. Happy Women's Month. And I actually love the fact that you started with that question. Ulisha and I and my other sibling, 2 weeks ago, we launched the foundation in Gqeberha, formerly known as Port Elizabeth. We launched a foundation that is called Lindelwa Foundation. Lindelwa is our late mother, who unfortunately passed away about 22 years ago. We officially acknowledged her as the founder of the brand on that day. We launched the foundation on her birthday, on the 18th of August. She was supposed to be 65 years old. Our late mother was actually a knitwear designer back in the 70s and 80s. And she practiced that, but right after she got married, because she had birthed 4 kids, and unfortunately our father, she separated with our father in 1990, so she had too many responsibilities. So she decided to sell the machine and then focused on us as children. By chance, in 2001, when I started grade 8 at Lawson Brown in Port Elizabeth, I went out with her to go and buy a TV at a local second-hand outlet. We grew up as kids wearing second-hand clothes because she couldn't afford to buy us your Nikes and Levi's, which were new at the time. We did find the TV. It was a color TV. You know, remember those TVs that you twist, right? It's
They already
crazy
know
how
my
time
age,
has passed.
so they
but
know I know.
That's where we come from. She found the TV, but then upon going to pay at the counter, I think the TV was like 450 rand. We were walking to the counter, and then she came across a knitting machine which looked exactly like the knitting machine that she had. And the knitting machine went for 150 rand. She changed her mind and said, "We're taking that." And I said, "What the hell is this?" Cut the long story short, we ended up with that, went home. My siblings were super disappointed.
course.
as I was, but later that day, I helped her assemble it. She taught me how to make knitwear, and I've never turned back since. And I learned, I also, by chance, the high school that I went to, she took us to multiracial schools and made sure that we stayed there before she passed. Um, I realized that this high school that I went to taught textile design, it taught art, it taught music. I did all of those subjects, and I decided that I'll do textiles. I did 4 years at NMMU Textiles. I did masters 2 years in London, about 10 years ago. And then 6 years ago, I decided to come to Johannesburg, and our business started booming since we moved as siblings in this beautiful city.
Wow. Lihle, tell me about the move. I was very curious as you were telling the story, because you're in Gqeberha, and I see there's still resonance and a connection with Gqeberha. I know you have a store there as well, which for me immediately signified that resonance of the space with you. But I'm curious about the move. How do you end up in Joburg as siblings?
At the time, Laduma was living in London doing his master's, and then in November, on a random day, he calls me and says, "Hi, we're moving to Joburg." And I say, I can't just pack my life and leave, but it just made sense at the time. We came to Joburg in a bus. We traveled, my brother and I traveled to Joburg in a bus. We got into the space, which was in Newtown at the time. We got into Newtown. I had been Joburg twice before, but it was an in and out situation. So now I'm seeing the city side of it. It was a culture shock for me. We got there, empty space. Never in our lives have we opened any store. I've never done any shop fittings. I don't even know where to start. But I tell you, when the 2 weeks ended and then the store was about to open, we literally made money that we've never anticipated we'll make in one night. The store, everybody was crazy about the brand. We're not so great on digital platforms as yet. We got there. Always have this story to tell about how on the day we were supposed to open in the evening, we didn't have a counter. Remember, there were budget constraints, but I know for a fact for us, creativity is one thing we always rely on. So I don't even remember where I was, but somewhere in town, as we're walking looking for a counter, every store is telling us that it needs to be custom made. I'm passing a second-hand shop, and they were offloading furniture. They offloaded a single bed base, but they offloaded it standing up. So as I passed, I'm like, "Excuse me, what's that?" No, they told me it's a base. It goes with the mattress. And I said, "I don't want the mattress. I just need the base." They told me I can't buy it on its own, and I begged them to sell it to me. And I'm telling you that I took the base, I branded it. It was MaXhosa by Laduma at the time. Branded it MaXhosa by Laduma, and for about 4 to 6 months, I don't remember, we used that bed base as our counter. So it was such beautiful, humble beginnings for us to move. And since then, I think how many stores have we opened up? And the journey just gets different every time. The last store we have recently opened was the one in June in New York. And as we were going all crazy, as we were all crazy trying to open up in the store, trying to do final touches, I just remembered the day in 2015 when we opened our first one. And it came to me that we come so far and we still have a very long way to go. So the move to Johannesburg was a perfect one. We've been in such platforms, we're able to grow further, and we're happy to extend more stores.
I'm curious, Lihle. So Laduma is learning from Umama how to knit. He develops the interest in textiles. It seems like it's a journey that is actively engaging him as a personality. What is it that you saw in him that made you make the move to Joburg as siblings? What did you believe about what you were seeing unravel in front of you?
I actually quit my job to come to MaXhosa to earn less. I started PR, and on my BTech year, yeah, they used to call it BTech at the time. In my BTech year, I think at the time, blogs were in. Social media like Instagram were not so hype, but blogs were in. And then in our media studies, we were given an assignment to write about anything that you're passionate about. And I said to myself, I'm going to write about Laduma and the brand. My lecturer asked me, who is that? Because at the time, the brand wasn't big. So this is around 2013. And I said, here's my brother. He's doing amazing work. I know one day he'll go far. So then I do this whole assignment, present it in front of a huge class, and I think I've got 90-something%. And my lecturer called me and says, why are you so passionate about this? And I said to her, we grew up in a family where you being a creative was endorsed. My two older siblings, fashion and textile. The younger siblings, my brother and I, are more the formal and corporate ones. So I believe in the brand so much that I knew one day it will be where it's supposed to be. I then wrote that assignment, still have that blog intact, where I showed it to him, and at that time I showed it to him. He then said, I get it. There's a term that we use internally when someone really understands the vision and the work that we put on, we just say they get it. He knew that very moment that I got it. When he decided now to go study in London, he said, come through. And I said, of course I'll do that, because I know we're going really far.
For both of you, if you could use one word to define your relationship, what would it be? One word.
We Sagittariuses.
One word.
Charismatic.
Okay. Lisa?
We're very candid.
I like that.
We Sagittariuses. So there are times that we clash because we both want the same vision, but most of the time we're always excited to do more.
Where do you think you find the language to clash in a healthy way?
So we have a saying that is a little bit political. When we have different opinions, right? We say that we are building an organization that is supposed to stand firm. This is quite ironic. When we talk about it, we say that we are building an ANC organization.
Stand the test of time.
And therefore, it's not about us, it's not about our opinion, it is about the organization and the people. We use the 3 Ps and say that people are the highest priority, the planet is the second highest priority, and profit, of course. We have to stay profitable as we grow. So that's how we reach a common ground where we agree to disagree in difference of opinion. And the power that we use as leaders in the organization is that I'm the right brain, she's the left brain. She uses her power as a woman to lead the organization. I use my power as a man to lead the organization, but with both of that, there's a hybrid collaboration that we use as well to make sure that we provide a unique space that our entrepreneurs within the organization can have other dynamic ideas that we would learn from.
It sounds very rosy. It sounds fantastic. The theory is great. But a lot of us, I imagine, in this room would love to be in this situation where we are building businesses with our families, where we're empowering each other, when we know how to argue in a way that is healthy, where we have a big enough vision for everyone maybe to buy into, but it's not easy. The immediate thing when we think about, particularly as people of color building businesses, is stay away from hiring family. Stay away from hiring family, or it's going to crash. I want the magic formula. I want the magic formula. I want to know what was the hurdle that got you to the other side, if it ever existed, because we don't need to create one if it doesn't exist. What is the hurdle that gets you on the other side? And if it doesn't exist, what is the glue that held you guys together, particularly growing as siblings without a mother and a father in the home?
For me, there has never been a hurdle. Being brought up by a single parent meant that you bath in the same bath, you sleep in the same bed, you do everything together. So now working together was a smooth transition. The hurdle is there because we have to argue. I think in our company, I always feel like if Laduma says it, then it's right, but that's not true. I always tell people, challenge him. There is no ways he knows everything in life. There is no ways. So I always tell him, do you think what he just said is correct? And someone says no, and I tell him, go back and challenge him. Because that is part of your learning as well. Laduma is not always right. And I'm also not always right. It's not just about him. So as we then navigated to our work environment, I say back in primary and high school, we've been privileged. We went to the same primary, same high school, same university. I just need to go to St. Martin's. That's the only difference. It's him doing his master's. I always said we used to feed off from each other, all four of us. What are you doing at school? How are you doing better? So that entrepreneurial skills and knowing how to work together has always been a natural form for us because we were actually brought up that way. So when we came into the workspace, if I come through, like I said, we opened our first shop in 2015. When we opened, there was no policies, there's no structure, there was nothing. He's not there, and I said, as much as I hated working at Edgar's, during the time I had to work at retail, that experience helped me now to build a structure in terms of retail. So I used to head up the retail team. I used to do a whole lot. I used to be a salesperson. I started as a salesperson at MaXhosa. I used to meet so many clients. So today, when I speak to clients that we had back then, it's all a conversation of, wow, look where are we today. So the structure has always been there. It's such a smooth transition when it has to come to the workplace. And I know for a fact that when we maybe travel together and people think that I'm his wife, and I keep it that way, everyone always says I'm the wife. People don't anticipate black people working together in a beautiful way. Tina, we do, and we will still continue to do that way. We always have similar visions to say, okay, if we are going to do this, one is holding the right side, one is holding the left side, and we know how to move it forward.
I love that. Laduma, the business has gone through a transition from MaXhosa by Laduma to MaXhosa Africa. I want to hear from you what brought about that transition, and when it was initially MaXhosa by Laduma, where your ego sat in that spectrum.
So the first 5 years of the business, I was the one-man show. I did invoices, I did tax, I did sales, and all the things that I hated. It was hard. But rewind a little bit. So when I had to come up with a brand name, I really thought about it deeply. I really, really thought about deeply and also did consider the risks that it would come with. So the brand started as a thesis project. I started as a thesis project when I did my BTech at Nelson Mandela University. So the objective was to come up with a design solution for a textile that is relevant to society, that creates jobs, that is environmentally friendly. So I came up with an idea that we as Xhosa men should relook at how we dress up like when we are practicing the Xhosa initiation ritual. As you know, each and every Xhosa boy, when he's 18, he has to go there to the forest for about 4 weeks. But then the clothes, weird enough, don't resemble any cultural relevance. They are your typical Leyland Scott, Pringles Scotland, all your Scottish brands. So I decided that I grew up as a knitwear designer. I studied a little bit of fashion and textiles. So I came up with an idea of using traditional Xhosa beadwork, but then the ones that are from the 1600s and 1800s and 1900s, which are in museums, most of them, take them and then convert them into modern patterns that would be appealing to the age group that I was at the time. So I did that concept, converted it, and decided that, okay, it's only fair that I call this brand MaXhosa, because the culture that I took from is from the deep meaning of the Xhosa people. Of course, Xhosa people are 1% of the population of the continent. But then I wanted to use them as an example to showcase that culture can be luxury, culture can be fashionable, culture can be appealing to us, the youth. And so the idea came, but then there has been a lot of designers that has looked into that in the past, your son Goddess, and a lot of designers. So I decided to say, this is Laduma telling the story of the Xhosa people, so I named it MaXhosa by Laduma. And after 8 years in the business, I've been doing research and observing from other brands, and then realized that, you know what, it's not about me. Let me take my name out of it, so that the brand can be able to sustain itself. As you know, people die. And when people die, unfortunately, they die with their brand credibility. Your Nelson Mandela brands have deteriorated in terms of equity value in the market space these days. So Steve Jobs, his brand is Apple. It's not a Steve Jobs a brand. So we decided that I've been doing a lot of travels around the world, and in a lot of countries that I go to, the first word that they say when they see the brand is, Africa. So we decided that we will put Africa underneath MaXhosa, and that was about 7 years ago since we did that.
You mentioned that there are other brands that have looked into cultural relevance in fashion. Lihle, what do you believe MaXhosa has done differently to create the sustainability that they have created in the market? And I have no doubt that there's still so much more that the brand is going to achieve. What do you believe were the significant moments that allowed the brand to just move a little further, get another year, get another 5 years in the market, and continue to grow its equity?
I believe the DNA he created for the brand is so strong that you cannot miss it anywhere. So it's the DNA that we don't move away from as we move up. I got a question last week as to say that, where do you look for inspiration as a brand? And I said there are different types of inspiration. Laduma, as a chief creative director, looks at his own inspiration. I look at different inspirations. I look at and I watch the House of Gucci's and see how things have been done. But you always see that the brand DNA is what has kept us here and will continue to sustain us as a brand. with that also, the work that we do to make sure that we're 5 steps ahead, the creativity, the innovation that happens within the company also helps us a lot with that.
It's very interesting to be able to create the two different worlds from a creative and business administrative piece. It's not easy. There's a lot of creatives who are running businesses and they don't know how to run businesses. What was it for you, Laduma, that made it clear that that was no longer going to be your role, outside of the fact that you didn't like it? And for you, Lihle, what was it that made you understand that that was the role that you could step into fully in order for this business to continue to thrive? Because I think there's tension there when it comes to being the creative in the business, being the person that is always acknowledged, running the business administration, and trying to also grow a business. I think there has to be intentional decisions that are made around the structuring of businesses that a lot of young founders really, really struggle with, especially the ones who are the creators behind the business.
I think, first of all, being a creative is a choice that one makes. Some are born creatives. I gravitated towards creativity because of the influence of my mother and grandfather. But then, once I graduated, I decided that, you know what, if I decide to be purely just a creative, I am going to lose this business to an individual that is optimistic, or a corporation that is seeing potential. So I therefore had to learn and wear a hat of being a corporate. I always use an example of Karl Lagerfeld and Giorgio Armani, Paul Smith. Those are creatives that are creative directors of huge businesses, but then they've got a corporate hat that they wear at the same time as well. I think that's a choice that I made, that I will go and learn on how to read income statements, how to analyze a balance sheet, how to sell, and how to speak in public, and how to operate a factory. We bought a factory about 6 years ago. The factory was a factory that we used to outsource production from. And it's even crazy how we found out about this factory. I was living in Cape Town, about to move to the UK, and then I went across a store, I think it was Truett's. I saw a Daniel Hechter sweater, and I looked at the label, I saw the VAT number, and I was like, this sweater is done so well, I have to find this factory. Called a friend who worked at SARS and asked, what company is this? And then she gave me the address. I flew to Josie the next day and said, yo, I'm interested in this, in producing. The lady dismissed me. She was a Scottish lady that has been around in South Africa for decades. She dismissed me. I said, I'll pay you to do production for me. She ended up agreeing, and we did big numbers with her. After a couple of years, she said, yo, I've been running this factory for 30 years, and my biggest client is Daniel Hechter. I am closing down, and I said, no way, we're buying this factory. We bought it, and absorbed it with the workers. Today, the factory employs about 200 people, full-time jobs, and it runs on a 24-hour shift. So without accumulating such business acumen, I would have never had been comfortable with wearing a corporate hat. The negotiations were so aggressive. They were super, 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 super aggressive. In fact, we were 1 million rand short. We told one of our staff members this story yesterday, that, listen, on that day, it was the last day of the sale. And the terms that we signed were saying that if we don't pay that 1 million rand, we're going to forfeit the sale.
And the money that you had
Everything.
paid?
Everything.
Everything, right? So I had a meeting with two ladies from New York. One was Asian, one was Caucasian, American. It was their first time in South Africa. They just landed in the morning, and we agreed that we'll meet in Maboneng. We had the meeting, and I said, ladies, you know what? I couldn't hear what you were saying, all of the conversation, because I'm stressed. There's a factory up the road that we are trying to buy. We already placed a deposit of a couple of millions of rands. We're just short of 1 million rand. And the lady was like, let's go and see it. I said, all right. We walked up to the factory. We saw everything. The lady said, we'll wire it.
Wire it.
Yeah.
They don't even know me. They wired the money. It came through, and we bought that factory.
Wow.
So we've had a couple of magic moments that have been like that before, and we do not acknowledge our power as individuals. We also do acknowledge that our late mother's spiritual presence is here with us, because how do you convince someone to loan you 500,000 rand that doesn't even know where you stay? And there was no agreement signed on paper. We didn't even sign with South African Reserve Bank or gotten authority to get that loan. So we were relying on faith at the time. Sometimes as much as we might say it's business acumen, faith does play a role, and also being persistent as well does have a form of contribution in that.
Two questions. I'm so glad you touched on your late mother, because I wanted to just share how when I was in the studio, it was so evident that the work is beyond the fashion. There is such a deep spiritual sense and context in the space. One of the things that I gave as feedback is, number one, the energy in the space. There's an energy in the space that is about, it feels like breakthrough energy. It feels like energy that keeps saying, we're moving forward. But outside of that, it's then the people and their joy. Everyone I greeted, everyone I walked around the factory and spoke to was just, "Kade ngathi basekhaya." It felt like they were home. And it was people of different ages, young people in the design team, abo mama in the actual, where there's the machines, and downstairs where they piece together the clothing. Every single person when we walked by acknowledged us, greeted us, and it didn't feel to me like it was written in a policy document somewhere. It felt like it was the energy of the space. How do you keep that alive in yourselves so that when you walk into the space, that can live through the people that work for you? Because I really believe that the people at the head of organizations permeate the energy down to the organization itself.
It's crazy you ask me this, because this morning I thought of, I'm not a Twitter type of a person. I don't write much on X. So I was at the Diamond Walk a week ago, and I walked into one of these best boutiques there at the Diamond Walk, and the welcoming was so bad. Like, they were so dismissive. And you know what we do sometimes as black people, because we get disrespected in spaces, we wear what they sell to get some form of credibility. That didn't even work. Yeah, the salespeople were so dismissive, so I thought, let me write a tweet and say that I am never walking to that store again, so that people would understand the value of welcoming people with kindness. So we have a policy within our company that because people are the highest priority of our pillar, that we want to have a sense of ubuntu. We truly want to, without pretense.
I felt it.
Without compliance. We want to sing abantu, We want to bring the culture that we grew up as in the family into the workplace, and also challenge HR policies. So we've got 2 HR individuals in our organization, and we always challenge them. We always say to them that there's no way that an organization can exist without humility. Yes, the humility has a boundary line where it cannot cross, and we've learned it the hard way, believe me. But that sense of Ubuntu helps us. You cannot literally put Ubuntu on a business plan. Even the word Ubuntu, you cannot even contextualize it in English. Ubuntu is a story of what those two ladies from America showed us. That is what we want to have within our organization, people to feel welcomed. It has worked for us in a way that is miracles. A fact to share is that our biggest customers outside of Gauteng is KZN, and not the Eastern Cape or the Western Cape. Zulu people have embraced our work so much in a way that we didn't even anticipate. I think they see. I think it's because they see beyond the brand. Ulihle has had a recent moment that is, I call a miracle as well, with Sarah Jakes. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. With the dress that Sarah Jakes was wearing, she didn't plan to wear the dress. She lost the luggage from Cape Town. The security guard, that was the head of security, which is the Afrikaans guy. Yeah. We hired his company for a festival in March. They did security. The security guard guy, from the story that I heard from her, said that, I've got a plan. There's a brand called MaXhosa. And she was like, what's that? And the guy said, Michelle Obama has once worn it. Bring it. Ulihle left everything that she was busy with at Decorex and ran straight to her. And we basically took a chance in a moment, and they ended up, when they were flying out of OR Tambo, her and the husband, they bought a lot of pieces from the store at OR Tambo.
I think it's absolutely incredible what you have built from an energy point of view, and I'm so glad that it is not something that I felt, but it's the truth to how you exist with the brand as well. They took me to the room where all the pieces are, and I thought it was exceptional. I brought one of my friends in as well to come and see the space immediately, who was flying in for a weekend, and he ended up doing the same thing. When he got to the airport, he went to the store and he bought a lot of pieces for his wife as well. My final question to both of you, and I could sit here and speak for days because I think there's so many questions that I could still have asked around how you've built the business, some of the challenges that you faced, how you've overcome them, how you stay grounded, the story of the number of women that work in the organization. There were women everywhere. But more than anything, I said to Ntsika, the excellence I felt and saw in the number of Black people in that space. We don't often walk into environments where there is a high concentration of Black people and it's juxtaposed with excellence so beautifully. That I felt and I saw in the room and in the space. But what I want to know, as you build and you sit in your creative direction position, and Lihle, you're at the helm and you're leading the organization, what is the dreaming big and living boldly moonshot for MaXhosa? And don't tell me about sustainability, because that one I know. So there's a fascinating approach that MaXhosa has to remaining sustainable and participating sustainably in, in the planet. And I'm going to allow you, Lihle, to share a little bit about that. But I want the other one. I want to know where we're going and what you guys are seeing for the brand.
We are going to every corner of the world. I think for us, we've always said and we said we want to be global but Then with COVID, plans and strategies had to change, but we're slowly going back there. We were on the official calendar of Paris Fashion Week in March, the only African brand, and we are doing it. We are doing it again on the 27th of September. So New York is in our helm, Paris is in our helm. We just want to make sure that we're in every corner of the world.
Laduma, what's your creative vision?
My creative vision, when we're sitting as a team, maybe five of us, and when the team presents like ideas on what we should do for the next show or for the next tour, whatever, 99.99% of the ideas I decline. And the only one that I entertain is the impossible one.
Yeah.
So we've got a policy that says that if it's impossible, it's the right one to do.
I love that. Thank you so much for your time. Like I said, I think this is the beginning of many conversations. I truly believe that we need to tell this story. We need to tell it all over the world. It should not just exist in the fashion shows, it should exist in the schools. We need to see the story of MaXhosa. We need to see kids reading about what you guys are building. We need it to permeate in our communities. It is such a beautiful representation of Black excellence. Congratulations and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing event.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of hands again for Lihle and Laduma. You know what is outstanding about that conversation that I was not expecting? It's just the impact of education when we're building businesses. The impact of education when we're building businesses. It's so clear that the commitment, the intentionality behind making sure that you are ready for the opportunity, you're prepared, and you are getting access to information as much as you can is the thing that has made a significant difference. And whilst we're on the topic of building businesses, my next panel is one of my favorites, some of the lovely ladies that I have had an opportunity to work with. So last year in December, we did our impossible, our very little impossible, but it was still a very big impossible for me. And we decided that we're going to take out space at the Mall of Africa for a month. And we were not going to have a product in that space, but we were going to onboard female founders into the space. It was clear for me that there were a lot of amazing female founders that existed in the digital sphere, but who needed to have access to traffic in malls, who needed to see their names in those spaces, who needed to see clients walk into a shop that they don't know and pick their pieces. It was one of the most rewarding projects that we did as Agenda Women. We're going back to Mall of Africa again in December. And we will be taking on more brands into the space. Also important to note that in the spirit of excellence, we're very particular about who gets that opportunity. There is a diligent process. So when you see the ladies that I'm going to speak to today, it is ladies whose brands I looked at and I was in awe of how they were growing their businesses, how they were building communities, how they were thinking through the products. So when we say no, we don't just say no, we say no, go and fix this. Or no, this brand will not do well next to this particular brand because there's still a little bit of work that needs to be done. It's our commitment to make sure that excellence is showcased at every touch point as it pertains to Agenda Women. So next up, I'm going to have the Agenda Women Brand and Co panel.
And we're going to discuss their businesses and also let you know that their products are available during lunch. You can support them and purchase some of their brands in the store outside. I'm going to call on Wenzi, who is the founder of Bona by Wenzi, to join me on stage. You can take a seat there. You can take a seat here. And then the next person I'm going to call on and try and find their eyes in the audience is... Who am I calling on? They can raise their hand. They know they're supposed to be on the panel. But I need to see who is in the room. Is Ginelo in the room? Ginelo is not in the room. Is Makori in the room? I'm going to call on Makori to join me on stage, please. She is the founder of a brand called Nala. There we go. You look lovely. The last lady that I'm going to call on, because I think Inelo has not arrived, is Linda, who is the founder of a brand called Suki Suki, who is highly pregnant and so cute. And to the team, as soon as Ginelwe walks in, if she does walk in, please, she can join us on stage. We would love to hear her story as well. You look lovely, mommy. So my journey over the years, it's astounding when I think about it that I've been an entrepreneur for over 15 years now. It's a wild ride. I started my first business when I was 25. I remember my aunt who's sitting in the crowd calling me the other day and saying, you know, when you left your job, I thought you were crazy. I cannot believe you've been able to sustain yourself for this long. But not only that, to be able to help others as well. The pursuit of entrepreneurship is a wild ride.
Yeah, it is.
It is a wild ride. But it's a worthy one when we think about the stats around employment. It is a worthy pursuit to be able to build businesses that help other people thrive. And when Latuma said we have had our fair share of understanding where humility as a boundary starts and ends, it is because you also get burnt a lot when you're building a business and there is no blueprint or guide into how you build a business. My first question to all of you is, why did you take on this mad engagement?
Sure. Should I go first? Good morning, ladies. And a few gentlemen. Sure, I'm going to take it a bit back. I have a bit of a backstory. So I started working in 2019. So I had my first corporate job, and I was very clear that one of my goals for that particular year was to, excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. This is the first time I do this in front of so many people. But
you're safe here.
I was very clear that in that first year, I wanted to purchase a car for myself. So I started saving, and when I had money that was enough to be a good deposit, I changed my mind. I was like, I'm no longer buying a car. I'm going to take this money and I'm going to start a business. But at the time, I had no idea what business I would be doing, when I'd be starting that business, and how that would happen. So I continued to save for about 2 years. And I remember very early in 2021, I was at home. And before that, I just kept praying to God. And I said, Lord, I want to go into business. But I'm only going to do it if you confirm it. And I want you to let me know what I should do. Because I knew that if God gives me the go-ahead, I've got heaven's backing. It doesn't matter what I do, he's backing me up. So I prayed about it, and I remember just sitting at home, and I got the idea, eyewear. My partner was at the gym at the time, so I sent him a text. I'm like, you will not believe what I just thought about. He sent me a message saying, we'll talk about it when we get home. So when he gets home, I'm excited. I'm like, eyewear. It makes sense. I love sunglasses. If you go down my Instagram, you'll see that, okay, she actually does love sunglasses because it's an accessory that I wore quite a lot. That evening, I remember going onto the internet. I started looking for manufacturers. Where do I find manufacturers? What does the eyewear industry look like? What are some of the materials that we can use, as an entry-level business? I did that, and I remember going to bed around 3 in the morning. I'm still going to my job, my 9 to 5. And I'm very grumpy when I don't get enough sleep. But I remember waking up at 5, and that day I had so much energy. I had no idea where that was coming from. But I knew at the back of my head it's the excitement that I was feeling because, oh my gosh, this makes sense. I love sunglasses. Let's do eyewear. Cool. But even with that, I still said, Lord, you haven't confirmed it, so I can't do it. So give me the go-ahead and I will do that. I promise you that same day, a lady reached out to me on Instagram and she was offering me a service that I would need to start a business. I didn't need that service as Wendy M. And no one else knew that I wanted to go into business except my partner when I told him. When that lady said, this is what I want to offer you, I said, God, thanks. We're doing it. And we've never looked back ever since. So because God confirmed it, I knew I'm good to go. That's how it happened. Yeah.
I have to just say, to also anchor that, it might have been a God confirmation.
Yeah.
Out of all the brands that we had at the store, Wendy was the highest selling.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Linda, what was your inspiration?
So my story, I do natural hair care and skincare, and Suki Suki was officially founded in 2014. And I had no intention of starting a beauty brand. I'm a lawyer by profession. I studied a lot to become a lawyer. Yeah. So you can imagine I had every intention to pursue that route from a professional point of view. But I've always loved beauty. Beauty was, since being a child, I remember being 5 years old and playing in my mom's bathroom with her cosmetics. Like, I wasn't outdoors, I wasn't an outdoorsy child. I was indoors. My playground was my mother's bathroom. Perfumes, creams, lotions, everything. That's what I loved. So I always had that attraction to products, to texture, to smell. And I've always loved beauty. As a young girl, it's not a surprising thing, little girl growing up and loving beauty. But that love never left me. And when I decided to go natural back in 2010, I couldn't find products on the market. At the time, there was really nothing that was natural and affordable and worked, right? So it was always either or. It was never like, efficacious, natural for my hair type. So I was like, okay, what can I do now to solve this problem? Because I really don't want to relax my hair anymore. And I decided to start doing research, YouTube, I think a lot of us spent a lot of time on YouTube trying to figure out what am I going to do with my hair. And I was one of those people. And I spent a lot of time in the food section of pharmacies, Dis-Chem, in Indian shops, looking for powders that I could use, henna, whether it's rosemary powder, whatever it is, to kind of take care of my hair. Anyways, managed to kind of get a routine going, and I didn't feel the need to buy products. And around me, my family and friends decided to, they were like, you've done such a great job with your hair, it's growing so well, what are you using? Shared it with them, they came back for more. I was like, okay, we have an opportunity to do something here, right? And that's when I decided to launch our first product, Miraculous Oil. And it grew from there, officially launched in 2014. By the way, when I launched, my brand did not look like, obviously, what it looks like today, 10 years later.
And it looks beautiful.
Thank you
You
so
have
much.
to check out Suki Suki. It
Thank
is
you.
one of the most beautifully branded products I
you.
have ever encountered.
Thank you. And I really do put a lot of love into, the brand, because I feel like brands last. But what's most important is what's inside the bottle, right? You can have a beautiful brand and not have beautiful products, which a lot of people, with like social media, we're like investing in like branding, but just know that like a good logo and nice brand colors doesn't make a brand. A brand is an essence around it. Anywho, launched it, and 10 years later we're here. What happened, what was quite a catalyst, is that my grandfather had passed away many years before, and we were winding up his estate. And he has a lot of children, and it took a lot of time to wind up his estate. When you talk about confirmation from God, and I was very naive, and I still am in business, right? I'm like, let's go. I'm always like trying to like do things and be creative, and like I think the creative side really does fuel me. That's where I'm my strongest, like formulating, co-formulating, and just creating beautiful product. But I did need some sort of cash, and while we were winding up his estate, for some reason I got something. He had a lot of children and grandchildren. I was like, okay. And I was like, okay, well, I have a little bit of money. Let me really invest that in the branding of the product. And and that's when I launched in 2014.
Wow. I'm so grateful for your grandfather leaving you money.
Yeah.
That was my confirmation, because I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do this little by little, you know.
Yeah.
But then I ended up being able to do it properly.
Thank you for sharing that. Makori, you have a beautiful, beautiful brand. I think it started with sleepwear and has extended to many things. But I think one of the things that stands out for me with your brand in a very different way from Linda is the consideration. So when we were working with Makori, she would come in and show us how to wrap a diary before we sell it to the person that has picked it. There is so much love you put to your brand, and it shows in the way that it continued to sell out when we're at the store. What was your inspiration to start?
What can I say? Like, I really don't have a specific time I can point to, although my mom would always say I used to draw as a little girl. But now the thing is, I'm not so great I'm not a typical creative person. But I think years later, my mom and I my mom wasn't so well off, so our love language started being sleepwear. So she would gift me sleepwear, and then as I grew older, I'd gift her sleepwear. So years down the line, I was like, okay, what do I do? I'd like to do something that's inspired by Lesotho. I'm from Lesotho, and all the things that I was inspired by the women that I grew up around. And I started looking into creating a print, and it just didn't work. Until I decided, okay, let me just use seshweshwe and pipe the pajamas. When I started, it was amazing because the ladies that started buying would write to me and say, oh my God, you can't believe this is my story. This is, the sleepwear goes back, I think, in every woman's life. Like there's always that exchange of love, and it's always through sleepwear. So then I just went for it from there. I think, and also the aspect of Nala is also the gifting aspect of it. I think you discover so much about yourself in the business and the things that you love and yourself, and I think it just, I was at Vega, and then so there's a creative element to it, but I'm more. Sorry guys, I'm so nervous.
It's very interesting how a lot of founders are creatives. And I think I've been having this conversation a lot with my best friend, Umasiko, around, and that's why I mentioned it with MaXhosa, with Laduma as well, that, there has to be a point in the founder's journey where they are intentional about building a business. And I think for me, because my business was in the marketing and creative space, there was a point where I realized that if I'm going to build a business that's going to outlive me, I need to run a business. So how I started to hire, I was thinking through who could take over the creative, which meant I had to make that sacrifice. Latuma was lucky he had Lishe. For me, I was lucky that I actually realized that I do love the administrative part of business if I have to choose between creative and administrative. How do you navigate that? Love for sunglasses, love for hair, love for gifting with building a business, because that's the part that creates longevity, that's the part that creates sustainability, that's the part that gives you life. How do you navigate those two worlds, and what are the biggest challenges that you faced in that part of building your businesses?
Sure. Whew. In 2021, when Bona started, I didn't have a plan for, the people that we'd bring into the business to help the business grow. So for the past 2.5 years, my partner and I have been doing it alone for a very long time, and it's become so, I don't want to use the word strenuous for a lack of a better word, but it is a lot of work because you are doing A to Z. Now, the business is in a position where we've been able to grow. And for the first time, we've now been able to outsource one of the things that take up quite a lot of time, which is administration. We've been able to consult with a tax consultant firm. They now do our bookkeeping, our taxes, and so forth. So that's one thing off our shoulders. So as a business grows, we want to continue to do that so that people who are skilled in what they do can do what they do best, and we can focus on our strengths. So in the beginning of the business, it was really important for us to just do it all because we're still growing. But now we are at a point where we are able to outsource certain things so people who are really great at what they do can do that and help us grow. Yeah.
I love that. I think the intentionality around that is so crucial.
Yeah.
But maybe to kind of carry this conversation through, how do you then maybe, Linda, I know your business is also a bit mature. Actually, your business is more mature even than Wendy's one. How do you know that you're ready, financially particularly, to start to outsource, to start to pay people to do things, and maybe even pay yourself, whichever comes first? Because that's a difficult transition, right? What
Yeah.
comes first? The money, the time, the resourcing. How did you navigate that conundrum for yourself?
So I like to think of my time as being super valuable as a CEO, as a business founder. So if I find myself doing something that I'm not an expert at a level where it's taking away from me building, developing the business, then I have a problem, so to speak. Then I have to address it.
Yeah.
The idea is that, when you're an entrepreneur, it's very instinctive. You have to kind of take a step back and be like, is doing this taking away from me actually growing the business? And if the question is, it is, then you need to find a way to outsource it at a level that you can outsource it, right? Or it could be hiring, it could be an agency, it could be getting someone part-time, a freelancer, whatever that looks like for you. But just see your time as super valuable because you're the brain, you're the vision, you're the essence of the business. And you really are going to push it forward. And if you're busy doing things that are, I'm not saying that doing admin is less than being creative, but if you're not an admin person, it's going to take you more time to accomplish it anyways. So you're wasting your time. So I always, for me, it was gradual. It could start with, whether it was accounting or whether it was, I was never a design person anyway. So I knew that I had to partner with someone who was creatively strong. I have a good eye, so I can direct. I'm a creative director, but I'm not a designer. Or I can't design packaging for you, but I can tell you what I like and dislike. So from the get-go, I knew that I needed to partner with someone for that. And then so on. So yeah, just kind of seeing your time as super precious and allocating your most important resource, which is your time, accordingly.
I like that. It also came up in the conversation with Lihle Laduma, this concept of self-awareness and being very clear about who you are, where you start and where you end, and what the possibilities are from your point of view. I'm going to welcome Ginelwe on stage. I can see she's waiting anxiously. Ginelwe is excused from coming late because she is the founder of Naymil, which is the outfit I'm wearing today. She made it.
Yes.
And she has also been working tirelessly preparing to showcase in New York.
Oh, wow. Yes. Thank you.
So I spoke to her very, very late last night, and I can understand why she is only arriving now. Coming back to the conversation around self-awareness as a key ingredient to building businesses, Makoro, you did something exceptional. When you came to me and you said, Namdeni, I am very clear that I'm a creative. This is the area that I love, and I want to invest my time in it. But I needed to figure out how to get someone else to then take care of the business part. But I can't afford to hire someone who has an MBA who's going to help me build my business. However, I've identified that there are platforms like AWSummit Co., where you can actually use those facilities to then give your product, offer your product to those spaces, and then go back to being a creative. How did you navigate that resolution with yourself? Because one of the things that's difficult when you're building a business is allowing yourself to actually let go of control in some parts of the business. And you did that so well, and you were so clear that that's how you're going to run your business.
I think because of the creative aspect of the school I went to, I learned very quickly that you can't be everything.
Yeah.
So you need to identify your strengths very quickly, and then you have to identify those other strengths in other people. And when I started Nala, I was very clear that I didn't want a brick and mortar situation. I always thought it's going to be online, and then from online we're going to partner with something similar to AW and other boutiques that I'd identified. So I've never really been, and I've never lied to myself about that there's some, well, that there is some business acumen, but it's not my strength.
Yeah.
So even from the onset with Nala, I've always had a bookkeeper, I've always outsourced those sort of things. And to piggy off of what you just said, I'm not also creative in the aspect of my design, but I've got an eye for beautiful things and detail. So I hone in on that. Yeah.
Kinelwe, welcome.
Thank you.
My first question to everyone, to just anchor who they are and why they're here, was the inspiration behind the work that they do. You're one of the most daring people I know. I think it is clear in the work that you create. When I thought bold and classy, it was obvious it was going to come from you. Yeah. In everything you create, you have a boldness in how you show up, but you come from humble beginnings, and you're still so connected to home. What was the inspiration that led you to take this bold risk and approach in how you build Nemil?
Guys, I'm so sorry for arriving late. I know time is very valuable, and thank you for having me on this panel. And ladies, hi. To answer your question, Nomdeni, like you said, I'm a very grounded person. I do come from humble beginnings. I'm a girl from a small town in Mpumalanga, KwaNdebele, and family is a family is the most valuable and important thing to me, and that's what keeps me grounded. I think from a very young age, I've always known that I would go into the design industry, and that's where my headspace was at throughout my whole entire life. And it helps so much that in creating Nemo, I have a partner that is so supportive of each and every idea that I put across. So he literally is the runner. I design and he implements. So it's a give and take. There's a balance between the two of us that just encapsulates everything and creates harmony in the business. So yeah.
So Nemil started off as a fashion brand.
It actually, yeah, it started off as a bikini line. We started off with swimwear.
Why do you look
which is
shocked?
Crazy. Because I think at that point in time, I hadn't really gotten to the nitty-gritties of what intimates is like, because a woman's body is very, yeah, it's an intricate part.
Piece of work.
Yeah, so we didn't really figure out the sizing, how everything hugs and holds things together. And it just sort of fizzled out, and we took ourselves back and we were like, we need to start again and just like start from the ground up and build it up again. Then we moved into homeware, and then fashion only came in 2021, and here we are now doing fashion fully.
Beautifully.
Wow.
Kinola mentioned something that I want to segue from. The moments when the thing you were building does not go according to plan. Sure. How important has it been to not have a plan B in being an entrepreneur? Because I find that for myself, the thing that keeps me going when everything does not seem to be fitting in place and it's not glamorous and the money is not coming together is the fact that there is no plan B.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I have committed to. This is the thing that I'm going to see through. But also, how do you know if you need to exit? Maybe no one here would know the answer because all of you are all in.
Yeah.
But maybe for the people, for the experiences that you've had, what have you seen as maybe the reason that maybe not exit but pivot?
Yeah.
Similar to what you have spoken about with swimwear. And when you do pivot, what is the reason that you still pivot within the context of the original story? And if you leave the original story and pivot to something else, how does that keep sustaining the fire that keeps you moving forward?
Sure. That question is packed.
Yeah.
Jam-packed.
From the very beginning, remember I mentioned that I started saving in 2019, going into 2021. So it was 2 years of savings, and at the time I was working as an educator, so I was a teacher and I used to teach Afrikaans. Now we all know that teachers don't get paid much. So I knew that I wasn't willing to invest so much money into something that wasn't going to work. So I told God, there's no plan B, right? I'm not willing and I don't have the resources to start a business and then maybe down the line I say that it was me paying school fees. Because I've heard people use that term before where they say, I started a business, it didn't go so well, so I was paying my school fees. I told them, I don't have the resources to pay school fees. This needs to work. It's the only money I
don't have money for school fees.
I don't have money for school fees, so it better work. So there was no plan B from the very beginning. That's why it was important for me to be, to have that conviction, because there was no plan B.
I love that.
Yeah.
I've never heard anyone actually be quite intentional about not paying school fees.
Yeah, no.
I think that is such a powerful approach to excellence.
Yeah.
It makes me understand why you do business the way you do business. Because when you make the decision that you're not going to pay school fees, you make the intention to then spend your time on learning the things you need to learn to run your business.
Yeah.
I really love that because there was also another message that was in me around insisting. How we need to insist on the life that we want to live.
Yeah.
Because when we go into building the lives that we want to live with this portion of ourselves that say, well, I could fail, but I won't die,
Yeah.
it creates a space for you to not insist on excellence from yourself.
Yeah.
I really think that anchors what I've seen in relating with you around how you do your work and the excellence that permeates through your support of your clients and the products that you deliver to us and how stressed you are when you can't.
Yes.
Linda, what is it about the plan B for you that was just a thing that either you never ended up doing, maybe you did have one, and then you kind of went back and then you came back in. What is your relationship with plan B?
So, being a qualified attorney, and I studied a lot. Like, I went and I did the New York Bar, I went to Harvard, studied at Wits. Sure. My parents invested in my education.
They paid your school fees.
So you can imagine when you tell them, I want to do beauty products full time. They're like, what? But they supported me, which in 2017 when I decided to do this full time, they were like, okay, we can see how seriously you're doing this, you're taking this. And I took it seriously, but I'm sorry, I wasn't like you. I flirted with my legal career whilst having a business. as much as I could, but my business always pulled me. Even if, honestly, the money's better on the other side, the love is greater in my business. So I've sacrificed so much. And when I tell people, young people, if you want to start a business, you try to kind of counsel. I don't like to give this idea that being your own boss is the best thing ever. It's not. It's and don't be attracted by how we've glamorized it on social media. There's a lot of realities, and also before you decide to be your own boss, accumulate certain, like work for other people who've done it properly. You'll be much better off. There's nothing wrong with working for someone else who's done it for years and has the experience. So yes, I have flirted with being a lawyer. I've consulted on the side. Yeah, but I've chosen Suki, so, so we are here.
And Suki shows you back. I love highlighting things about people because people struggle to do that about themselves. And I have to say, when I say Suki loved you back, I think about your recent engagement with the business of fashion. So Linda was invited to be part of the panel at the business of fashion. I'm not sure which country it was, but it's a huge platform where they really acknowledge people who are making change in the fashion and beauty space, from Louis Vuitton to Gucci to Prada to all of the greats. So really.
Thank you.
Guys, I always bring you the best people. You guys just don't know. I need you to Google these people. Makori, your relationship with Plan B.
Oh yeah, so I'm not like Wenzi. I've really failed numerous times in my business, but I think I live by the code of you fail forward. I think failure is the best teacher you'll ever have. I mean, when I started Nala, I had no idea of no idea about fashion. I mean, I knew what I liked, but I didn't know the work that went behind it and what it took. So there was a lot of failure that happened. There was a lot of crying, and I would say rest if you need to, but never quit. So that's how I do things, and I think I love creating. I love making women happy. I love making the dresses. I love the interaction with the ladies. That's what holds me together.
I really love that we can take it for granted, the idea of not quitting but resting.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when we throw the towel, you just needed a nap. You honestly just needed a nap so that you can wake up refreshed and thinking bigger thoughts. So the idea also of our wellness and burnout and its effects on the things and the dreams that are buried under people who just didn't take a nap.
Nap helps.
I think there are many graveyards that we didn't have to have if you just took a nap. And you took a walk and you drank water. And you called a friend and you prioritized yourself for a minute. So I want to encourage you to take a nap. So that we don't lose you in business. Kinelwe, your relationship with Plan B.
My relationship with Plan B, this business has always been my Plan A, right? And I've worked in the retail space. I've worked a 9 to 5. I remember being retrenched because I used to work at Edcon under Edgar's. And I thought, my life is going to fall apart. Oh, what am I going to do? But then I always had this business in the background, again with the bikini line, trying to build it up, and that wasn't working out. So when that other side of the 9 to 5 failed, I thought, yo, this is the end. But again, this whole thing of having someone that pushes you and pushes your ideas is such a great teacher, because I didn't really give up. I tried and tried and tried again until I picked it up and had it where it is today. So it's important that you do learn from your failures and you keep on keeping on. There's nothing like learning over and over again. Just empowering yourself, learning new ways to do things, it's a really good investment to put in yourself. So that's my relationship with Plan B. I just never really gave up. I kept on keeping on.
Yeah.
So I've run out of time on this panel, and I really wanted to ask so many more questions, but it's always difficult when there's so many amazing people on stage. But I think one of the things that you touched on, Ginelwe, which I've spoken about and insisted on a lot as we navigate building great things, is cultivating a good relationship with challenges.
Sure.
You know, actively going out into the world, understanding that your job is to solve your problems. No one is coming to save you.
Yeah.
Cultivating a good relationship with challenges allows you to know that even when you don't figure it out immediately, the onus is still on you to figure it out the second time. And that life is constantly going to throw things at you. That's not a bad life, that is life. That is being alive.
Yep.
When you're dead, you're not facing and confronting anything. When you're dead, you're not rising to the occasion. When you're dead, there's no pulse. When there's a pulse, there's activity. When there's activity, there's clashes. When there's clashes, there's growth. When there's growth, there's beautiful things that we get to bring into the world. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you. We're going for the famous picture.
The middle. Let's come closer. This one. We need to do this quickly.
I'm 32. I pay my bills. I don't owe anybody. I have some investments, but sometimes I wonder what exactly am I going to be able to earn enough money to afford the real lifestyle I deserve.
Bye, Lanjo. Love you.
You do you, boo. Anything to get the job done, I stand.
You've barely said anything since we've gotten here.
Allow us and other people love you.
I just feel that we need to think about ownership, babes. Yep. Ownership.
This is the life, man. Fine peeps.
No work today.
I took a mental health.
Mommy doesn't chase girls, girls chase mommy. It's fun.
When last did you get some? Jesus, please leave Jesus out of the matter. I'm sorry.
My Instagram is buzzing.
Supported in environments where we are supported, where we have to juxtapose realities of masculinity and ever-evolving identities and changes in the world, and still be able to just, bring us a little Melvin in the world who can inspire us and show us that greatness is a true reality. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Melvin Lubega and Mama Agnes. That's what I call her. So I have been very excited about this conversation, but also grappling with making sure that Mama Agnes is also respectfully introduced as Ambassador Dr. Agnes, because that, in fact, is the power of the woman that you see on stage today. Thank you so much for joining me.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
So, one of the ways that I first interfaced with Melvin, and I'm going to embarrass him as well because I love talking about my friends and the things that they have done well is, I remember, I don't know who I was speaking to, and they were explaining to me what a unicorn is, and I was like, okay, what is a unicorn? And then they explained in the tech business, when your business gets a valuation of $1 billion, then you become a unicorn. So Melvin owns a business that they've been able to grow to become the first unicorn in Africa. What struck me the most about Melvin is his humility, which I feel is going to be the theme of the day, having started with Latuma on stage, expressing the work that he has done in creating MaXhosa. And I was curious, as I followed Melvin on social media, about the relationship he has with his mother, whom he adores. His page is private. I was going to tell you guys to look at the pictures, but there is a love between the two of you that is admirable, that is tangible, that is inspirational. Mama Agnes, I want to go back to young Melvin coming into the world, and I want you to paint a picture of who you were as a woman at that time.
Good day, everybody. We are so glad that we have been given the limelight. I'm a Ugandan. Melvin was born here in 1989 in apartheid era. So he's a boy who was born here. So that question really, first of all, it's the genes, because my late husband was a medical doctor, epidemiologist. I used to work at Wits Medical School and died when I was Johannesburg Municipal Council. For me, I'm a vet, retired vet from the South African government. I've worked for many governments, Ugandan government, Botswana government. Now I've retired. Melvin being what Melvin is actually, okay, unfortunately the father passed on when he was 9 years old. So in the end, actually, it was me on my head. And before I got Melvin, I've got a daughter, Claire, in the hospitality, and then I've got orthopedic surgeon, Alan Roy Sekeito, and my Melvin Lubega. So Melvin is the youngest so far. So really, Melvin being what he is really, is just the environment we gave him at home. The environment, the love, plenty. You know, I worked in the city deep, so there was plenty of food, so he ate as much as he wanted, a lot of fruits, there was no shortage. So that we must put in perspective. And then I brought him as a Catholic boy, you know, without fail. He would go every morning, catechism churches. Then he got confirmed that then he went to was at Wendwood Primary. Then because of his excelling, everybody was fighting to take him, but then St. John's took him, and he was there, border, and I didn't pay anything. People say I'm so rich, but actually, it's because I'm God's, I'm God's favorite, and I'm a blessed girl. We are always together. We happen to be in Santon, sit together. Then we saw a stand of St. John's. We just went there. Then the following day went for the interview. They said, no. But then they said, no, you look too good not to have this. So we are late. He was accepted there. He was accepted there. I never paid the fees. He was everything. Amen. And you won't believe it. The guy he became even a head boy, and he was always called sir. So actually, I can go on and on, but I think the environment, the love, we combined everything: spiritual love, physical love, and the village raises the child. In our home, we never miss anybody's birthday. Anything small, we would invite the whole community. Our home will always have 300 people plus. So Melvin was brought up by the village. Yeah. That's why he looks forward, So actually in our home, let me say, Ubuntu humanity. And as another thing, what Melvin makes to be, Melvin is the way I look towards life. I'm a community. That ambassador comes from, I'm a cultural leader representing my tribe. I'm a Sadak ambassador culture, so I'm the one representing my king. All these attributes, and because my parents are now late, my mother died like 2 years back, my father like 5 years back, but these children, annually, he was born here, Alan was born in Botswana, Kira was in Uganda. Annually, without fail, money or no money, I put them on a plane so that they can have both worlds. So it was very important for him to have that. Because if I left him alone in the malls, he wouldn't be what he is. That's so that balance was very important, the love for the family, a little man. You know what a government officer is, a vet. All the money you get, it is taxed. But I always got small to send home for my mother, father, and I'm from a polygamous home. My mother's children, my father's children, up now, still me and Melvin and my other children, we are still paying fees for the grandchildren. So actually, it's about Ubuntu, experience, community. And that's the space we are in. And Melvin enjoys it very much. Thank you.
That was a very broad explanation of how Melvin becomes Melvin and the relationship you have. But Melvin, for you, I want you to paint a picture of what it looked like from that view, to be in the environment that you were in, the things that caught your eye, and the things that drew you to the curiosity that I believe you have to build the kind of solutions that you've built for Africa.
No, thank you very much, Namdene, and great to have the conversation, and thank you to Tove for teeing it up. It's an interesting one where my mother said a lot, and there's so much which I reflect on from a parenting perspective. I think, every parent wants their child to believe they can do anything. But, believing it and actually expressing it on a day-to-day basis is difficult. And my mother, now we're having the real chats here. When I grew up, I would probably say, not to timestamp, but the first time I heard my mother tell you I love you, I was probably in my 20s. But I never doubted I was loved. Like, in African homes, we weren't saying up, I love you, Davi, these things. You're like, I've never called my mother mom. I called her Toto. I've never said hello to her. I say good afternoon, good evening. We were brought up in the house. If I wore jeans, my mother would say, go back to the house. We're not going to take you out. Even though there was a level of strictness that comes, and I think is normal to all of us in African homes, I think there was a sense of love that was beyond the words that were spoken in the house, which is something I reflect on now, because now you're like, you're in touch with your emotions, but okay, now there's so much love. We say I love you all the time. But growing up, I didn't feel lack, even though there was a sense of that. And I think that's where not the concept, but the feeling of unconditional love was so important. Because I think my mother, as she mentioned, look, I'm the black sheep in the home because I'm the only mister. Brother's a doctor, she's a doctor, father's a doctor, my grandfather's a doctor, grandmother's a midwife. And so despite that, and I think the comment made earlier about parents investing in education and then having a space to be able to do what you can do. So even though I did everything, I said, look, I'm going to become a tech entrepreneur. And so my focus is in technology and building businesses in that particular space. But my mother never once said, oh no, son, why don't you study medicine like everybody else in the home? And I think she gave me that leeway to try and fail, or at least have the chance to fail. But I think more importantly, it's the belief that comes. So my mother, and I think it's a pro tip. My mother has this thing. So I remember.
Is it a pro tip? Okay, let's listen.
I think it's a pro tip. I don't think she'd admit it, but actual science UCT, I think all of us failed that first test. Like, it was got like 34%, whatever, all of us died. But my mother, because she is so intentional about speaking positive into people's lives, in everyone's lives. And so she calls me a blessed, beloved, genius president. And my brother's like, awesome, amazing, Alan, Dr. Alan. And so those names, you don't know what they do to speak into your psyche of what you can do. And yes, anyone can say, okay, Marvin, you're smart. Yes, you made money. Yes, done that. But where it comes from matters. And I think you discount that. And something which I subconsciously reflect on a lot now when I'm like, I see my nieces. So my mother is a proud grandmother to 5 young girls. And just how she speaks life into their lives. I'm just like, you don't pick it up. You're like, oh yeah, it's of course, but it's so important. And so for me, there's something which I think has gone a long way to think through what's possible. I think the final point is one around community. So, actually, thank you for this platform, because I realize it's very rare to be a mommy's boy and actually get clapped for. So thank you guys. It's been career and relationship limiting up until this point, so I'm
You're
leaning
welcome.
into thank you.
You're welcome.
But the sense of community in the house, my mother's so true. When we grew up, we would celebrate everything. Like whether you got a star, a merit, or whatever. And it wasn't like, we had lots of money or whatever it was. It's like getting people together and celebrating, eating food together. And so you also build a sense of community, which is both good and bad, because in African community, so my mother was euphemistic in a term when you said her father was polygamous, because I have about 30 plus aunties and uncles on her side of the family. So when you get to nieces and nephews, there are many. Now, when you come into a community where every single person has come to every one of your birthdays, everyone's like, oh, Marvin, I remember you growing up. The among people I do not know or remember, but because we had so many parties in our home, everyone's an auntie and uncle. In Africa, it's just like, yes, auntie, yes, uncle. And I think that sense of community is so important because when I think about my businesses, so my professional goal is to create 100,000 jobs. Long way to go. We have just under 2,000 now, so we've got a very long way to go. And for me, the sense of community comes from what my mother gave me around thinking beyond our immediate family. Because whilst, we've done well as a family, the blessings I've received as Malvin are well beyond the prayers we as a family have made. And so there are other people who are wishing us well throughout our lives. And so for me, it's something which is very intentional when I think about the impact I want to have. But it started at home. And I think the final piece, which is one we'll probably get to further in the conversation, is my mother, as she articulated, was a single parent for most of my upbringing. My older brother is 3 years older than me, so he wasn't really that much of a father figure, and they weren't really uncles to speak of or grandparents around at the time. But I think what my mother did particularly well, reflecting back now, was she didn't try to be a dad. And I have many colleagues and employees in my companies who are raising boys alone and so forth. And it's hard to try to be a male figure and try to be hard. It's just allow yourself to be yourself. And I think the best thing she did was in her example. Like my mother will be unapologetic about saying, hey, I'm an ambassador, clap for me. I'm like a decorum on stage now, but
we needed to rehearse this conversation.
It's about being your authentic self, which I think is giving me the example and the freedom to be who I want to be. Because, growing up in Johannesburg as a black person, we all want to buy nice cars. I remember growing up spending Friday nights at the Baron, and everyone's trying to show off who got the bonus, or all like juniors there running around. But there's a bit of a showmanship, trying to see pecking order. But if you grew up in a home of love, you're like, regardless of where I rank in this world, I can come home to love. I think my mother did that so well and so effortlessly in thinking about my professional journey, but even more so personal journey.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think it's important to kind of anchor why I saw it fit to have a mother and son conversation on this platform. There are a lot of households that are headed by mothers alone who are also raising boys. And we are getting a lot of advice about what we need to be doing and how we need to be doing it, what we need to be exposing young boys to, and what formula works and what doesn't work. And what I wanted to be able to do here is to be able to tell a story, just a pure story, that seemed to have worked and the elements that brought the story together. I really love that you've already brought in aspects of community. I love that you've brought in aspects of authenticity for any woman who's in the room who's wondering if they're doing it right. The fact that just as they are, they can only deliver themselves to that young boy who might not have a father in the home. I really love that you shared on that. Mama Agnes, when you think about some of the challenges that you were confronted with, you go to bed at night and you got a call from Melvin's school, maybe not, but maybe you got a call from someone's school, and you're confronted with trying to figure out if this thing will work. I think one of the things, the anxiety that we have sometimes as parents is just asking ourselves, am I doing the right thing and is this thing going to work? How did you navigate those without creating anxiety for your children when they see you become anxious about some of the challenges we face as parents?
Ironically, I don't have that word in my vocabulary. For me, my upbringing, first of all, I was the firstborn for both parents. So I was shown a lot of love. That I have a lot of self-love, a lot of self-confidence, a lot of everything about myself that that really nothing made me anxious as such. So besides that, I was brought up sort of like in a Christian home. So behind my generations, my great people, like my namesake Agnes, very next to a church, my father was always holding a Bible. So for me, I think that question, I didn't have those problems because, as I've told you, the Almighty, for unknown reason, I'm the favorite. Everything, everything was in place. Everything was in place. Yeah? For example, when their father died, now I've got a lot of friends who say, now you're on your own. But what? But then they said, okay, mourn, but mourn wisely. You must bring up these children properly. I said, okay. So the advice from the community, the spiritual aspect, the way I grew up with a lot of love. So I didn't have these anxious moments because I know all will be well. Of course, life happens. There are always ups and downs, but to deal with them, being a free spirit, being straightforward, if there's anything I might a call away to somebody, I'm sort of like a community-based person, so I'm not this person who would go in their corner and cry or anything. No, I'm not that type of person. As you see me, that's whom I am. Tackle the problem, and also tell them straight away that you people, let us do this. We are sort of like intentional. I never hid anything away from them. You get the point? Actually, to bring that, these children were so action-packed that there was no time for self-pity, for crying for what. They were in scout sea, they were in horse riding, they were on holidays. They're all over that. There was no time for suckling their fingers. And they had everything. I dressed them. If they tried to ashame me, I said, no, we're not going anywhere, please change. So I'm this type of person who sets standards because I was brought up with a lot of love, and I have self-love, self-confidence. So, and I wish the same for everybody, my associate who associate with me, with my children, even parents say, but how did you manage to bring those children alone? I said, no, it is not Almighty. At the same time, I don't know, it's just one of those maybe wisdom, but I don't want to take the credit alone. My father brought me up with a lot of love, and the village brought me up, and everybody I know is praying for me being the firstborn. And I'm sort of like a straightforward talk. People like people who talks as it is, not hiding. So people really understood me. Those who love me will love me because I will not go behind and say anything behind you. I will say it in your face, either you take it or not. And life goes on. I mean, that's how it has worked for me and for the children. You get the point? There's nothing I'm going to talk to. No. They know what I've said. That's it. And we move on. You annoy me, I tell you, life goes on. Next time. So that answer really to answer you. No, I've been given the gift that I manage everything very well, and also the children have managed so well, as you see. Thank you.
As you see. As you can see.
So my mother mentioned she used to work as a vet for the government for 20 plus years, and the offices are out by City Deep by the abattoir, and you have all these like exporters and guys bring their stuff into the country meat-wise, and they'd come to office. And I remember going there for school holidays, and there was a sign above a desk, and it would say, "Lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine." And so consistency. I mean, I've had my own experiences where I was in boarding school, and your mother would say, "Fine, I'm coming to fetch you at 2:00," and so you've had a long day, whatever it is. At 2:05, she'll be calling you from the gate, driving out, saying, "I'll see you next week," and you're like, "But we just got here." And so I think it is true what she's saying around her being true in herself. But I think it's also about, because often when there's a situation that arises, whatever it may be, by accepting what you can and can't control will change your attitude towards it. And I think that's something which my mother does very well under pressure, where she can be calm and she can be direct because she has that perspective of saying, well, what can I change about it, as opposed to getting an emotional reaction. I think that's why for her, like, what you see is what you get, which I think is really a powerful tool which I'm still trying to master, but I've still got the genes to work through.
Yeah. The genes are backing you. I think, as I listen to you, Mama Agnes, I'm taking it in because there are certain things that we speak about so often that we forget their might and their impact. You know, the idea of being clear about where you're anchored. We live in a society now where we are flirting with many things. And it shows up in our leadership of our children and our leadership in communities. The idea of flirting with too many things. And you say it so passively, but the power of just knowing what anchors you and where you go as you direct young children, and there is so much advice that's being thrown at you, is so crucial in knowing what to say to your children when you guide them. So I just wanted to anchor that because it stayed with me. When I think about all the things that parents are facing, children in devices, children dealing with technology, there's so much that children are exposed to. And you really will struggle to guide them if there's no anchor for the entire home. So I really appreciate that you share that. And then the idea of love and the love that permeated in your home and in the people that raised you, which is not always the fortune of many people. But for me, what stood out was where you anchored and what are the values that you're passing on to your children. And the lack of anxiety is also, I guess, I imagine, in when you're anchored in faith, you know it's not even your job. Someone else is taking care of it and you're just holding space. Melvin, when you think about some of these things that I've just exposed now around raising children, I know you don't have children, but I know that you have colleagues who are raising children in multiple territories and cultures. And I see a friend of mine at the back, Desiree, who's from the Netherlands. And we always speak about the context of culture and cultural anchoring and background in how we are raised and what we believe in. As a person who's also exposed yourself, and you think about the way in which you were raised and what stayed with you, what are you seeing as some of the challenges that some of your counterparts, particularly women, because I want to speak to women raising young men, when you are in the corridors eavesdropping on these conversations, what are you hearing a lot of women saying? Or maybe one thing that you've heard that you thought, I don't think that is what would have worked for me as a young boy.
Yeah. And so, for context, we have organizations. So we probably have teams across 25 countries, but across different cultures. And I'm very fortunate that in most of my companies, I think we have more female employees than male employees in the companies. Need to work on leadership, though, to be honest. I think it's something which I am frank about.
You need to work on the guys.
Well,
I really feel like you need to work on the guys. I mean, the women are already there.
This is true.
Thank you.
A lot
We
more
can
to
move
do.
on.
And I think to your question around, things that I've seen or encountered where it's so cautious, I think, the kind of psychological, or rather the unconscious bias we have as people. And I see it more in my female employees because in the corporate workspace, unfortunately it is what it is, often there are less women in leadership, and often therefore the women in leadership feel they have to act like men to remain in leadership, which isn't the case. And so what happens is when you walk into those settings, you often find someone trying to almost not be who they are in those settings, and how that affects their kids is the example they set, because then you create the perception of a world where you're always fighting. And kids don't know that you're fighting until you tell them you're fighting. And so if there's a sense of like, oh no, I must do this, otherwise the big boss is doing this, so after that, oh no, I have to sacrifice for this, almost like reminding your children of the sacrifice you're making, which takes away from their experience. And I think it's something which, I'm very fortunate to have incredible women in my organizations. I think many of them as parents sometimes will overemphasize the extra work they have to put in because they're engendering the lens that their kids are seeing of the world before they even entered the world. Whereas you could have brought them into a world where it was like, my mother works hard, she gets it done, and therefore I can work hard and get it done, versus it's me against the world.
I feel a little dragged. I think that is such a beautiful context to put in place, because we do understand that the workplace is not really designed for women. But what I really love about what's coming up in this conversation is intentionality and really being grounded in something, and how that permeates to every decision that you make, and how that continues to anchor you as a person who has to lead and guide a home. Mama Agnes, my final question to you, and you've shared a lot with us. Some of the things that you had to face across cultures having 4 children and who exist in cultures that might be different from yours. You know, I had a conversation with a friend of mine who is from the DRC, and she positioned the 2 realities. You know, South Africa can tend to be very westernized in how we approach life. And it's not without looking at our history and how a lot of our culture has been stripped away from us, and how we have to be intentional about going back into really the foundation of who we are and how we do things and why we do things. And she explained how in Congo, the family structure and its roots and its anchoring is still very much on the cultural beliefs and some of the things that work there. How have you navigated raising children in a culture that might be different from the one that you understand, and the tension that they felt in existing in the space? And it's my last question to both of you. Maybe you can share that for yourself as well, Melvin. The tension of being across different cultures. I'm sure there's women here who want to work in different environments. They are global in their outlook, and they're going to take their children into those environments. How did you manage to really help them remain anchored into some of the philosophies that you were raised in an environment that might have not really cared for them? You told us already Melvin was chased away.
That's a difficult one. To answer that question, I may sort of like wobble, but fortunately, Ugandan, there are so many Ugandan families here. So we have kept that culture of being what? A Ugandan in all aspects of food, all aspects of manners, behavior. You can see how to hand my hand. Actually, if we came in the same car, you would open for me the door and close the door for me. So you see, in my culture, a child is seen, is not heard. So that being that we have a very big community of Ugandans, and we are always mingling, we have children's parties, weddings, funerals, and everything. We haven't really diverted from that. We have really, and being a cultural leader, ambassador, I'm a cultural leader. So I make sure I ingrain those cultural things. Even his friends, when they come to the house, whoever comes home and everything, even I've got a museum of African things. So really, yes, they are here, but ingrained and their DNA, they know that they have that Ugandan sim. Even I put food, I drag food towards them, like the green bananas they must eat, the black pap millet they must eat. So the foods and everything, they are all sold here. So the way we dress, yes, and you should have seen, you should have put in the dressing, dresses African, food-wise, manner-wise, that the child is listened by the village that's there. So the South Africa, they are Africans, but of course there's a bit of sort of like westernized and everything. So for them, I allow them to be, but behind them, they know that I'm expecting some things, as a cultural leader, yeah? So that's that.
Tell me, Melvin, about the tension for you in, culture has a lot of great things, but culture has a lot of things that sometimes have to evolve over time. And for generations that come, especially being thrusted in an environment that is not so closely embedded in the culture that you are interfacing with at home, how do you navigate that tension, especially when it comes to identity as a young man?
It's an interesting one because, I travel a lot, and so often I'm the only African in the rooms I'm in. And I'm very much saying, look, I'm an African child, I'm an African. And look, right now, post-Wakanda and Black Panther, it's cool to be African, and so, we can put our kente and bring it out. But I think, even to the point, I think about growing up and having a strong base of where you come from. My biggest fear, look, I want to have kids one day and I want to have a family of my own, but my biggest fear is that, my kids one day, when they say they're going home, they say they're going to Santon. Because they have no sense of where my parents grew up or the villages we came from. I think my mother's very intentional about growing up out saying look, we'll go home to Uganda and go to the village and you walk 2 kilometers to get water and there's no electricity and you're just there. You went from Santon to this and you're like,
why are we
what
here?
happened? But it's important to know where you come from and have that grounding to the point you mentioned and just being intentional about having that. But I think the tension still exists because, yes, if I grew up in South Africa, this is the context, but in South Africa, the same Ugandan, Ugandan, the same South African. And so for me, I don't see myself as being constrained by the culture which I was brought up in, but it's a guide which helps me interpret the world with a particular lens.
I love that.
So, for example, my mother's very much a community person, and so, I've never had a sense of like, I'm better than somebody else because I'm from Africa or South Africa or from elsewhere. And I think it's important to have that humility in how you see the world. Because the reality is that many people, it's almost like you only be arrogant until you see the world. And you quickly realize that, I say in Africa, we fight over, who has the biggest sand castle on the beachfront, but then everyone else is building skyscrapers around you. And I think it's very easy to get lost in that like culture, better plus, who's doing better than that. And so I think culturally, it's one, the humility to the diversity, and also the importance of having a sense of where you come from.
I love that. I love that. Thank you so much for your time. I think for me, one of the things that come, so that just was so evident in this conversation, and I feel like this conversation was for me. I just wanted to get the gems and the pro tips. We have to understand what the anchor is. We have to understand what the anchor is for the things that we bring forward in a leadership space of any kind. And I often think of parenting as leadership because it is a role where you have to demonstrate and then the people follow. So often we have to ask ourselves of what is the lens that we're showing up as in front of our children. When they follow in the manner that they follow, who are they following? Where are they seeing the things that they're doing? What is the lens in which they are viewing the world when they are with us on a daily basis? So thank you. Thank you for sharing everything that has allowed you to build the kind of relationship you have not only with your son, but with all your other children. And I hope God continues to bless and flourish your relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause for Melvin and the mom and Mama Agnes. I am going to go into the last conversation I will be moderating today, and I'll be handing over to my very good friend Tanya Habimana for the next conversation. This is a conversation that I'm also excited about. Like I said, I handpick everyone that we have a conversation with the intention of pouring into the people in the room. I can't see anyone, but I'm anticipating that my next guest is here. Yay! My next guest is Rorisang Tsandegiso. Is that my next guest? Is my mic on? Am I just screaming or is my mic on? Okay, thank you. The next conversation is going to be with one of my favorite ladies who looks stunning. She said she's gonna wear makeup for us today, and you did, and heels. Yes, please, please.
Tumela. Lekai. Reteng.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
You
I wore
excited to
heels
be
for
here?
you guys. You know I don't do this thing. Yeah.
You look bold and classy.
Thank you. Do I? I was listening to Mama. Everything she said, I'm going to say.
So last year we had the Agenda Women Summit 2023. I end up at the TV Delicious Festival. I bump into Rory Sang, who I had been obsessing over, and just like, oh my gosh, I love her so much. And then she comes up to me and she's like, when am I coming to the Agenda Women stage?
Yeah, like where
So here you are.
Yes.
On the Agenda Women stage.
Yeah.
Right after the book. Right after the book.
Right after the book. That's amazing. It's still so, I guess, surreal for me to even say it, because it's such a long process to get to it reaching to somebody's hand. A lot of inner work. So to hear that is humbling.
When was the last time you cried?
This morning.
Why were you crying?
This morning, I think I just took a moment just to recognize. I actually sent a text to somebody very close to me, and I said to them, you know, my schedule has been moving so much. Somebody said to me, OR Tambo is like Brie for me, because I move so much. And I was like, yeah, I'm tired, the schedule is hectic. And yesterday, just when I was sitting in one of the services, I just felt the Holy Spirit say it's a privilege to work for God. And it kind of just melted me in that moment, but I had to keep my steez. So this morning as I was waking up, because I was like, oh, I'm so tired. You know, Agenda Women, after that Bombella, after that Bloemfontein, after that Cape Town, in 2 days. You know what I mean? It just feels like, then I was like, what a privilege. What a privilege to be used by you, loved by you. So I think this morning I just had a bit of a cry session with God to say, thank you. You know, thank you for the opportunities that you give me. And change my heart, change my mind about how I see it so that I live it better. Yeah.
One of the things I said in my keynote this morning is I don't believe that God puts people in front of his people. And we had a brief conversation about this. And I said I don't believe that God puts people to speak in front of his people in a way that galvanizes change without pruning them.
Yeah.
How have you been pruned?
Oh, all my life. You know, oftentimes when I speak, you know, TV gives people an illusion that we started off in that space. I come from, I started working at the age of 15, not because of anything, but other than the fact that I wanted to financially assist at home. I grew up wearing secondhand clothing, not thrifting, secondhand clothing. It wasn't looking for something exotic. That was what was there. You know, and just with that mentality of knowing, just seeing the many difficulties as a family, then later on in life, the many difficulties as an individual, where you see God remind you. You know, I love to say this when I speak to young people, don't let God remind you that he's God. But you know, I've just seen God remind me that you know you need me, right? I know you're well at speaking, but you need me. I know you're good at academics, but you need me. So I've had many moments in life, even now, in the moments of celebrating the book, that process of introspection, of sitting down with your story. There's a lot that God deals with. I don't think, you know, I'm starting to believe that particularly when you're working with your walk with God, that agunama seasons, you know, because we like that, like this season too shall pass. And I'm like, I don't quite see it that way anymore, because I think that God takes an opportunity always to teach, to grow, to correct, to love you. I don't think a parent says, this is my parenting season. If you're a mom, you're always a mom. You know, I can be giving you a kiss now and smacking you on your bum really quickly within one moment. You know, and I think that God has dealt with me in that way, where I've gotten really sweet and bitter moments, extreme love and extreme difficulty, and somehow he's allowed me to have both and still progress and move forward.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that I fundamentally believe in, and I just mentioned it, that relationship with challenges.
Yeah.
And how we need to change that. I love that example of embracing you and smacking you at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that is exactly what life is on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
You can wake up on a high, and by the time you get to bed, everything has just changed.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that there's not another high that's coming the following day.
Absolutely.
I want to know, there's something we spoke about when we had our chemistry call, where you said God is always waiting on us to say yes. What was the reason your yes took long?
You guys. And I'm being truthful. I think there was a season in my life where I was very clear on what God had called me to do. I was very clear on what expertise, exposure, experience that He had given me. But I think the you in our lives, people who are looking outward in, oftentimes slow down the decisions you make with God. Because I started prioritizing you and how you see me, and whether or not I'd still fit into the industry, whether or not you'd still find me relevant, whether or not I'd still have followers, whether or not I'd still be able to make money. So I'm going to shift blame. It was you. You know, but I think it speaks to just not settling in who God has called you to be, and the desire for you to want to fight and fit into a mold that God hasn't called you. But I love God because He's kind, so that even when I was doing my own thing, He still allowed me a level of success. He still allowed me a level of exposure. He still allowed me a level of growth. But now that makes sense. I understand why I'm the way I am. I understand why I speak the way I speak. I grew up the way I grew up. But the yes took long because, one, I had the audacity to think I can do life without Him. And two, I thought that if I did life well in front of you, then I've done well.
Yes.
Where in actual fact, that's not the truth. That's just not the truth. Yeah.
Outside.
I don't know how to say that.
Why are you doing this to me? I'm trying to be serious here with you.
I know, but like, I love it. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause.
That's because I love you.
I feel it. I definitely do.
You see, now you've thrown me off.
Askis.
Because my question was coming from the things you said.
Yes, askis.
You know, I want to help a person who's in the room watching you and thinking, I grew up in a home that was Christian. I grew up in a home where I was raised on faith. I grew up in a home where I was raised in a particular way. But I want to buy the car. I want to build the house. I want to climb the corporate ladder. And I feel like there's no space for this thing that I know is the thing. Right?
Yeah.
Because we all know what the thing is.
Yeah.
And we suppress it so much sometimes in the pursuit of the other things that we stop hearing the voice of the thing.
Yeah.
And then we start to wonder when that push comes, and we spoke about this. You know, I said, I feel like I've been kicked out of a lot of seasons and phases because I had my mindset of what I thought I wanted to be.
Yeah.
And when I finally settled, which was 40 years later, because I'm nyafigala. Nyafiga mean.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's a good place.
When I finally settled, I understood all the other things that had happened, but I wondered for myself where the courage goes. Where does the courage go?
I think it's settling. You know, you said we grew up in Christian homes. We know what the thing is, right? Meaning we can hear God and His leadership and Him guiding us. But oftentimes, which is what I said to you on the phone when we were speaking, is the error is not that the opportunities are not there. The error is not that you don't know whether or not it's time for you to shift from one place to another. It's actually that you do know. But you're not truthful about who you are. I think oftentimes what happens is that we live in this fantasy of the ideal us. I even made you an example. Michelle. Os Michelle hangola bukeng ki becoming akere. But majority of us live in the becoming. So you know, I'm successful, I'm bold, I'm strong, I'm a go-getter. But in the truth, you are lazy. You are complacent. You are unreliable. You are not committing to the things that you say. But in your mind,
in your vision
I'm
board.
strong. I'm Beyonce. Diva, hustler. It's like, you're not. So oftentimes we make decisions from this fantasy idea of who we are and not really who we truly are in that moment. So you know, and it's a painful realization to go, I'm not who I think I am. You know, and I need to make decisions with where I'm at. for where I want to go, not where I think I'm going to be without taking into consideration where I am. You said most of us grow up in faith. And then we struggle later on in life to balance the two. And I think, again, that's where we don't want to admit the truth. We grew up in it, but are we still in it? You know, because if you're not in it, then it's not going to make sense. Yeah, it will make sense to the fact that you grew up in it, but am I still in it? Now that I've left my mother's house, I don't have to pray at 5 a.m. in the morning, right? Now that I'm not in the circle of family, I now live somewhere in a nice house in a gated community. What are my everyday behaviors? So growing up in something or being exposed to something doesn't mean you've chosen it. And I think oftentimes we want to marry two worlds together and we didn't choose the other. And the truth is you chose your career. You chose the car, you chose the mansion, you chose the career advancement, and you didn't choose humility. You didn't choose to grow, to be pruned, to be dealt with by God. You haven't allowed yourself to go to that space where your dream is not the dream. Right? But now you want to force the two. So I think my counsel, if I could call it that, is who are you today? And are you making decisions based on being aware of who you are? So I want to be CEO. You can't wake up in the morning, where? You know? I want to be bold and classy. You can't walk in heels, where? Speaking to self. And not that I can't be bold and classy. Maybe I just need to realize what that means for me right now, you know. I want to be successful. Now you're buying things in shops you can't afford because you want to appear as something that you're not, you know. So it's the little things. It's not even the big decisions. It's what I choose to do today, you know, and how I choose to live it. So deal with the real you a little bit longer and watch God grow you from that place beautifully, organically, where you don't have to sell yourself to anybody, you know. You don't have to walk into the room and tell us you are strong and confident. Without you doing anything, we see it. You know what I mean? It doesn't even have to be a conversation. It's your reality. Settle in it, but deal with the real you. That maybe you don't have faith, you don't have time for God, you don't have time for your family, you don't have time for the people who've given you time because you're busy doing other things. That's the you that you must deal with. Yeah.
That was such a powerful thing. That was such a powerful narrative when we were exploring this conversation, the idea of living in our fantasy selves, right? And I remember, I speak a lot to Masiko, who comes up a lot in my conversation, who's my best friend. And one of the things that I was saying to her, she called me about a particular situation. It wasn't gossip, it was inspiration.
Inspiration.
It was inspiration. And at the end, I said to her, it's amazing sometimes, and it just comes together so nicely with this idea of future self, what we pray for. I said to her, why do we pray for a home loan to be approved for a salary that cannot afford to maintain the home loan?
Ask it now.
Why is it not that our prayer should be, God, help me to steward my finances well?
Yes.
So that I can then afford the thing that I need to afford. And the blessing should look like it's not a debt.
Yeah.
So this idea of living in our fantasy world is something that I think we really need to anchor on a little bit.
Yeah.
The responsibility we have, again, in understanding where we're anchored. And therefore that thing informing our values. And how we show up in the world. And constantly doing a checklist and saying, if I say I'm this, is it appearing in how I move?
Absolutely.
So I really love that you brought that up because it's something that is being revealed continuously. And in saying that, I want to bring it back to another thing that we explored in our conversation, the spaces we exist in, how we choose them, how we deal with them, how we carry them, how we tolerate them, and when we know to do what. And it goes back to this thing that I also mentioned with Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed and the people that were destroyed there. And when God says, if I find 10, I won't.
Yeah.
But what are the chances of finding 10 if we're all speaking the same language?
Sure.
So what is the importance of the environments that we exist in, particularly in workspaces, and our role in those places, and when we need to understand that there is nothing for us to do there anymore, and when we know?
Yeah. You know, I think we've really played down as a human race the importance of where we find ourselves, We take for granted time, we take for granted spaces, we take for granted conversations. And because we take for granted interaction in general, as long as you've got your desk and your laptop in front of you, you feel that you've contributed to the space. And maybe it's the schooling system, read through the textbook, write your exams. If you get your marks, you move over to the next space. But we're not teaching people to be aware of the value that they bring into a space. So when I stand on set, for argument's sake, my skill set is not just being able to read autocue and hearing the earpiece and delivering my links. It's how I am during that ad break, and I'm speaking to But Sipo, who's the floor manager. And nobody really regards him, but my interaction and my value doesn't stop when the cameras go off. It's forever there. For the minute I step on, I'm interacting, right? The ladies I bumped into when I was coming in, that's an experience. I can't say agenda woman starts when I sit here. That's not the truth. And I think oftentimes when we find ourselves in our workspaces, we are not clear about the value we want to bring. You've been told you're good at what you do for so long that that's the only thing you think you bring. We're great, well done, you got the MBA. That's fantastic, but who are you? Yeah, what's your attitude? How do we feel after you've left the room? That matters. You're working on your PhD. Well done. Go right, Wenalal. Thrive. But how do you engage a space, and how do you leave people feeling? And because we're unable to take responsibility of how we make people feel, then we play down the inverse on how a space makes we feel. So I can go to work, and as long as I'm getting the paycheck, I'm not going to acknowledge the fact that I don't feel great when I'm here. Because I first don't acknowledge that it's possible for me to be great at my work and make somebody else not feel great. So how do you know it's time for you to go? You don't know because you've reached your salary cap and the ceiling. Maybe glass what?
Glass ceiling.
Glass ceiling. You don't know it then. Oftentimes, the glass maker knows how to take it higher. But what becomes important is, am I trying to get there? What does that mean for the quality of life that I want to have? And oftentimes, we don't want to answer the question of the quality of life. We want to speak about the quantity of life. So what is it that I have versus what is it that I have? Right? And because we don't want to deal with that, then we stay. Because there's security, there's stability, there's all sorts of beautiful English words that we can throw. And then again I say, don't allow God to be God. Because then many of you in this room thought you were stable and were not. Many of you thought you had friendships that were stable, they were not. Relationships that were stable and are not. And because we just kept on shifting the glass and not really evaluating the quality of life that we're meant to have. Am I happy? Am I fulfilled? Am I serving others? I'm going to say it again. Am I serving others? I see you look great. The lashes are on fleek. The hair is laid. The edges are there. But are you a server? Do people, if you were to leave, do we have a void? And if we're not willing to ask ourselves those kind of questions, we don't know, and we're unable to detect that the space is no longer serving us because we never served the space, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making sense. Sound like I'm preaching, sorry.
Oh, you sound like you're preaching?
I just had a preaching voice there. Just come back.
Is there any other voice? Is there any other voice?
I get it.
It was important for me to have this conversation with you, Rorisang, because they are dreaming big and living boldly is uncomfortable. And when this theme came up for me, I said at the beginning it was a social media post, and I thought I was saying it to other people, and God said I'm saying it to you.
Okay, nice.
And the things that you talk about, we take for granted: the interrogation, the investigation, the commitment, the accountability for how our life looks.
Yeah.
The relationships that are not working, the ones that are. The people that come and go because it's us, it's not them. the number of friends that you've lost along the way because it's you, it's not them. That deep conversation that you need to have with yourself before you make the move, before you take the leap, before you dream big and live boldly, because you can't access that when you don't know what it looks like for you first.
Sure.
I think the interrogation I wanted to leave with the room is around something that you call obedience, and I've called discipline in my day-to-day life.
Sure.
And discipline for me is not only on the call of God, it's also on the call of God in me. How do I treat my body? What do I expose my mind to? Where am I intentioned to grow? And when I can't do it for me, how do I then do it for God? Because the call on God is much bigger than the call of me just waking up at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
So how do we dream big and live boldly in the context of serving, and I'm going to bring it to serving, in the spaces where we encounter God's people, because that's what it is, right?
Yep.
In the environments where we work, in the taxis that we get in the garages where we get petrol, how do we engage with the energy of obedience and discipline in our attempt to define what dreaming big and living boldly in this era?
Sure. It's going to sound left, but move with me. I think majority of us don't believe, getting emotional, don't genuinely believe that God loves us. Therefore, we attempt discipline, obedience, service from a place of retaining love or accessing it from God. But there's a beauty in resting in the fact that this great God is intentional and mindful of me. So when I move in obedience, it's not because he had to give me an incentive to turn me in the direction that he wants me to go. I willingly go because I'm in awe of the spaces he lets me get into. I'm in awe of the people he allows me to meet. I'm in awe of the opportunities he has given me. So therefore I move from a place of, Lord, how do I do it for you? Where do I serve you? What is it that you've done it for me. So I think obedience, discipline, and all the nice things we love and try to aspire towards becomes difficult if you're not rested in love. It becomes your own effort if you're not rested in love. To say that, Lord, I want to do great things for you, but I want to do them because you love me and you give me access to those things. So for most of us, because we haven't yet settled in our relationship with God, it becomes difficult to love ourselves. Therefore, I've got to do all these things to prove value. And in my mind, I'm thinking I'm doing it for you. No, I'm proving value to self. That he divorced me, but still I'm educated. You know? I got retrenched, but still they will never have another like me. So we end up doing things not because we really want to do it, but because we are trying to add value on us. So how I would answer that, how do you lean into obedience, is you first recognize that he loved you first. You first recognize that he is madly in love with what he has created. And the only way for the creation to thrive is if the one who made it gears it. Right? Somebody said yesterday, and I actually smiled when they said it. They said, if you, I don't know if you're allowed to say brands here, think of an expensive car that's stuck on the road. That when they come to help you and assist you, it's not so much about you being stranded. They're protecting the name. Does that make sense? Yeah, they're protecting this image of this thing that they've made. And I believe God is like that with us too. That if we know we are loved, we are secure, we're protected. He has great intentions for us. Those moments of life that become difficult and you press into obedience, he sweeps through to protect that which he made. Not because you are trying to get gifts at the end of the year from Father Christmas. No. Because he's a consistent God who is madly in love with you and he's protecting this which he has created. And if you rest in that worst push comes to shove, if I'm stuck on the road, the maker of this vehicle will show up for the vehicle. and take care of the vehicle and replace and restore what needs to be restored and redeem what needs to be redeemed, heal what needs to be healed, and grow what needs to be grown. And I think because we don't believe that he loves us, we strive in our own strength. You know, the Bible says God adds wealth without toil. And most of us, you know, we associate getting good things from toil. And God says, I do it opposite. Yeah, I want you to do it with ease. And ease doesn't mean you work hard. Ease means you know who is giving it to you. You know where it's coming from. So if you want to press into obedience, if you want to press into discipline, your why has got to be clear. I'm doing it because I've got one who is greater than me, who's already set the course. My job is to show up. So my discipline or obedience is my act of showing up because it's already planned out. You know, I just have to follow through. So maybe let me say this. He loves you. He wants good for you. Oftentimes we're the ones who don't want good for ourselves because somebody made us believe we don't deserve it. I don't know if that answers the question.
It does.
I don't know if that answers the question.
I cannot believe that this is the conversation where I actually kept time, because this is my last question and I still have time. Rorisang, for you, you have made a big leap of showing up as you. And we explored this a little bit, and some of your fears that you had, and how God has not only surprised you, but maybe reminded you that I said I got it.
Yeah.
And as you continue to navigate this journey, and you dream of big impact, and you live so boldly, I think there's no one who can deny that. What is Rorisang praying over as you go into world stages, as your voice gets amplified, as the mission gets clearer? What is your prayer now? Because we already said it, it's not easy.
Yeah, sure.
And don't make me cry as well.
No,
I'm done.
I don't want
want
to look at you. My prayer is very simple. It's been my prayer maybe for the past 18 months. Is that, Father, may I hear you for me and hear you for my generation. I think only now I'm settling in the fact that I'm first his child. Before I'm a TV presenter, before I'm whatever, radio and all these great things that we've been able to do, is that I'm first his child and I need to hear him for me. You know, and I think oftentimes when we excel in the spaces that we do, we often leave God out because we start to excel for others. And I think my prayer is that, Lord God, may I always be able to lean into you for me. What is it that I need to do? What is it that I need to hear? Where is it that I need to grow? Where is it that my character needs to be developed? Where am I losing integrity and dignity? Where am I lacking in obedience? Where has pride crept in? I don't want anything to mess up me and you. I can't afford for me and you to be out of sync. And if me and you are in sync, I believe that you are a great enough God and kind enough God that as I lean my ear into you, that not only can you speak to me for me, but you can speak to me for my generation. And that speaks of service and responsibility to say, am I going to be okay with my generation deteriorating? Not on my watch. Why? Because I hear from you. Am I going to be okay with faith not being a conversation in workspaces, among young people, in politics? No, not on my watch. Why? Because I hear from you. So because you know how to speak to me for me, surely you can equip me for my generation. And that's where the obedience gets tricky. Because I can't learn obedience for the masses if I have not yet learned obedience where me and him are concerned. Meaning you can't want to champion things and stages and corporates and careers and businesses if you have not yet championed the most important relationship. So for me, that's my prayer, that as I go to world stages, as people begin to know my name, as 8,000 people join in for a Bible study on a Thursday, that must not be the excitement. The excitement is that, do I still hear your voice? And if I can, even if the 8,000 become 800, I'm privileged. I've been honored. I've been loved by this God. So I think for me, that's it. That, Lord, may I forever hear you for me as your child first. And what is it that you want me to do in this time that you have given me in my generation? How do we go in the books for doing great things for a great God? I avail myself. That's my prayer. That's my prayer. Woo!
Disciple. That's the prayer.
That's the prayer.
To disciple.
To disciple. Oh, but you see, for you to disciple well, you've got to have been and sat at his feet. So I pray that I stay at his feet. So that when I go out to do what he has called me to do, it's not in my own strength, but it's from his instruction. And that's why I can boldly sit. And not necessarily fit in. But ke gongwe ke ena. La le sa nrate ntse o sena taba. Yena o ngomme. And that's where I will settle in. So to disciple well, you called it to lead well. Stay. Stay at his feet. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to do something that's, sorry, I know it's the cue for the music 1-0, but I just want to do something and just to be obedient to the Holy Spirit. Can we pray for her? Is that okay? Is that okay? You know, stepping out in boldness to do things that are not necessarily comfortable takes so much. And oftentimes we would rather hype ourselves versus for us to humble ourselves. And I believe that you've done that well. And I just feel that we should just stretch forth and partner with you with what you want to do for God. God says he's already done it, that he's got it, that your obedience will never be overlooked, that you can live your life freely and openly knowing that you will lack nothing. See, we think we lack when the bank account says we lack, but we lack nothing. He says he will give us everything pertaining unto life. And that's what we want to speak. Can we pray for her? Can we stand? Is that okay? Let's just stand. Askis. Askis. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you that you're a faithful God. Ooh, one of the things you tell us is that when we step into the things that you've called us for, you don't make room for us, that those things make room for us. Your responsibility as our God and as our Father is to make us and load within us all the riches and goodness and talents and skills that you then give us the opportunity to steward. Here's your daughter this morning, Lord God. She is intentional about stewarding what you've given her. We speak strength over her. Father, may she not grow weary to do what you have asked her to do. For the fact that she's impacted multitudes of people, may you impact her in her place of comfort. Let it be a secret place between you and her, where there's no audience, no likes, no followers, but it's you as a God confirming to her that you hear every cry in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. We bless the work of her hands. We declare that she will go to greater heights. We cover her, Lord God. We thank you that she is hidden in you. We declare, Lord God, from this day forth, it will never look the same ever again. That when she gathers people, Lord God, that will be a strong presence of you. That people will leave the room not only educated, not only filled with information, but they'll leave healed. Thank you for the voice that you've given her. We strengthen that voice and we stand in agreement, Lord God, that everything you've begun in her, you, great King, you will perfect. Thank you that she soars. Thank you that her wildest dreams haven't even begun to scrape the surface of the things you want to do in and through her. Thank you that you gave her the wisdom to steward well. And thank you, Lord God, that because she's been a blessing to many, you will be a blessing to her. In Jesus' name we pray and we thank you, Master. Lord God, we want to pray for every woman that's in this room. The cries that they cry, the hurts that they have, the burdens that they carry. You, whose yoke is easy, rest on them, Lord God. We pray that you will cover them, Lord Jesus. That, Lord God, that even those prayers that they're afraid to say out loud, today we give them boldness to say them out loud because they serve a God who can make it happen. Bless them, their families, their well-being, their mental health. We acknowledge you and we thank you, even today. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen. Amen.
Love you.
Da, 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 da.
Why am I failing without failure?
Bless you.
Thank you, Rarusang. Oh, pictures. The music can play. I didn't keep you from, music for the pictures. Thank you. Always. No. It's gin to gin and heels and everything. Thank you, Roy-san. Yeah. It's time for me to have a crying break so that I don't do it on stage anymore. Thank you so much, Roy-san. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for you showing up boldly in the spaces that you need to show up in. Going to now call on my next panel. Tanya, please join me. I'm not even going to talk much about you without you being on stage. This is Tanya Habimana, everyone. A round of applause. Tanya is a great friend of mine who I have asked to moderate the next panel. The next panel was supposed to be a masterclass, which we have now brought on stage. It's a continuation of the conversation that we just had. I asked Tanya to interview some very, very powerful women, Chipo Mushwana, who is another friend, and Lucy, who is another. I have many friends.
Yes.
And all of them are powerful. And this conversation is going to navigate the realities of dreaming big and living boldly in the spaces that we're in, anchored in our core values and our core systems. One of the things I said to Tanya when I briefed her on this conversation is that every time I interview powerful women, when they speak about their values and the thing that has made them rise up the ranks, it seems that there is something that anchors them that they don't often project in certain environments. I want this conversation to give you permission to stand on your values. I want this conversation to give you permission to be who you are. I think more than anything today is really about that, how to live boldly, dream big, authentically as yourself. I'm going to hand over to Tanya, who will have the last panel before we go to lunch.
Thank you so much, firstly. I want us to give one more big congratulations to Nomdeni. As your friend, I have watched you grow, and this is just amazing, to be honest. It's quite emotional to see how amazing this platform is and how powerful it is and what it's doing to the women that are in the room. So thank you for honoring all of us and serving us.
Thank you. I'm now going to go cry in a corner.
So I'd like to welcome to stage my panel. I have Lucy Balimba, CEO of Entelo Communications, as well as Chipo Mushwana, Executive for Payments and Technology at Nedbank. Please give them a very warm round of applause. So when Nomdeni asked me to do this panel, as the friend that I am, I said, yes, I love it. I love a gender woman. And as the dates came closer and closer, I started to feel quite nervous, to be fully frank. Now, it's not like me to feel nervous about doing a panel. I do this for a living. I moderate, facilitate conversations, interview, as some people like to call it, or let's say as social media likes to call it, the big boys, your presidents, ministers, listed company CEOs. And I had to dive deep into understanding why this particular conversation was making me feel nervous. And what I realized was that it took me back to my beginning in journey of what I call discovering myself and living authentically. I wasn't necessarily raised in an environment where faith was abundant. I was raised in Europe, so I had never seen or witnessed the coalition of the marketplace, workplace, and faith. I'd never ever heard anybody say, I'm leaving, I've got a Bible study. I'd never seen somebody say, I'm Christian, unless it was in the context of a church. And when Nomdeni gave me the brief that we were going to be speaking authentically about what it means to dream big, live boldly, I realized that it took me to a place where when I first came into my journey of faith, for a long time, I was overwhelmed with excitement about telling everybody about this creator that I've discovered, God, Jesus, my Lord and Savior, and at the same time not knowing how to do it, how to show up and remain Tanya Habimana, the entrepreneur, Tanya Habimana, the moderator, and combining those two. And so I want to actually start off by, again, commending Nomdeni for giving a space for this panel and for this conversation. The curation of it, the positioning of it, is for me God ordained. It's absolutely perfect. Because I have two women that are bold, powerful, but that are also living boldly and powerfully within their faith. So in opening up this conversation, I want to ask you both the same question. The first one is, how has your faith impacted the work that you do? And use the opportunity to tell us more about what you do. I'll start with you, Lucy.
Thank you. I want to say, Nomdeni, thank you. I don't know where she is now, for creating and giving a shape and a texture and a language to something we didn't have language for. May God bless you and keep you and make his face shine upon you and give you a peace that passes all understanding. I think the more we grow and ask braver questions, God puts us in braver spaces. And this is such a privilege to be here sharing and receiving. So, very incredible question, and it's such a big question. If I have to quickly reflect in my own voice and in my own way, I look at the story of Moses, I look at how Moses shifted and changed the course of lineages of generations because of his faithfulness to God. I see how Gideon depended so intimately on God for strategy that if they trusted God's power and omnipotence, who am I to see God's power and omnipotence as a suggestion? So God is not a suggestion to me. He's not a subscription that I get to tap into and out of. Christianity is who I am. And I think a lot of the times, and just in how our modern society is cultivated right now, being a Christian is like the leprosy of our time, you know? You are the leprous man who needs to be taken to the fringes of society because you're inappropriate or you're backward or you're behind. And I think if we see it in that way as a thing that I need to almost insert in certain spaces that feel safer, you are prone to contradiction. And that was the challenge in my life, where if I am saying I am a Christian, I then am able to live without contradiction, fully alive, pouring, and just being who I am. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Chipo.
Good day, everybody. So for me, having a relationship with God is the anchor for my work on a day-to-day basis. I work in the innovation, payments, and technology space. And to a great extent, my role involves future-proofing the business, right? So to describe it very simply, a lot of people think I have a crystal ball for the future because I have to future-proof the business. And there's no way I can do what I do without inquiring of the Lord, without asking the one that knows tomorrow whilst we're in today. When I design products and solutions for our business, it's all inspired by God. He's the Chief Innovation Officer of the world. He created the world out of nothing, and it holds and it stands today. So His word finds expression through me, through my work on a day-to-day basis. And I'm very cognizant, I'm very clear about that. And being in corporate also comes with a lot of challenges. Challenges as a female, challenges as a young person, and navigating those spaces requires you to have a sense of discernment that doesn't come from MBAs, books, doesn't come from motivational stuff, but that truly comes from a direct connection with the Creator.
Amen.
Because you walk into a boardroom, lo and behold, it's an ambush. What do you do? How do you respond?
Sure.
So navigating corporate on a day-to-day basis for me and letting God find expression through me is very important. When I wake up in the morning, I say, God, show me how much you love me today.
Love that.
Just show me how much you love me. And in the same breath, I say, who are we helping today? So I'm always alert to say, who are we helping? Who are we talking to? Who are we ministering to today? Because God has nobody else but us. I think once you realize that, He has nobody else but me and you. You are His hands, you are His feet, you are His mouth, you are His eyes. And once you begin to realize that, then you begin to realize that everything that I am and everything that I do, I have to give it back to the Master. And when you get blessed and you make it in corporate, you go back to the source, right? You go back to the person that has elevated you, because He's the one who lifts up men, right? And once, like Rore-san was saying, once you make it through all these spaces and you don't go back to the anchor and you don't go back to that thing, you will fall.
Yeah.
And you will get lost very quickly.
Yeah.
And I don't think we realize how close falling is, because the higher you go, the brighter the lights. And the lights blind you in many instances. So just having that settledness and that level of clarity in everything that you do, for me, is how God's word finds expression in my corporate life.
And that's such an important factor that you talk about, because it speaks to decision making. And when we're talking, Nomdeni framed it very nicely in the sense that this ultimately is a conversation anchored on values. What drives us? Who drives us? So in our decision making, whether working for ourselves or working for a corporate, ultimately comes from our values. What do we believe in? So Lisi, has there ever been a situation where the decision making process has gone counterculture? Because you're dealing with various stakeholders. Has there ever been a time where there's something that you fundamentally, in your core, believe should be a direction to go, but doesn't make human sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And part of it was also why I then left corporate. You know, I love what Chipo was saying about finding God's creative expression in us, and that it's expressed through us. In my own journey, I run a business. It's international consulting company, and we speak with kings and queens, but we speak with young people in rural villages who want to understand what a dream can look like. And I found that when I was in corporate, for example, I wasn't a culture fit because of who I am. I cannot talk without talking about Jesus, because I'm a Jesus girl. And I think a lot of those moments can make us cleave into the periphery or in the fringes of conversations, because we feel we have to edit ourselves in order to get into certain environments. But God is calling us to be who He said we are. And you can only hide light for so long. It's going to shine at some point. I love the fact that God responds to our faithfulness, and that obedience is a long road, but it is the right thing. You know, once you find your thing, God has a way of edifying it and multiplying it so that it can have an impact on every single thing that you touch. One of the things I want to also then say is that I never heard God's voice because I was never resting. I was always in a rush. And when I just look at just sitting down with myself and looking at scripture in the beginning. Because God is so, the reason he gave us free will is because he trusts in his package so much. He trusts his package. In the beginning, he created the world in 6 days, right? Created the world and then us on day 6. But when I thought about just this concept of rest, and Nomdeni was talking about you need to take a nap, and it spoke to my heart, right? Because effectively, if we were created on the 6th day, our first day on earth was a day of rest.
Wow.
And I find that God is constantly speaking to us about how our inner lining, our inner positioning has to be like. We are ultimately part of a story that has been written. It is finished and it is victorious. So when I wake up and I defy the odds because I'm Christian, I am participating in a story that has already been written. So there's no need for me to rush, you know? And I think part of that has also cultivated my decision-making, my ability to trust what God is saying, even if it defies the odds. There have been a lot of moments like that in my life, and I welcome them. I welcome them because it means that it's not my voice that is louder, you know, but God's voice,
And that's very powerful because it really speaks to faith and to believe and to trusting, being able to rest. But I think as believers, what can happen, and if we take being able to rest also gives room for the unplanned to happen, for God to step in. We heard earlier with Laduma and the story with Sarah Jakes Roberts and her suitcase being lost and them getting the opportunity to dress her as a consequence of that. That's leaving room for God to step in. But what can also happen is that as believers, there can be this over-reliance on the grace that has been afforded to us, that we replace hard work, discipline, for belief. And there's also that perception. So how do we navigate that? My question is to you, Chipo.
You just have to work hard. The very character of God and the very nature of God, if you truly embody and embrace that, there is no way you would be lazy. There is no way you would be mediocre. There is no way you will be nothing less than excellent.
Amen.
When the Bible speaks about the Daniel-Joseph anointing, it speaks about the marketplace. But Daniel had a spirit of excellence in everything that you do, from writing an email to the way you conduct yourself, to the way you just walk around. You have to have a level of work ethic, as if we might call it that in normal day-to-day. It's work ethic. It's understanding that you are there to deliver because you are a display or a data point through which people will understand who God is, right? And once you internalize that, being lazy is not part of the equation. You know, there's nothing more painful for a manager or a leader to hire somebody, and maybe they're a Christian or not, and they could not be, but they just don't deliver. Do you know how long it takes to fire somebody in this country? Like, I've done it a couple of times. It's literally just time consuming. But you have to show up, and you have to deliver. And when you deliver, you have to deliver consistently. You must be known for your standards. You must be known for the work that you do. And if God is your God, He doesn't produce substandard stuff.
Sure.
He doesn't skimp on work. He doesn't bunk meetings. He doesn't accept bribes. He doesn't lie about being sick and not making it to the office. Like, He does not do that. That is not His character and that is not His nature. So who are you representing then when you do that?
Yeah. Powerful, powerful. A couple of years ago, so I also run a business where we help small businesses grow. When we were starting out the business, we were looking at hiring and bringing people on board. And there was someone that I put forward, and my business partner said to me, how do you know this person? And I said, this person goes to church with me. And her response was, if this person goes to your church, I don't even need to meet them. Your church is excellent.
Yep.
And that got me thinking, of faith as a value proposition. If we were to show up the way we're supposed to show up, how excellent could this world be? So there's that notion, but there's also the notion of profitability. This is where I'm looking at you, Lucy, because you also run your own organization. So how do we balance the two of moving forward, powering through our faith, our values, our beliefs, while still ensuring that we remain profitable in these times?
Sure. Big question, and it's literally the leitmotif of my life, right? Because those finance meetings every week that you have with finance or etc. But my perspective changed last year when I say I was in the pits, it's an understatement. So the people that are close in my life, like I was in the pits last year. And it was so interesting to see how sometimes God sets us apart so that he can build in us what we need for the next phase. In Deuteronomy, he speaks about, it says, he is the one that gives us the ability to create wealth. And I think when we show up as nothing less than God's children, he's able to meet the areas that we're not able to articulate or do for ourselves. So I think my perspective on wealth creation has changed. I see money as a tool for impact and purpose. And I find that provision does follow purpose. You know, I don't sit around waiting for the money or praying for God to give us grace. I think there are various values and ethics and checks and balances that then are applied when you do your work. One of the most fascinating things for me that I had to learn in my season of rest last year, because nothing was coming together. So we've been in business for 5 years this year. And in year 4, I didn't realize that, because wisdom does come in retrospectively sometimes. So when you reflect on a particular season and you're just like, wow, God, I didn't realize that's what you were doing. And I didn't get, so our business for the past 5 years since inception has been referral based. All our business is through referrals. And part of that, again, is trusting God with the little. From that first client that we trusted God in, who is now, an international best-selling whatever. But it's about trusting God with the little. Fascinating for me is I go back and I meditate on the Israelites and just a tenuous relationship where they were in freedom, but their oppression was constantly breathing in the direction of their freedom, even mentally. They're in the desert, and God, as a sign of his omnipotence and his dependability, sends manna from the skies. They didn't find it enough. They still whined and wailed and whined for quail, until God rescinded them and resigned them to their own desires and their own will. They even died with that quail in their mouths. And sometimes we don't understand. It's in retrospect that we understand. We're just like, maybe the desert was a good place, because God knows that in the desert you need to walk light, you know? And I think those are the kind of, for me, that's the kind of perspective I've had, even in financial growth and success. I always tell my clients that that is a fruit of the roots that you are growing, the daily disciplines. A lot of the times we come on platforms and we want to talk about the valleys, right? You'll have the person who speaks about the peaks or the valleys, but none of us ever highlight the truth that's in between, or the autumn. The autumn that is so necessary to build our character, to build our hearts, to build the wealth that will then, come after that. So wealth is very important because it is a tool. It has a multiplying potential to our dreams, but also it's a God thing. He wants us to be wealthy. He wants us to be well. So, yeah.
Sure, I love that. The in-between, because you're right, we often talk about the highs, the valleys, or the very lows, and the story of making it the other way. But there's that whole period of the everyday discipline, the same way that Rory Sang and Nomdeni had the conversation of the obedience, the daily actions that we need to take to move forward. I'm wondering, and I'd like all of us to ask us this question as well, the cost. What does it cost you, Chipo, to take this route? You're in an environment where it's much easier to ride the wave.
Yeah.
It's much easier to go with the status quo, with what everybody else is saying. You're riding in the completely opposite direction, pushing forward values, pushing forward a way of thinking that is other. What does it cost you?
Everything. It costs absolutely everything. It costs your desires, it costs your time, it costs even the things that you think are valuable to yourself.
Sure.
So for you to be able to get to a level of anointing that you want, it costs absolutely everything. And I say that with the uttermost humility. There is no other way. It literally costs everything. It costs everything to remind yourself and the people around you how we do business. That we're not going to be bribed, or you don't know how many times people have said, one guy said to me, one company, it was last year and I turned 40. They said, you know what, we're going to book you a holiday, you and your family, just pick a place and send me a link. No one was going to know. I could have gone anywhere in the world. But I looked at that and I said, no, this is not how I do business. Because I knew he was going to come back and collect. And when he comes back to collect, I technically owe him, even though there was nothing formally said. So it costs those kind of things. It costs you working extremely hard every single day to make it and not rely on a male boss or favors that come with strings attached, but believing that you're adequate enough to make it and that the call of God in your life supersedes any favor that anybody could ever give you. Whether my boss is my boss today or tomorrow doesn't matter. Fact is, I am in my Garden of Eden, and as long as I'm there, there's going to be provision. Right? And once you understand those things, it costs that. Sometimes it costs time with my kids. I've had a career where I've traveled a lot and I've left my kids at home. It cost me that at that particular point in time. It cost me that. And balance to me is not I work 5 days, I rest 5 days. In my line of work, I don't have that luxury. Sometimes I'm working consistently for 8 months without taking a break. Sometimes there was a certain church I had to go to, I'm not going to say the name, and God said to me, go to that church and pitch this thing. It's a big church in this country. Barefoot, no wig, no nails, the scorching sun. Everybody in my organization said, you're mad. No one has ever gone in there and come out with anything. I said, okay, I'm going in. Trust me, I came out with a lot. I came out with a deal. I came out with a fat bonus. I came out with recognition. But that is listening to the unction of God around certain things that you must do. And they are costly in different ways. The price is different. But one thing I can say to you is once you listen to God and you allow Him to use you, if God can get it through you, He will get it to you. Very important. Whether it's financial blessing, whether it's access to people, whether it's access to resources, if He can get it through you, He will get it to you. And because He's getting it to you, He'll give seed to the sower and bread to the eater. So which means you will give and you will have and you will remain with abundance. Those are the principles in the marketplace that you just need to appropriate. You need to understand their spiritual principles about being a marketplace apostle that you need to enact in the spiritual realm for you to take territory. You don't take territory by sitting and idling and doing what everybody else does. You go into the Word of God and you take territory. When you come out, you are just slaying. through and through and through. Regardless of age, regardless of gender, regardless of color. Because the Lion of the tribe of Judah is backing you.
Yeah.
That's all. So it costs everything.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. I'm receiving right now.
Yeah.
And I believe that many others in the room are as well. Lucy, your word of encouragement to the young woman that's here in the room or watching us on video or live stream on how they can truly take their place as a marketplace apostle, as a child of God, as an anointed one, an appointed one.
Sure. For the longest time in my life, I've had to think about death because I was either almost dying in hospital, and if it wasn't that, I was in my formative years dealing with the residue of sexual abuse for years. And I think a big part of my journey is a journey of being broken, but being broken safely, because God is a safe space. And I think a lot of the times we masquerade ourselves on the outside with the good looks and the makeup and the positions and the cars. But one of my biggest pieces of advice I would give is do the work of just stepping closer to God's throne like Mary did, sitting at his feet, while Martha was going around, rushing. God has given us such a clear path in life on what our position is supposed to be in the world, seated and settled. And while the heaviness, the weight of our weight might be heavy, God is there to take it. So that's the first piece of advice that I would give. The second piece of advice that I would give is, I think we cannot afford to squander our privilege. The privilege of getting to know the one who is all sufficient. Back to last year, and when I was just saying, I was in the pits. We had such a difficult year in my family where God was really breaking to rebuild. But just like a typical construction site, you don't always see the vision. Everything is a mess, there's rubble everywhere, but only the master or the architect has the plans and the pure vision for what is going on. And part of that included us leaving our home and moving into a small apartment, having to take our kids away to their grandparents all the way in Cameroon for a year because we couldn't afford medical aid. And just kind of making the expensive decisions because God is saying, I need you to abide. It doesn't make sense, but it's all falling apart. And my heart is that most of us, some of us in this room, are in an autumn season, in a season where things are falling apart, and we don't have access to the master plans that have already been finished and passed by council to people who build. But God wants us to remain. The word says that he determines the boundary line between the ocean and the shoreline. How much more is he going to determine the boundary line between your trauma creeping up on you and your life and your freedom? I just want to encourage us with the word. And also, so then, apartment. Later last year, I'm sick. I've just come out of another hospital stint, been diagnosed with an autoimmune condition. And I was just tired and lethargic and really just out of life. I remember taking a GPS to drive me to, these IV bars for an intravenous drip because I just felt I need a lift in a neighborhood I didn't know. And I'm driving, and as I drive, I get lost. It just like yanks me into, that woman, she'll just drop you off somewhere there in that corner, and you're just like, have we arrived? And that's what happened to me. But the most powerful thing that happened to me this year is I realized that where I got lost, the neighborhood where I had to make a U-turn, was now my new home. Wow. And God allowed us to set foot. A lot of the times, God is speaking, but we're not aware. He's speaking, but we're sleeping. And just like Chipa was saying, let us not be Let us not be these inert receivers of grace and our life lacks essence. Let us participate in what God is doing in our lives. And part of that requires us to be fully awake. I wish I had been awake in that moment. I wish I had been awake to the prompting of the Holy Spirit, to what He was doing and building and constructing in me, so that I can, my house, guys, even me, I'm surprised, hey? Even me, I'm surprised. But I didn't see it. God has the plan. We are participating in a finished story. Rest. Lastly, the weapons that God has given us, the armor of Christ, those are defensive weapons. They're defensive weapons. They're not, would you say, opposive or opposing weapons. The only opposing weapon is the sword of the Spirit that is given for us to fight with. Everything else, God assumes that if you wear it and you put it on you, you're on guard, you're protected, you can move and live and thrive in the world. A lot of the times we invite ourselves into territories where we have no business going in there, and there's no grace for those seasons for us because we want to fight. So part of my life's mission in what the work that we do at Entelo Communications is to create narratives that build safer spaces, that create access, and that just change the shape and texture of how we see social life. And God spoke to me about the danger of creating counter-narratives. Because a lot of the times we want to get in the ring, right? When we're not happy about what men are saying about women or what the latest stance on feminism is, we're so quick to want to fight and oppose it vehemently, antagonistically. But Christians, we build. Even in the fringes of our influence, wherever that God places us, even if you're in the periphery or you're a receptionist or a tea lady at work, build. Because God is a progressive God. And fruit is an outcome of inner work that has been done patiently over every season in our lives.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, that's it.
And it's on that word that I'm going to close this panel. Dreaming big and living boldly will cost us, but the fruits are so great. They allow us to step into seasons, to be fully utilized, to bring our seed to this world, and to let the world benefit from who God made us. So I want to give a big thank you to my panelists. You women were exceptional. As Nomdeni said, you are powerful and bold. And I trust and believe that everyone here has felt the permission to also walk boldly and powerfully. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, ladies. I hope that was beneficial for everyone. This is some of the smartest women I know. I heard some of the English there. It just, they have another layer of vocabulary. Oh, I forgot about my glasses. So we have come to the end of our morning sessions. This was going to be the longest stretch. We're going to go into lunch now for an hour. And our beautiful friends at Veuve Clicquot have given us a glass of champagne for each lady in the house. I think you have a coupon where you can redeem that. And yeah, let's have lunch. I think there is something important I need to say, Penny. There's nothing else? Oh.
Let's enjoy lunch. You are also welcome to shop at AW Brand & Co. The ladies that were on the panel, they have their products there, except Naimil, who I'm wearing today because she's showcasing in New York, so she couldn't bring her products here. But all the other ladies you can support, including Bona by Wednesday, who I'm wearing right now. I hope the morning was impactful. I hope it was powerful. I hope it was transformational. Please do enjoy lunch. We'll be back in an hour. There will be a notice when we need to come back. After the lunch, we're going to have 2 sessions, and then we're going to have Mentor Power Hour.
I'm 32. I pay my bills. I don't owe anybody. I have some investments, but sometimes I wonder when exactly am I going to be able to earn enough money to afford the real lifestyle I deserve.
You guys say bye to Laju.
Bye, Laju. Love you.
You do you, boo. Anything to get the job done, I stand.
You barely said anything since we've gotten here.
You want to connect with anyone here? Just connect with them. How beautiful they look. You guys
all the wisdom and wellness we need and all the advice we can get from these incredible women is what we're really looking for. And big ups to them, Jamie.
You want to connect with anyone here? Just walk up to them. Tell them how beautiful they look. You guys look stunning.
Today's proceedings, I'm expecting to be empowered by the various speakers that we'll be engaging with. I'm looking forward to networking with other women, getting to know each other. Just to walk out of here confident about what the future holds for me.
About the content creator economy, basically sharing the story of how I built the Lazy Makoti.
It's always unreal every time I see the number of women that are behind this brand. To see it every year grow is mind-blowing. You have to be deliberate about the move that you're going to make. You have to be deliberate about which organization you want to get into and why you want to get into that organization.
So in my Mentor Power Hour, I saw that there was a lot of hunger for knowledge around the luxury economy. People are really interested to uplift themselves and to advance themselves.
There is no substitute for competence. And each and every one of those ladies would walk away thinking about that tonight and actually saying, how do I then draw from where I am to where I want to be?
Absolutely met my expectations and exceeded them. We already have a date for 2024. We're doing this again. I don't want to hear your stories. Just come, get your tickets. You don't want to miss next year.
All the wisdom and wellness we need and all the advice we can get from these incredible women is what we're really looking for. And big ups to Nomdeni.
When someone says not. So in 2016, after being with my husband for 13 years, I met him when I was 19. I knew it was time to move on to the next thing. I don't know how I knew, but I knew that I knew. And I knew in a very quiet and non-aggressive way, to a degree where I understood that I also had to be patient around the discovery on his part. Coming out of that experience, and maybe other people who have had a similar experience know that you are almost, for lack of a better word, forced to pay attention, to stop and pay attention. That kind of experience that involves more than just one person encourages you to look within and really start accounting for what your role was. The thing about sometimes being in a relationship for a very long time is that even when there are challenges, it's very easy to blame the other person. When you come out of that experience, you are now forced to say, what was my part? And how am I going to redefine myself going into this new experience? Coming out of that relationship, I remember in January, a lot of people obviously will start connecting it, but I started a hashtag 30 Days of Awakening. I sent out a message maybe to the universe, some people call it prayer, and I just said, show me what I need to learn today. I'll give myself 30 days. I went into the day really looking for what would be the lesson today. And I remember at the time, my engagement on social went up. That experience came with this lesson. People want to connect. People want authentic conversation. And people want to be better. It was very encouraging for me. And I remember at the end, I said to the team, I want to chat to young girls. It was the 1st of March when I posted the first call to action. And I said, if you want to hang out with me, send me an email. What people don't know is I was expecting 10 emails. At the end of the day, we had 100 emails. And that was the beginning of Edith's Talks in 2016. Brand Woman is evolving and evolving quickly. we long to understand how other women are dealing with their separations, how they're dealing with divorce, how they're dealing with entrepreneurship, how they're dealing with being a mom, being a wife. I get those questions all the time. Being a boss, being a leader, being a founder, just being a badass woman. But a lot of the time we don't have platforms where we can connect authentically. A lot of feedback that I get from people is that my voice sounds authentic. I don't know how that happens, except that I know that I'm very comfortable with my truth and telling my story and expressing it as honestly as I possibly can. In building this platform, I hope I can do that for other women. I hope they can come into an environment where they can feel free to share who they are and walk away being better. And not only walk away from that experience being better, but longing to make other women better.
I'm 32. I pay my bills. I don't owe anybody. I have some investments, but sometimes I wonder what exactly am I going to be able to earn enough money to afford the real lifestyle I deserve.
Bye, Lange, love you.
You do you, boo. Anything to get the job done, I stand.
You've barely said anything since we've gotten here.
Allow us and other people love you.
I just feel that we need to think about ownership, babes. Yep. Ownership.
This is the life, man. Find peace.
No work today.
I took a mental health.
Mommy doesn't chase girls, girls chase mommy. It's fun.
When last did you get some? Jesus, please leave Jesus out of the matter and answer me.
My Instagram is buzzing.
This is amazing.
Okay, see, now you're just showing off.
You want to connect with anyone here? Just walk up to them and tell them how beautiful they look. You guys look stunning.
Today's proceedings, I'm expecting to be empowered by the various speakers that we'll be engaging with. I'm looking forward to networking with other women, getting to know each other.
Just to walk out of here confident about what the future holds for me.
About the content creator economy, basically sharing the story of how I built the Lazy Makoti.
It's always unreal every time I see the number of women that are behind this brand. To see it every year grow is mind-blowing. You have to be deliberate about the move that you're going to make. You have to be deliberate about which organization you want to get into and why you want to get into that organization.
So in my Mentor Power Hour, I saw that there was a lot of hunger for knowledge around the luxury economy. People are really interested to uplift themselves and to advance themselves.
There is no substitute for competence. And each and every one of those ladies would walk away thinking about that tonight and actually saying, how do I then draw from where I am to where I want to be?
Absolutely met my expectations and exceeded them. We already have a date for 2024. We're doing this again. I don't want to hear your stories. Just come, get your tickets. You don't want to miss next year.
All the wisdom and wellness we need and all the advice we can get from these incredible women is what we're really looking for. And big ups to them, Jenny.
When someone says, not another woman's event, you tell them, that's how my life continues to change.
Yeah. Life is bigger than just trying to eat. Life is bigger than just trying to make the most money. Imali khona, money is in abundance. Look at the trees. The trees don't compete for more leaves. They are secure in their own leaves. They're secure in their abundance.
And take what you've learned here today to build your own personal brand and to find a niche or a gap in your corporate spaces, in your entrepreneurial ventures to make a difference.
But you have to be willing to know which battles are worth fighting and which battles you can really let go of.
So you always have to plan. I have learned that planning is my biggest pillar. And underneath that, budgeting. For the months that are dry, budgeting.
genuine and clear about this is what we have, and it's not going to be bigger than this.
And no is a full sentence. So yes, your family is going to be cross with you. The family member is going to block you. They'll unblock you later. You see what I'm saying? That it's going to happen. It's a tough conversation to have, but I need you to do it. Because you not only, yes, it may seem selfish in the short run, because you're doing it for yourself and your direct family, but it's also for your extended family in the long run.
I'm 32. I pay my bills. I don't owe anybody. I have some investments, but sometimes I wonder what exactly am I going to be able to earn enough money to afford the real lifestyle I deserve.
You guys say bye to Laju.
Bye, Laju. Love you.
You do you, boo. Anything to get the job done, I stand.
You've barely said anything since we've gotten here.
Allow us and other people love you.
I just feel that we need to think about ownership, babes. Ownership.
This is the life, man. Find peace.
No work today.
I took a mental health.
Mommy doesn't chase girls, girls chase mommy. It's fun.
When last did you get some? Jesus, please leave Jesus out of the matter and answer me.
My Instagram is buzzing.
This is amazing.
Okay, see, now you're just showing off.
You want to connect with anyone here? Just walk up to them and tell them how beautiful they look. You guys look stunning.
Today's proceedings, I'm expecting to be empowered by the various speakers that we'll be engaging with. I'm looking forward to networking with other women, getting to know each other.
just to walk out of here confident about what the future holds for me.
About the content creator economy, basically sharing the story of how I built the Lazy Makoti.
It's always unreal every time I see the number of women that are behind this brand. To see it every year grow is mind-blowing. You have to be deliberate about the move that you're going to make. You have to be deliberate about which organization you want to get into and why you want to get into that organization.
So in my Mentor Power Hour, I saw that there was a lot of hunger for knowledge around the luxury economy. You know, people are really interested to uplift themselves and to advance themselves.
There is no substitute for competence. And each and every one of those ladies would walk away thinking about that tonight and actually saying, how do I then draw from where I am to where I want to be?
Absolutely met my expectations and exceeded them. We already have a date for 2024. We're doing this again. I don't want to hear your stories. Just come, get your tickets. You don't want to miss next year.
All the wisdom and wellness we need and all the advice we can get from these incredible women is what we're really looking for. And big ups to Jenny.
When someone says, not another woman's event, you tell them, that's how my life continues to change.
Yeah. Life is bigger than just trying to eat. Life is bigger than just trying to make the most money. Imali khona, money is in abundance. Look at the trees. The trees don't compete for more leaves. They are secure in their own leaves. They're secure in their abundance.
And take what you've learned here today to build your own personal brand and to find a niche or a gap in your corporate spaces, in your entrepreneurial ventures to make a difference.
But you have to be willing to know which battles are worth fighting and which battles you can really let go of.
So you always have to plan. I have learned that planning is my biggest pillar. And underneath that, budgeting. For the months that are dry, budgeting.
And be genuine and clear about this is what we have and it's not going to be bigger than this.
And no is a full sentence. So yes, your family is going to be cross with you. The family member is going to block you. They'll unblock you later. You see what I'm saying? That it's going to happen. It's a tough conversation to have, but I need you to do it because you not only, yes, it may seem selfish in the short run because you're doing it for yourself and your direct family, but it's also for your extended family in the long run.
So in 2016, after being with my husband for 13 years, I met him when I was 19. I knew it was time to move on to the next thing. I don't know how I knew, but I knew that I knew. And I knew in a very quiet and non-aggressive way, to a degree where I understood that I also had to be patient around the discovery on his part. Coming out of that experience, and maybe other people who have had a similar experience know that you are almost, for lack of a better word, forced to pay attention, to stop and pay attention. That kind of experience that involves more than just one person encourages you to look within and really start accounting for what your role was. The thing about sometimes being in a relationship for a very long time is that even when there are challenges, it's very easy to blame the other person. When you come out of that experience, you are now forced to say, what was my part? And how am I going to redefine myself going into this new experience? Coming out of that relationship, I remember in January, a lot of people obviously will start connecting it, but I started a hashtag 30 Days of Awakening. I sent out a message maybe to the universe, some people call it prayer, and I just said, show me what I need to learn today. I'll give myself 30 days. I went into the day really looking for what would be the lesson today. And I remember at the time, my engagement on social went up. That experience came with this lesson. People want to connect. People want authentic conversation. And people want to be better. It was very encouraging for me. And I remember at the end, I said to the team, I want to chat to young girls. It was the 1st of March when I posted the first call to action. And I said, if you want to hang out with me, send me an email. What people don't know is I was expecting 10 emails. At the end of the day, we had 100 emails. And that was the beginning of Edit's Talks in 2016. Brand Woman is evolving and evolving quickly. We long to understand how other women are dealing with their separations, how they're dealing with divorce, how they're dealing with entrepreneurship, how they're dealing with being a mom, being a wife. I get those questions all the time. Being a boss, being a leader, being a founder, just being a badass woman. But a lot of the time we don't have platforms where we can connect authentically. A lot of feedback that I get from people is that my voice sounds authentic. I don't know how that happens, except that I know that I'm very comfortable with my truth and telling my story and expressing it as honestly as I possibly can. In building this platform, I hope I can do that for other women. I hope they can come into an environment where they can feel free to share who they are and walk away being better. And not only walk away from that experience being better, but longing to make other women better.
I'm 32. I pay my bills. I don't owe anybody. I have some...
Please welcome your host back on stage, Nomdeni.
Stage. Am I back on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, everyone who is outside, by the verve, bar, we see you. We are judging you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the last part of, well, it's not the last part, the second segment of our event, which I'm really excited about. I'm trying to see the people that are supposed to be coming up on stage. Can I see them? Yay! There are my powerful ladies at the back. So one of the things that always happens when I curate the Agenda Women Summit or any of the events and experiences under the Agenda Women umbrella is maybe this is a good time for me to also answer the question of how do I select the people that are on stage? Because I get a lot of emails, people sending me their profiles, telling me that they've risen up the ranks and they're CEOs and they're CMOs. But unfortunately, I think everyone can feel that that is not the energy of the space. The energy of the space is not so much who is more accomplished than the other. It is an energy of what is it that I believe that women at a particular time need to hear. So often what happens is, as I navigate my life, I navigate my day, I meet so many amazing women, and they plant a seed. And what actually happened is, my good friend Sophie Masipa, who will be moderating the next panel, invited me into a conversation which was so inspiring, so life-changing with Mama Ibukun Owasika, who was traveling from Nigeria. And as part of that conversation, Sophie had invited some of her friends who are in the energy space, the energy sector, and interfacing with those women about the opportunities, what they're pursuing, how they're navigating a predominantly male-dominated space. I believed in my heart there was a need for this conversation to be part of the stage. So the next conversation is going to explore intricacies around the corporate spaces, around entrepreneurship, anchored in male-dominated environments like the energy space. Ladies, I need you to open your ears, and I need you to listen in on this conversation. This is your money conversation. This is the opportunity conversation. You know, sometimes you come across people and you ask yourself, how did they do so well? How do they know this? How do they know? They just were in the right room listening to the right conversation. That's why I asked Sophie, Fumani, and Kelly Ann to come and have a conversation with us about what they're interfacing with, what they're seeing, what they're navigating, what they can share with us around building success in the energy sector in very different ways for each one of them. I'm going to call on stage Sophie Masipa, who is going to moderate the conversation. I never say what the titles of the people are because that's not what we're about. They will share what it is that they do. Kelly Ann and Fumani, they are going to be speaking on the opportunities that exist in the energy space. Thank you so much for agreeing to the invitation.
35.
I'm gonna fix it for you. Sophie wants her 5 minutes. It's 35 minutes.
I need my 5 minutes. This is the money talk. Hi, ladies. It's a pity we couldn't have had this conversation over lunch, because essentially what I'd like to do is to invite you into a room, or what would probably be a conversation between me and my friends over tea, coffee, a glass of verve. I know they say this segment of the afternoon is about work smart. For us, it's essentially around work smart, work bold, work transformative. So that's what I hope we aim to capture in the little 35 minutes that we have today. My name is Sophie Masipa. I'm a brand strategist turned communications expert turned maritime specialist. So I'm really keen and love this conversation. We've been talking about, how do you make bold moves as a woman? Yeah, so we'll have a conversation about that. From an energy point of view, I sit on 2 energy companies. One is an energy fund, and the other one is an energy development and investment business. So I'm going to introduce you to what I call the formidable duo. And Nomdeni is right. I have a whole lot I think I have 10 friends in the energy sector. They all run businesses in different ways. I'm going to introduce you to Fumani. Fumani is a co-founder of Pele Energy Group, and she's actually the MD of Knowledge Pele. Knowledge Pele executes on the group's structural transformation agenda through applying a social impact investment model to transform rural, township, peri-urban communities into thriving economies. This girl is interested in transformation. I love listening to Fumani and her story and everything she touches. It's all about transformation. Kellyanne Melia is a co-founder and chairperson of Energy Capital and Power. ECP is an Africa-focused global investment platform for the energy sector. Since 2016, ECP has been bringing together energy stakeholders across the entire value chain, from oil and gas exploration to renewable power, to connect, network, and invest on the African continent through a series of events, online content, and investment reports. So something similar to this, but really focused on the energy sector. You know, one of my favorite books, or maybe one of my favorite inspirational speakers, is Simon Sinek, because he always says you must start with the why. And that's where I want to start with these two ladies. So Fumani, why? What was the inspiration for you moving into this sector? I mean, you had a highly lucrative corporate job.
Pseudo-lucrative, I would say, because I actually did not work for very long. I worked for Standard Bank for a very short time, actually, before starting our business. So we started our business in 2009, and that makes us 15 this year. So really the bulk of my life as a professional, I've spent building Billy. My why has everything to do with how I grew up. I was born and raised in Davidton on the East Rand. Are the Davidton people in the room? That never happens to me. That's fantastic. So, you know, I was born in Davidton, and I think for me, the thing that's always been very moving is experiencing inequality. You know, whilst home was Davidton, I went to school outside of Davidton, and from a very early age, you start to recognize the inequalities that are emerging between yourself and your friends. And, you know, just in basic things, your reading proficiency, your mathematical abilities. And what was also obvious to me is that the only thing that had changed was the fact that I could go to a better school than my friends. And that to me said there's something wrong with our society, because for the most part, I'm completely equal with these people, but I'm now on a path that makes it clear to me that our life outcomes will be different. That for me has been my why. It's just recognizing how unjust inequality is. And I think in so many other things that have been formative for me, you know, born in '84, by the time I'm 10, South Africa's transforming. You know, I have this concept of what it means to be a good person, which means to sacrifice. I mean, you know, you have like our struggle heroes, they're all coming back from exile. And so I had this concept of what constitutes a meaningful life is also a life that is one of service to society. You know, a lot of the people that we recognize as our struggle heroes were people who had choices. They were degreed when very few people were degreed. They could have done other things with their lives. They could have left for good and built great lives elsewhere, but they remained committed to the communities and the society that had formed them. And so that to me is my why. You know, I recognize that you're very right. I could have just stayed in corporate and, you know, bought a nice car, house, etc. And there's nothing wrong with that path, but I felt like there was a capability within myself to do more. And in my business partners, that's exactly what I found. I found that we were, you know, all five of us, people who recognized, okay, these banking jobs are cool, but we want to do more because we know and love people who are excluded from this economy. And it's not just our family, it's not just our friends, but it's our broadest sense of community that has led us to this work. How we find ourselves in energy is almost the coincidence. We see energy as the catalyst for our role in society, which is to expand what we refer to as the justice dividend, you know, the way that we were able to participate in the project of freedom in South Africa is what we want for all people. I want every South African to feel free in the most material and lived sense of their lives, and the project that is Billy is built around that purpose.
Fantastic. Kellyanne, unlike Fumani, you are not really a developer, right? But you've built a formidable platform using energy as a catalyst, in essence. What's your why? What's your why around this entrepreneurship space?
I'm not South African. I wasn't born on the continent. I'm from the UK originally. My mother's Jamaican. And I've always had a love for travel and for adventure. And as life kind of evolved, I found myself married to a Cameroonian man we'd met in Equatorial Guinea. And he said, pick one, Accra or Joburg. And I picked Joburg, and I'm very glad I did. And I found myself, I stumbled into working in media, in oil and gas. And my colleagues at the time, we knew we could do something different. We knew we could make a bigger impact. And we realized that there is a story to be told about the continent, about investing, bringing international investors into the continent to partner up with local companies to bring skills and technology onto the continent. So we realized there was a need to storytell about Africa, African energy as an investment destination, and we picked some of the most interesting countries to work in. We started at Equatorial Guinea, we've moved to Angola, Libya, we've worked in South Sudan, for example. We're launching in Congo, Brazzaville, Algeria, and I think for us there's value in sharing the story of underdogs on the continent, and so we've tasked ourselves with promoting investment in African energy, infrastructure, and mining. And we've done that primarily through content, sharing daily stories, creating conferences and exhibitions across the continent where we bring stakeholders. We promote an African narrative to say, you know, there's African talent here, there's African companies with the capabilities to partner up with international companies and to go forth and, you know, solve the energy issues that we have across the continent. It's not a South African issue, it's a continental issue.
They make it sound easy, right? And obviously, it cannot be easy. We cannot have this conversation without talking about challenges and the barriers, especially in highly male-dominated industries. The one thing we've all been talking about is that this is a long game. These are industries that are about a length of time. When I tell you where these people's businesses are sitting, you may think it's an overnight success. Fumani said 15 years. Kellyanne has been going on since 2009. So
2016.
16, I mean. Yeah. But before then, you were still doing work in this space. So it's a long game. You have to be willing to get your hands dirty. And if we're going to have conversations about bold moves, we have to have conversations about getting your hands dirty. It's actually a non-negotiable. You eat or die in that space because you put in so much of your money. So Fumani, like you guys are already at 2 gigawatts of energy. You are a multi-million rand business. You employ about 106 people. So what were some of the unique challenges you faced by yourselves, by your partners? I mean, you're still the only woman in the industry, so I mean, in your team. So what are some of those challenges, and what does it take, or what has it taken, actually?
All right, so from a co-founding perspective, it's true I'm one of 5 founders and the only female, but I'm no longer the only female shareholder, and I think that's really important to state. And it's something we're really proud of because we've had people come into the organization that have themselves then treated Billy as their own and are now part of our ownership structure, women, and I'm really proud of that. I think, and maybe I'll start there, I think one of the misnomers about the energy sector is that it's male-dominated. And not only that it's male-dominated, but that it requires engineering as a primary capability. Now, of course, this is core, but it's not the only thing that happens in the energy sector. I mean, Kellyanne is in the energy sector, and that's, she's not an engineer. Well, I don't know if you are. But that's, your lens and what you're doing in building the energy sector is not engineering focused. Similarly, in our world, how we got into the sector as co-founders, none of us were engineers. Like I've said, and this is absolutely the truth of our story, we got into energy primarily coming out of the banking sector, but wanting to develop society. That's how we got into energy. And so the first barrier, and I think at this point the market's kind of made sense of who we are, but the first barrier was conveying the fact that that's what we think the purpose of the energy sector ought to be. So, it's great that it delivers the electricity that's powering this event, but we think that energy should be a core part of how you transform the entire economy of South Africa, meaning that it needs to create a kind of development that is tangible in a township, in a village, in a rural area. And when we say tangible, I'm not just talking about access to electricity, which is of course a fundamental right, actually, if you're going to live a dignified life in a modern society. But there's a lot more to it. It's about participating in the job opportunities that it creates. It's about participating as a supplier of a variety of goods. I think one of the things that's not really spoken about is that some of the biggest beneficiaries of the energy sector in this country are lawyers. They make proper money from structuring our transactions and ensuring that the contracts are sound. We work with a variety of analysts and technical specialists who look at our financial models. The community development aspects of what we do are a huge part of the obligation. We have BEE specialists. The value chain is broad. And I think that's the first message that I want to land, because in thinking about South Africa's economy, the primary way in which it's framed is that it's a minerals and energy nexus. That is the history of this economy. And whilst it's transforming, if you think of our banking sector, you won't have typically a team in our banks that is focused on, let's say, tech as a space. In the States, you might find that, but not in South Africa. You're not going to find that because the history of this economy is so geared towards mining. There is not a single bank in South Africa that doesn't have a big mining team. There is not a single bank in South Africa that doesn't have a project finance team that's focused on infrastructure, including, amongst other asset classes, the energy sector. So in I guess, spreading a message around the nature of the opportunity, what I'm trying to say is that these are two mega components of what makes the South African economy, and there's so much that's bolted onto these two mega components that we can all participate in. The energy sector represents a demand. We all need it in South Africa, and I mean, the rest of the continent is in dire need of a lot more energy generation. So in thinking about energy, what you're thinking about is a growth sector that you can participate in from wherever you are, if you're interested in the sector. Now, the barriers are barriers that are really a function of capital, right? And again, I just want to talk about the structure of how South Africa's economy currently works. And that's not to say it ought to work that way, but it's a way of thinking about it so you can win in this economy. A lot of the ways in which funding is structured in South Africa, particularly for Black people and for young people and for women, that funding is built on this frame of BEE that always assumes that in order for you to create value, you need to come with some kind of big brother, right? So our very first project, we had a big brother, right? We were partnered really by a bank with a French-German company, and that's how we established our first project, a 36-megawatt solar farm that's in the Western Cape. It's taken us 15 years to get to a point where we are the 100% owner and developer and operator of our own power plant. It takes time, but what I'm trying to sort of open your eyes to is the fact that partnerships are quite critical, and they will be your foot in the door, and it will take time until you have a balance sheet that allows you to say, I'm going to go to a bank and raise 2 billion for my own project. But all of that is possible. Just be alive to the nature of the game, work the system in the way that it currently is, whilst we also continue to advocate for it to change. But I think access to capital is one of the biggest issues, and thinking smartly around partnerships can be a critical way into the sector.
Excellent. So you've seen that. There are three key things I think I want you to get out of there. She spoke growth sectors. Think for yourself. We've spoken about funding, we've spoken about collaboration as key aspects to get out. And I guess we've touched on the challenges and barriers. But Kellyanne, as an entrepreneur, I mean, you're building a business that's valued at $35 million US, 50 employees. I want to know how you've navigated the setbacks and obstacles in your journey, and what are the strategies you've employed to establish your leadership and overcome even the gender barrier?
Okay. In terms of overcoming difficulties, during COVID, all of our revenue stopped overnight. Whatever, March 20th, the whole world shut down, and most of our revenue came from in-person events, in-person conferences and exhibitions. And so at that time, we had about 28 employees, and I probably cried myself to sleep every single night during 2020 because I'm like, I can't let these people down. I don't want to fire anybody. I don't want to put their family at risk, their kids at risk. And we scrapped. We scrapped and we fought, and we scrapped and we fought. We found ways to generate revenue elsewhere. We turned back to publications, which was where we had come from, because that was the only way to get revenue from sponsors. And I look back at that time, and that time built us. That time, we don't want to let anybody go. We're going to keep every single employee. And we could have fired our team, but we didn't. We kept everybody on, and we came back in 2021. We scrapped again, running away from lockdowns and, South Africa, red list, all of this nonsense that we were going through. And we managed to pull off a whole year of events. We were literally sprinting, trying to escape lockdowns and flight restrictions and travel bans. And if I look back at what that has taught me is that the emergency has to come to an end. Yeah. It can't continue indefinitely. And you then also have to look at, how am I regulating myself in this situation? It's not going to help crying myself every night. I was pregnant at the time. What was that doing to my health? For what? Yeah. We survived. Yeah. And it's a case of, I know at that time I was leaning on my own understanding, my own capability. Submit it to God. Yeah. That's his level, not mine. That's his level, it's not mine. It's beyond my pay grade to deal with. And that's something that I have learned, is that the emergency will end. Yeah. The morning will come, the dawn will come. And in the meantime, you do the best you can. And the second part of your question was gender.
Yeah, I think you've covered it in terms of how have you employed the strategies you've employed in a highly regulated male space. A lot of us work in spaces. Yes, we are a whole lot of women sitting here, but we know that some rooms you walk into, and the first thing people are like, you're young, you're a woman, what the hell do you know?
Absolutely, and I had that from within my own organization to start off with. So the individuals that I co-founded the business with, they were all my bosses in our previous organization. So I had my boss, and his boss. Those were my co-founders. And they didn't, even though on paper I'm a shareholder, they did not want me to participate. I remember asking, so I remember at that time I owned 25% of the company. I said, look, I know I'm coming in as commercial director. Can I sit in with the management meetings, please? No. Well, that was their response. And it was only until it was our bank who said, no, you're a shareholder. You have a responsibility to be in all of these meetings, whether or not you're in the management team. So let her in. And oftentimes we think, oh, it's about going into, we're in front of a client or it's within our team, there's these difficulties, but I had that kind of very real experience from within my own organization. So I made it a point to become very women-friendly in my organization. So I made that a point going forward.
That's fantastic. I want to pick up from that. One, firstly, a lot of you would have identified with the COVID issue. But I think one of the key things around the conversations we're having is in those spaces, because it's such a long journey, pivoting is key. When the money's coming in, it sounds fine. But you have to have the right systems and processes in place, because when it stops overnight, you have to dig deep around what you know. I know I read up on you guys. When the first big deal you did, it didn't go through, you had to go back to consulting to make it work, So I think that we must never forget that even though we're stepping into spaces that we're not necessarily knowledgeable about, we always have something to fall back on. And we must never forget those spaces. I always say you need a pom-pom. when you run a business. Because if you don't wake up early every day to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I can do this, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But on that, it's also not a lone game, this. And I really want to touch on the issue of impact. I know, Fumani, you're so passionate about your why, which really speaks to impact, right? But who has impacted you along your journey, and how have you then impacted others? I really want to move away from this energy thing and really just get into the depth of who these women are that's allowed them to run this game.
I mean, I think for me, the most impactful people in my life have been my mother and grandmother. I was raised by, my parents, my mom and dad were there, but for at least the first 5 years of my life, we lived with my paternal grandmother, and she was like my absolute best friend. And the beauty, I think, of that relationship was that she was less concerned with mothering us, because like our mothers could do that, and she was very interested in us as people. And so, when she saw that I had an interest in politics, she was like, great, because that's my lane. So, her and I would sit and like listen to 702, and I was very happy to do that. I was very happy to kind of live in her world, maybe because we were similar, it made sense. But my grandmother, I think, helped me to feel like it was okay to be introverted, to have very academic kind of interests in life, and that I could have a voice at a very early age. So she felt fine. We were watching the TRC. What's your opinion on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission? And I'm like, what, 6, 7? And because of that, it gave me the confidence to assert myself and my opinions. So my grandmother was extremely she was a key anchor for me. And we remained like best friends until she passed on. And then my mom, raised us very Catholic. And so her and I had an interesting relationship because of my political orientation, I really struggled to understand how we could really buy into the notion of God when Black people are suffering so much. That for me, I think, was my biggest spiritual question, and why do you buy in so much when there's so much suffering around us? How do we reconcile that? And I think there've been many lessons from her, but I think when she finally understood how I think, how she spoke to me about it was, well, think of it this way. You don't have to think of heaven as some place after life. Think of heaven as a place that you can create here on earth. And then ask yourself how you're going to show up as an extension of what you think God ought to do for Black people. And that, for me, I think has helped me to find,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Kellyanne, same question for you. Who has impacted you and impacted this journey and makes you think through what makes you you today?
Yeah, I would say my late father. My dad passed in 2021, and he was a white guy to start off with. My dad was white, but he was the most unconventional person, and he had evolved himself constantly through his life. So he left school, no qualifications, had wanted to go to university, but he was poor. Started off doing odd jobs. He became a roadie for what then became Glastonbury Festival, which we know there's this international pop festival. So he's exposed to all of these big bands, the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, and he fell into that lifestyle of literally, drugs, sex, rock and roll. And he found himself in prison in Spain for attempting to, he was a drug runner between Morocco and Spain. He found himself in jail. He got released. I forgot what the president at the time, he was a dictator, but he came out of power, he got a pardon, and he came back to the UK. And my dad, he found Christ. He turned his life around. And it wasn't until, I'm going to get emotional, it wasn't until his funeral that I learned so much about him. And someone that I didn't know came up to, pay tribute to my dad. And the thing that they shared with us is that his name was Richard. Richard was so grateful for what God had done in his life. He left school with nothing. He was in prison. He managed to turn his life around, but only through the power of Christ. Thank you. And when I think about when you're in a situation and you think, someone said, it was Rory sang earlier on, said, most of us don't believe in ourselves because we don't love ourselves, but God loves us. And it's trusting in that power that you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you, and you are never too far gone. You are never in such a difficult place that you cannot be rescued from that and brought out of that situation. So in terms of when you look and you think, wow, like, it can't get any worse. It probably can't, but it gets better for sure. Yeah. Excuse my emotions, guys.
It shows, ladies, that we may be bold women who wear pants in a room, but essentially deep down, we're women who are soft inside, and we're still women. And I think what's key about this for me is the ladies have shared some really truly personal stories, and that it's important to enter in your femininity. We must never even forget that, is that they've entered in their feminine into very highly male-dominated industries. You don't have to be a man to do what people believe are manly things, okay? I don't sign any deal in pants. It's a rule. It's been like that since 2009. But I want to move it quickly. I did ask for my 5 minutes, and I'm going to take them. I want to spend 1 minute talking about splitting it between the two of you. 30 seconds, work-life balance. Yes, most of your partners are probably married, you're not. How do you balance out so that no one puts all the work on you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not married. I don't have children. Of course, the notion of balance is like 50-50. I think we all understand is untrue. What I've learned to do more and more is to take my opportunities for pleasure. So my partner and I enjoy traveling. We play sports. We recently got a dog. Yeah, I know. I was terrified of dogs until the beginning of this year. And when we came back from holiday, he was like, let's get a dog. It's going to make our lives so much better. And it really has. And for me, it's the little things. I think I find balance and joy. The reality is work from a time perspective is very consuming. But I'm doing the best that I can to insert moments of joy into my life, and that's how I'm finding balance.
Kellyanne, you're a wife and mother, and you did say you were pregnant during COVID when the business was happening, going through its dip. What's work-life balance to you? 30 seconds. I've got two more questions.
I mean, during COVID, I was pregnant and I was finishing off my master's, so I was up till 4 a.m. finishing it. That's a reality because, COVID. But for me, I have 3 kids, I have a husband, I run multiple businesses. And I'm also a sister. I've got a mother. She's a widow. So you have to show up the best you can. And I'm never going to get it right 100% of the time. But in terms of practically, I try and outsource as much as possible. I'm not going to go around and pretend like I do it all. I don't. I do not. So I have an au pair. I have a housekeeper. That's the reality. Clothes need washing. Clothes need folding.
That's what happens when you have millions, ne?
I'm not sure. That's not how I grew up. I grew up doing, ironing baskets for pocket money on a Saturday. That's how I grew up. But the reality is that I find myself in this position whereby there's certain things that I want to do, and I'm not going to shy away from my ambitions because, I need to go and do a Woolies shop or whatever. Do it online. Keep it moving.
So I'm going to use my requested 5 minutes in the following ways. I'm going to give the ladies 2 minutes, to really give you some advice. What advice would you give to aspiring entrepreneurs, whether they were trying to get into the energy space or a highly technical infrastructure business? And then the last one, I will tell you what it's going to be, but it's going to take 30 minutes. So I need 2 minutes, and I'm timing you. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to be Oscar on you.
I would say begin with the end in mind, and not the end as a fixed state, but the end as your ultimate dream, and build towards your ultimate dream, and think in terms bigger than what is before you. When we started our business, we didn't know what an independent power producer was. It did not exist in South Africa. We started our business because we wanted to serve communities, and we wanted to have the intellectual autonomy to do that without relying on aid, and therefore we needed a commercial model to do it. And from truly nowhere, we start to then discover that there's this renewable energy industry that's going to start in South Africa. What that has done for us is that it's given us the ability to build these 2 gigawatts of energy, but it also means that these power plants are hosted by the very communities that we wanted to serve, and therefore we have the financial means as a consequence of our power plants to do what we've always wanted to do. So start with the end in mind, don't fixate on the form, but be clear about the fact that this is how you want to impact society, and go for it, and appreciate that the journey is not going to be easy. If you're looking for an easy road, I'm not certain it exists, and certainly not to build something really big. It took us 10 years to even get to a point where we had stable salaries. And now we're at year 15, and we've almost forgotten that it was 10 very difficult years where we would pay everyone but ourselves. Commit to something big, dream up something that society hasn't seen before, and I am living proof that it will absolutely become manifest in your life.
Kellyanne, dream big, ladies.
Just to build on what Fumani said, I think I'm a very pragmatic person, so I like to give kind of pragmatic and practical advice. So extend the time frame that you're working towards. You're not going to get rich in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Extend that. We're talking 40, 50 years to build something of substance that's going to last, where the structure's in place that are going to take you forward and take your community forward. I think the other thing as well is to realize that the African continent is the last frontier globally. And you are best placed, you are here, you are ready to take advantage of that. The next wave of African millionaires and billionaires are going to be found in energy, they're going to be found in agriculture, they're going to be found in engineering and infrastructure type of projects. They're not fancy, they're not flashy, they're not shiny, but they're going to make you very, very wealthy. They're going to make your families and your communities very, very wealthy. What does wealth bring? It brings impact, it brings change, it brings improvement in education, in healthcare, in basic provision. So if you're interested in those sectors, go out, get into the rooms, go into the conferences, write about it. LinkedIn is your platform to start become a voice if you're interested in establishing yourself in those sectors. So you know what, if you want to go and build something, extend your time horizon and know that there's industries out there which represent, the next, I don't know, trillions of USD. We're not talking about Rand, ZAR. We're talking about USD here. So go and take it if you want it.
Okay, and my last minute is, what's your guiding principle? 30 seconds. What's your guiding work principle?
Guiding?
Guiding principle, yeah, for your work life.
A commitment to honesty. I think being true to myself, being true to the values that I was raised by, and being true to what I think really matters for society's future. So truth, truth, truth.
Kellyanne?
I like to say humanity is free. It doesn't cost you anything to be kind, to be respectful. And that's why I live by humanity is free.
Ladies, I really do wish this was like an hour and a half conversation. I almost even brought a glass of Verve to the stage, because essentially these are the conversations we have over lunchtime. And we're available, I think, throughout the afternoon to have a conversation about tough industries. Like I said, I'm in maritime, so we're always willing to have those conversations. But I just thought, as we close off, we wanted to challenge everybody in this room. We're having a laugh about it earlier on, that, women come together, sometimes they start a stokvel for grocery, stokvel for what. We want to challenge you that the next time you're thinking around a stokvel, it must be a stokvel investment club. There are businesses like Whipple that have built that are formidable today. Yes, it was not built around the stokvel concept, but there are stokvels we've invested on share platforms such as that. So we want to challenge you to when the big gets tough in that dream, the stepping stones, think about how you collaborate with your friends, learn from your friends, and maybe put together a group of, an investment club that starts on the share platform, buys shares, and builds over time. Like I said, I wish we had more time, but we are available the whole afternoon. I think Kellyanne and myself.
I'm available, yeah.
Fumani might not be around, but please get in touch. And Nomdeni, thanks so much for opening up the space. We hope next year we can do a bigger one on double. It won't just be energy. We'll have a conversation on infrastructure or doing hard things.
Yeah.
Going into hard industries and really doing hard things. Thanks so much, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Were they also crying? I could tell. There's a tissue here. Can see the evidence. Ladies, we are going to the last part of our event, and I had to do an outfit change. I just had to. I didn't want to, but I mean, what can I do if they keep sending these outfits? I have to keep wearing them. I just want to give a shout out to Jennifer Rowland, a Nigerian designer who sent me this. It actually came this morning at 5 a.m. and I'm going to give another shout out to my stylist, Julianne, if she's watching in the stream. She was at the airport at 5 a.m. to pick up this outfit. A shout out to my makeup artist, Ngobile, who put elastic bands because these pants were too long. But we're here. We're here. Really, really so grateful for everyone in the room to be exposed to the voices that I get exposed to. It's such a privilege to be able to interface with the kind of women that you have met today, some who I've spoken to, and some who have spoken with each other. Thank you so much, Sophie, Kellyanne, and Fumani, for sharing your vast experience and knowledge. The next panel is absolutely my favorite, absolutely my favorite. Does anyone know who's been here, which one we're going into now? It's the last one of the day. Anyone who's been at the Entrepreneurial Women Summit knows which one I'm talking about. You might win a prize. Yay! It is the money conversation. At the core of our work, as I expressed, is the economic empowerment of women. I think we're serving desserts. Are we serving desserts or are we cleaning up? We're serving, okay. The cackling is distracting me a little bit, and I don't want to get into the conversation whilst the serving is happening. So I'm going to pause, and I'll wait for my team to give me instruction around how we're going to do this. This is a very, very important conversation, and I would not want to start it with dessert being served. So maybe, can we play music and the dessert is served, and then we start the conversation? Are you guys okay with that? Yeah, because I don't want you guys to be trying to get the waiter's attention, so let's do the serving, and then we'll come back and start the conversation.
Ladies, I hope you've enjoyed your desserts. We're going to continue now.
The bar. Okay. Okay, ladies, we are back. I hope you enjoyed your dessert. Is everyone good? Is everyone feeling sweet? Is everyone okay? Guys, I did a whole outfit change and you're talking amongst yourself. You're not even looking at me. What was the point? People were on the ground trying to fix my pants and you guys are just like, Okay, ladies, the next panel, like I said, is a very important one. It speaks to the core of the work that we do. It speaks to the practical parts of the work that we do. If you remember our why, it said it's to give women the confidence to own their future. Did you hear Mama Agnes talking about confidence? The thing about confidence is you underestimate it if you have it, what it means to not have it, and the limitations that come with not being bold enough to walk into rooms and express yourself, to be bold enough to say you're going to raise children when their father has passed on, to be bold enough to say, I'm going to take charge of my life, I'm going to be accountable. That's the dilemma with confidence, that is not tangible. But when you don't have it, that moment when it comes, you recognize the importance of confidence. So we want to give you the confidence by giving you tools and resources and stories of people who look like you, who've done great things. And this confidence is also going to be addressing the internal and external barriers of our economic empowerment and independence. I would like to ask the waiters to please stop serving whilst we have this panel. It's very, very important to me. I cannot compromise on this one. If you need to have something, please step out of the room and take care of yourself. But in the room, we're going to have a very, very important conversation, and I need all your attention. So the internal barriers when it comes to confidence sometimes speaks to the things that we do to affect our own economic independence. We're not victims to the system at all times. Sometimes we participate in our own demise. So when I came across the work that Nedbank is doing around a term that I was not even familiar with called financial abuse, I fought. I said it has to take place at the Agenda Women Summit. This conversation needs to take place in this room with women who I know are going to start a fire. In this room with women I know are going to go back to their friends and say, friend, Chomi, listen, you need to look out for this thing. So when we think about abuse, we think of emotional abuse, we think of physical abuse, but have you heard the term financial abuse? Before I start this conversation, before even my guests come up, there's a survey that Nedbank sent us that they would like us to participate in quickly, just so that you can vet yourself and see when it comes to the story. I can't remember how many questions it is. Guess so, how many questions are we looking at? So that we can anticipate when we're finishing our survey. It's going to be pretty quick. Only 5 questions. You can scan. I want to see those phones up like you're taking a selfie. I'm in my teacher mode now. Please scan. And once you're done, we will go to the first question. Is everyone good? Are you accessing? Okay, I'll give you time. Please access. Is this the voting? Is it live? Look at Nedbank making us fancy. We've never done this. Okay, are you a dual income household? Let's see. Let's get voting. 38 years, 40 years. Yo, guys, double salaries are nice. Double salaries are nice. I pay for the same house by myself. No, 38. Okay, so we have a nice number. Nice number. What's on occasion? What's on occasion? Okay, question 2. Do you want to move to question 2? My partner shields me from worrying about finances for big ticket items in our household. Nice. I don't want to raise hands. The no's and the yes. Okay. Independent ladies. What's maybe I'm not sure? What do you mean? What do you mean, maybe I'm not sure? Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe I'm not sure people who don't have partners. That's what they're saying. Next question, please. I make decisions on large financial purchases. Yo. So the cars that I'm seeing outside are for the girls by the girls. They're for the girls by the girls. The cars in the parking lot are for the girls by the girls. So we are sitting on 89, and then the next question, please. My partner and I do engage and discuss finances in our house. Khona my partner phakamisa izandla, guys, siyazini proud. Stick to the survey. Okay, so we have a yes. We have a yes. Am I able to access this data when it's done, like to look at it? Wait, oh, you're gonna bring it to me? Okay, okay. Or am I gonna see it here? The final one? Okay. All right, the next one. In my household or relationship, I have access to all my partner's finances. All of them. All of them. There's no account in the Cayman Islands that you don't know about. Offshore. Khona abanye abathulile who've been very active the whole day. Okay, so it's a no. So it's a no. Partly on some items, and then we have a yes. Okay, so there's a story that's emerging here. Do we have another question? Oh, is this the final one? In my household or relationship, my partner has access to all my finances. Mina guys, angina household. Angina household mina. Guys, it's giving, it's not a partnership. It's giving, it's not a partnership. Is there another question? My partner monitors how I use my money. Guys, I can't see who's voting. I can't see who's voting. I'm just seeing the numbers. Is there another question? Oh, my partner monitors how I use my money. I was interested in the question of whether you monitor your partner's money. Do you monitor your partner's money? Do I have the answers? Do I have the data? Okay, am I able to see it? I'm seeing Agenda Women 2024. Guys, we are very fancy this year. I think we need to do this more often. Okay, so we have the questions. We're going to wait for the answers. And whilst we do that, I'm going to call on my panel. This is a panel that is powered by Nedbank. I've worked with Nedbank for quite some time now. It's a brand. Let me speak to the brand. It's a brand that I trust. It's a brand that I value. The work that they do in empowering not only the people in the organization, but empowering their partners is incredible. I have the pleasure of working with many brands, and I think everyone knows I'm quite selective about who I get to work with. And it's been a pleasure to work with Nedbank, to have the support that they give Agenda Women, their investment in the term female economy. You'll see it. I'm launching my website soon, and I'm going to be speaking on the female economy. Their investment, the education that I have been exposed through the work of their research and advisory team and the financial wellness team has absolutely changed the way that I view my own life. This little story I told about my daughter earlier partly is influenced by all this work and the exposure to the information that they continue to share with us as their partners. I would like to call on stage Lizzie Mohale, who is straight from Nedbank, heading the research and advisory team and insights. She's the lady that is always working on figuring out what kind of data does the bank need to create better products for our community. And she's wearing green, of course. Please. The second person I'm going to call on stage is another Nedbanker. And he's going up next, not because he's from Nedbank, because he's male, and he's one of our favorite males at the Agenda Woman platform. If you're here in 2023, you all know we're obsessed with Dr. Frank Magwegwe, who's going to come on stage now. Woo! And that is Dr. Frank. Dr. Frank is passionate about financial wellness. There is going to be a topic that we're going to get into around financial health. They are making me very financially smart. You see my terms, financial abuse, financial health. So the concept of financial health is the question of how healthy are you financially? You know how healthy you are. You know your BMI at gym. You know how healthy your body is. But what constitutes financial health? What are the barriers to your financial health? So we're going to talk a little about that. The next person that's coming up on stage is Musidi, one of my favorite digital creators. She calls herself a Godfluencer. And you know what I really love about the work that I get to do is that it really speaks to how I move in the world. I've met Musidi at an event that Kabelo Mohale hosted called Beloved. Kabelo is in the room. I know she has a lot of fans. So we were at Beloved, and I had seen her interview Musidi, and then I met Musidi there. And then now we're here. Now we're here. There is so much about your energy and who it attracts. If you want to know who you are, see who's around you. They are truly a reflection of the things that you want to discuss, the things that you want to become or maybe not become, the things that you want to avoid in yourself and see in other people. I'm truly blessed to be surrounded by this crowd. The last person I'm going to call to the stage is a psychologist who is Dr. Ketso. The Nedbank team said Kitso, and I said, this one sounds in Zulu, it's Ketso, not Kitso. This is the part in Zulu where I win. So she said, Ketso, you're fine. Dr. Ketso is a clinical psychologist. Who is dressed so magnificently. I love the neck piece. Stunning. Please join us at the end there. So how we curated this conversation is that we're going to be educational, we're going to share stories, and then we're going to figure out what we do when we leave the room. So I want you to give us attention. I want you to open up your mind. I want you to ask yourself questions as we navigate the conversation, because in essence what we want to do is for you to be able to leave the room and say, where do I sit in the spectrum of financial health? What is my exposure to financial abuse? So, thank you for joining me.
Great to be here.
Listen, Nigerians are not trying to get me to breathe. But I will breathe. Thank you so much for the work that you do, Lizzie. Your position at the bank, helping the bank stay true to their vision of cultivating good money habits, and therefore not only saying that as a slogan, but investing behind the scenes to figuring out what does that look like for the individuals that they serve. I want you to give us insight into what the bank discovered around financial abuse and what was prominent for you to share in the room and why you felt this conversation was important.
Awesome, Nomdeni. Thank you, and it's so awesome to be here. You ladies look lovely in the room. So Nomdeni, as Nedbank, we challenged ourselves a few years ago to say we want to be purpose-led. And we said our purpose is to be financial experts who do good, right? And that was anchored to say, how do we use the expertise around money management to do good for societies? And we all know in South Africa, GBV is quite prevalent. But we said, as a bank, we don't know anything around GBV. But we do know that more than 90% of cases of GBV are anchored on finances. And we said that's where we come in, to start saying, how do we help people around managing their money in relationships, with friends, with family, to make sure that they don't find themselves in a financial abusive situation. And we do know that it's a sensitive topic. Some of it is anchored on cultural, stereotypical, religious beliefs. And we said we need to be sensitive on how we trigger this discussion, but we have to have the conversation. Hence, if you look at that survey, Nomdeni, that we've just done, luckily I was taking the numbers as the guys, as the survey was going. It was quite interesting to say when we asked around, do you know your partner's finances? Do they know yours? Even the ladies that were sitting around, they're like, never, for what? And also when we asked to say, does your partner make a choice on how you use the money? A lot of it was no. We actually ran a survey also just to try and understand. And we asked both males and females. We were asking, like, for example, to say, who manages the day-to-day finances in the house? The first option was me as a female or me as a male. It was both of us as partners. And what was interesting, in areas where females said it's both of us, the percentages were higher than where males said it's both of us. So there is something about the perception that we think we are managing the finances in our households that exists for us female, that we need to reflect on, that we need to live boldly in approaching and engaging, yet doing it sensitively.
Powerful. I said the ums and the ums, I heard them. I told you this was going to be a real one. As you were speaking, Lizzie, Musidi, you were shaking your head.
Ooh, I was resonating, girl. I was like, I've been there, done that. Got the T-shirt. Since burnt it, but here we are.
You burnt the T-shirt?
I did, yeah.
So there was a conversation Musidi and I had. One of the things I really love to do when we speak about money is to contextualize it against our own stories. We get a lot of education around money, right? It becomes tedious, another thing that they're telling me, but where does it sit in my place? And one of the things that became very clear to me is that every time women speak with each other about money, there's resonance. Because, is that happening to you as well? I'm also struggling with that. To level out the playing field, I always want to bring a person who is, number one, ready to speak about what they have gone through financially. I'm always open about my struggles in better understanding and getting better at my financial management, financial stewardship. It's a journey to change the stories that we have about money and to be able to start to steward our finances well. So I called Musidi this morning.
Literally before I even stepped into the shower.
I called Musidi this morning. And I said, so we all know this is a God-anchored place. No, it's a safe place. Thank you. So there was a lady who I thought who I'd invited to this panel, and over the last couple of days, I couldn't get hold of her. And Musidi is a God-fluencer. And when I went to bed last night and I thought, how do I navigate this story in a way that still had depth and truth? Musidi's name came to mind. And so I had to move her out of one of the panels and put her on this one. And the thing I remembered in our conversation with Musidi is her saying to me, Nomdeni, can I tell you, she's very musical when she speaks, you'll enjoy it. That was another part, it was entertainment. She said to me, Nomdeni, when I told my now ex-partner that I want a divorce, he said, people who want divorces need money. You're going to divorce me with what money? I remember us sitting and comparing notes. I'm also a divorcee. Comparing notes around experiences and decisions that we'd made. Being married young, following societal norms around what it looks like to do well.
Yes.
Having children when you're married young, not knowing what partnership looks like, but just saying, I made it, I didn't have kids, Musidi, I'm going to give you the platform to share in your words when you hear the narrative around, particularly, and financial abuse is still hard to use, right?
It's difficult.
It is. It's very hard. I think in any environment, when you start to explore narratives around abuse, it's very difficult, right? So I'm going to say, talk to us a little about what you believe were some of the things you experienced in partnerships, maybe not just the marriage, in partnerships, around some of the things that you could have done better financially?
Sure, you're taking me back to 6 months ago. I didn't recognize something was off until I left. So in my leaving, where now I'm being asked, you're leaving, but you don't even have a plan. You know, where's the money gonna come from? I realize I've been working for 9 years, and I don't even have a fund I can tap into that's mine to leave this place and be secure. And so I started to ask myself, what happened? What happened? I am an educated woman. I have a BSc honors degree in geochemistry. Wow. I was cum laude, I was top of my class. I am an intellectual woman. I have the chops to make it work financially. I can understand the jargon, etc. But here I am, I want to leave, and I have nothing. But I thank God because He's able to work it all together for your good. And I thank Him because in being in that place, He has pruned me in my financial understanding around Him being my gyra. But I didn't have to learn it the hard way. I learned it the hard way. And so, you know, I was looking at the survey questions, and at face value, we did those things. We sat together, we discussed the finances. But the question is about the psychological safety around that discussion. It's about whose agenda is being pushed, pun intended, whose agenda is being pushed during those discussions. You find yourself in a place where you want to make, because you know we like home stuff. I want to go to Carol Boys and get a nice dish, and you pitch that. It's like, no, we're never getting that. But when somebody wants to buy bars for the car, it's a yes, we're going to take the decision and it's going to be bought. So I was speaking to my friend on my way here saying it's such a subtle thing. When you think about abuse, you think about violence. But there's a level to it that is so subtle. It's like a drizzle. You know when it's drizzling, you're like, is it raining? Is it raining? Yeah. It is raining, girl. There's no money, you're dry. You can't even buy an outfit if you want to. If you say you want to get shoes, it has to be a discussion. If you want to buy the kid something, it has to be a discussion. There is no penny that you spend, even though you go to a 9 to 5 every single day, and there's a salary that enters your account. So you have autonomy over your finances, but you don't have autonomy over your finances. So even when you said financial abuse for this, I was like, girl, was I financially abused?
Is it drizzling or is it raining?
Really? I even Googled it. I was like, what's financial abuse? Because here's the thing. I was a willing participant in my disenfranchisement. Under the guise of submission, because I'm a very religious girl. Under the guise of he's my head. Under the guise of he is the leader of this family. But what happens when you no longer want to be led by him? What happens when now you can no longer function in this environment? And I'm not saying prepare for divorce, although I'm saying prepare for divorce.
Just prepare.
But I'm just saying, when I walked down the altar, I never thought. If somebody came to me that day and said, in 5 years, you're going to leave this marriage, I would have laughed in your face like,
what do you
so
mean?
in love, darling, what do you mean? Chose this man, he chose me. But the way things went, unfortunately, I ended up having to be the one who pulls the plug. And I literally pulled it with zero. In fact, I pulled it with negative, because there's also, you know, when you're married, you think you have all the money in the world because you all qualify for these big loans and you qualify for these. So you're like, yeah, together we can do it. Yes, we can live in that mansion. Let's go get it. But now, when you split the estate, that minus also comes to you. And you have to now fight it with which man?
And that was the question.
Do you understand?
With which money?
You understand what I'm saying? So I learned the hard way. And I hope there's no woman in here who will ever learn that way.
Absolutely.
Because I was so humbled by that experience of having zero that I never want to find myself in that position ever again. And I'm glad that God brought me here to share that, because I think sometimes you don't realize it's happening. You're sitting, you're doing the budget, you're sitting, the discussions are being had, but it's about the outcome of the discussion. Is it to the benefit of everybody who's present, or is it always skewed in one direction strategically? And I'm saying this to say, maybe he wasn't even aware this was going on. It's not like he was maliciously planning, like, yeah, I'm not gonna let her buy that Carol Boys. But the dynamics of it can be so subtle that you only suffer the consequences, but you didn't even witness the wheels turning towards your disenfranchisement under the umbrella term of submission. And I want to please, you know, my husband and create harmony. He's happier when he buys his stuff and happier when I don't buy my stuff. So I'm not gonna buy my stuff and let him buy his stuff. But over time, you have no stuff, so what you gonna do?
Listen, guys, it just so happened that there was a valid story, but there was also entertainment.
Yeah.
It just so happened. It happened. It happened. Dr.
Oh, my
Ketso,
goodness.
we were meant to have a briefing call that turned into a deep dive into the realities that you see of women coming to your practice faced with similar circumstances like Musidi. There's something she said that stuck with me. You suffer the consequences, but you're not conscious of the wheels turning. What are you seeing of women coming to the practice, speaking through what is happening when the wheels are turning and they're not seeing it?
Wow. Thank you very much for inviting me, Nomdeni. I just want to greet to all of you in the name of the Lord.
Amen.
Jesus Christ, who allowed us to be here today. I said to Lizzie, if you bring me here, this is the day that I make money, so you better pay me. Yeah, I can't talk about financial abuse, and I'm not paid. It doesn't make sense. And she didn't contradict me. Thank you, Lizzie, for inviting me as well. I'm really humbled to be here. I want to answer that and try to complicate it. We all see where their wheels are turning. We all see. And I call that red flags. You see it. But as young women, you have tendency of making as if you didn't see it. We all see it. Right?
Yeah.
It's because you gave somebody the power to control you. You gave it from the beginning. Nomdeni, when they talk, I go deeper. I say, take me through to the Mahadi, to the Lobola negotiations. The red flag is when somebody says, I don't have enough money. So can you take a loan? Because you are credit worthy. And it's because you love him, because he's handsome.
Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not even. Nah.
He has the looks and the waist, Nomdeni, a new term. I always say, today we're dealing with new things. The new term is, I saw potential in him.
I saw a project.
Mama, you're coming for us.
Yeah. I saw potentially. He has this business idea.
Man of God.
I don't want any.
He's going to do an MBA. Where? And it becomes messy. And they cry. And it's too late. And I say, I can only help you if you also buy in and you commit. Let's deal with the root cause. So why are you here? Why the divorce? Why the pain? Why the emotional and financial pain? One, you took the loan for them. Two, you have built a bedroom and suite, you call it that way? For Mama Zale. Why didn't their children do it? And then you participate, I told her, in the West, the ritual of that family, and you're not married to that family. They do tombstone, you participate. Kanjani? And then now, the recent one, the divorce, the Rakhadi, the sister to the ex-husband says, I gave you a gift of 100,000, I want it back because you are divorcing my brother. You have to pay it. That 50%. And I always say, the financial abuse is visible. You can hear when somebody is playing you. And stop saying, he's not a potential. If he doesn't have money, he's not a potential.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ketso. You know, the thing about these conversations is, you know, you hear these words by Dr. Ketso, and then you're in it.
Hey.
And it's a very different thing.
Yeah.
It's a very, very different thing. I can tell you, as a young woman getting married, I had no idea what I was doing. I was in love. And all you know is you're in love. He's a nice person. You get married. You have children. At home, they're happy. The idea of even a marriage being a contract was such a far-fetched idea. There was no part in my mind where I thought I'm entering an agreement, legal agreement. And let me tell you, the court of law will come for you when you want to take that agreement away. It will have nothing to do with who loved who more and who did what when. It will be, what does the agreement say? The law does not have emotions. The law is the law. So often what we see is this lack of access to information, particularly with young people. Dr. Frank, in your financial wellness space, when you look at some of the situations that Dr. Ketso and Musidi has brought up, what are you seeing as, you know, there's something that was mentioned in a meeting with the bank the other day around even small nuances like who is being communicated to for the bank loan that was taken by two people? Who's the email address that is in the bank loan that is owned by two people? What are some of the things that we're seeing around the decisions that women are making when they interface with financial institutions that start to signal that this is something that has been happening, but we just haven't been paying attention, maybe?
No, thank you, Anamden, for the opportunity. And wow, what a pleasure to be here. And it's so interesting kind of to connect the dots. If I listen to kind of how Lizzie introduced the idea that sometimes the female partner has a perception that I am making big decisions. But often the reality is you're not. And that's what we found in some of our research at Nedbank when we were asking around investments, around big ticket purchases. And it's clear, I mean, the percentage the difference was so big to really illustrate there's something going on here. So I wanted to start on that. And then if I go to my right here, firstly, I just want to thank you. You know, to share your story to share your story. It means you are prepared
To
give your audience a gift. Right? Because it takes vulnerability. Willing to share with strangers a part of you that often is uncomfortable. But you have made your mind to say, I'm going to share my story as a gift, and we heard must be saying, so that others don't end up where I ended up. So we must not take that for granted. It's an amazing gift that we have been granted. So I wanted to start with that, right?
Absolutely.
And I think in this story, the topic around finances, I'm going to come back to it, but let me go to the good doctor. My goodness. Yeah, there are so many things that came, but I'm just going to harness one. Then I'll answer the question. I think for me, what struck me is this idea of kind of maybe you're aware you're seeing it, but maybe you're not naming it as abuse, right? And for me, when we were chatting, and Nomden was just saying, she's so happy I'm here, and I'm also very happy. Last day I was here, and it was awesome. I think I like being a thorn among the roses.
I think so. I think so.
He's enjoying it. I love it. I love the attention, But let's get to the topic. When Dr. Case was speaking, right? I think for me, the thing that came to mind is this. Ladies, financial abuse, we've learned with the research we do at North Bank. It doesn't do this. It doesn't say, Coco, I'm here.
That's true.
It doesn't. It is so subtle.
That's true.
It's exactly the idea that, I want Meg wheels for my car. I want my Carol Boys vest. No, you can't have it. Right? I've got my own bank account. You've got your own bank account. But there's something about, can you just move money to my bank account? And it's how it is said that just ends the money being there. But you don't want, and maybe it's submission, right? It's very subtle. I think it's important for me to say we see that a lot. Let me come to answer the question directly. I think for us at Nedbank, there's probably 3 things we have seen. I think the first one, ladies, and Nomden, you have hinted on it. When you're in love, I'm also married by the way, 26 years. It's an agreement.
It's an agreement. That is true.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
The number one thing you need in that agreement to make it work.
Yes, sir.
Here's my boss, he knows. This is my boss, she knows. You need to know your relationship with money. Not only your relationship, that one you profess to love. Yes. You must also know their relationship. Because can you imagine, my relationship is security, right? The other person is giving. Can you imagine what's going to happen in that house? Let's take another example. The other one is saving. That's what's so important for me. The other one is spending. Can you see the conflict? And therefore, ladies, I'm saying, it's 2024. We may be in love. We may be seeing potential. We need to ask the question. Maybe don't ask it like this, but you need to say, how do you relate with money?
I think you can, Dr. Frank, even like
I
that.
would encourage direct.
Yeah, just be direct.
Right? But if you don't be direct, you want to find out. And you can even give an example. If, maybe you say, what do you mean now, love? And they do the thing. You said, no, you even roll your eyes. He said, I'm just trying to figure out, does it mean freedom? Does it mean giving? Does it mean spending? Does it mean security? Does it mean potential? That's an important, we see it every day in our work at Nedbank. The arguments, the fighting, the subtle, it's because you do not know your own relationship with money, and you don't know that. When you know, you stand up for it. You say, no, money means freedom. I want my own freedom. Money means independence, number one. What else do we know? We know at Nedbank, and it's so interesting, Nomden, you spoke about it, confidence. Sometimes I'm a daughter. I have shy with big words, with big financial words. Like we saw in the question. No, let me just deal with it. You know, here we're talking about volatility. Can I just deal with diversification? Hey? What do you know about cryptocurrency?
Exactly.
I mean, they're going to say, well, just do it, love. Just do
Yeah,
it.
just take
you
care
know,
of it.
Just take off. You giving your power. It's the household finances. You must know those big words. And we're so passionate about it at Nedbank to say, when you are confident about money, you do not realize what it means to not be confident. You were so right, Nomden, to say, when you're not confident and you hear cryptocurrency, instead of saying, I will Google it. I'll figure it out myself. I'll go to the bank and ask them, right? You just say, no, run. When you hear diversification, hey, ufundile.
Portfolio.
Portfolio, you know? So the second thing, ladies, I say, own your financial education.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You can't be confident without it. We see it every day at Nedbank. The last thing we see, Nomden, is this. And we're so passionate at Nedbank about it. Liz will tell you. We know we're doing our bit as Nedbank. There is no doubt that sometimes the language that financial services providers use, because in the main, and we're trying to change that the industry, if you look at its genesis financial services, it's very, very, macho, men, aggression, kind of the language that comes there. And it's not that banks are intentionally. It's just a function of its history.
Yes.
And so sometimes the languages are uninvited. What does it do? It just confuses you. And you just say, this is too much. I don't want to be involved. And I'm going to finish with this. Have you ever, as a lady in this house, your unit trust statement, or you heard something about shares, or something about finances, and you just say, you're saying that to your partner, I just don't understand. This is just too much for me. Can you just read and tell me what must I do? Maybe they're asking about beneficiaries on your life policy. They're asking about escalation. Do you want to escalate? Or they use the word underwriting. Instead of, and I am telling you, ladies, there are things you don't understand, you Google them. Why are you not Googling financial things? Why are you asking him and giving up your power? Those are the three key things we see at Nedbank, right? Knowing your money personality, right? Engaging with the content and being okay with it. And the point you said when you introed, financial confidence. And when those three things are absent, sadly, you hear the story, right? It speaks to that. So it's so wonderful to have an opportunity where we have a story, and we see it all the time in our engagement with women in our work at Nedbank.
Wow.
And maybe Nomden, just to add to what Dr. Max said here, right? Like we're saying small examples. In your household, you would find to say, you take care of buying grocery, buying curtains, buying couches. I will buy the houses, the assets, and most of the time, they are in one person's name. And what does that do? As a woman, your money buys consumables. You do not create, credit history. All the credit is under his name. So in case there's an unfortunate instance where you divorce, you may have been working for 15 years and managing your money well, but you don't have a credit record. Someone buys you a car, and we embrace gifts. If they say it's your car, it better be in your name.
Amen.
Because it is yours. Right? And on top of that, even when they buy you a car, insist on doing some stuff on the car. Or maybe say, send me the money, I will pay for the car. Because we neglect these things, and that's sometimes what finds us to the situation where you get to, we see it a lot in deceased estates, where executives are coming, it's an unfortunate incident, their husband is late. We ask them, where are the investments held? I don't know. What are the account details or the PIN codes for your husband so that money can be released? I don't know. Okay, what do you know?
Nothing.
And we're talking about executives, people who are running business. That's why the subtlety of it comes in the small things that we're saying we are overlooking. And that's why we're saying when you start sitting and having a conversation, these are the things that starts becoming very important. I mean, as a bank, we sit with a huge amount of deceased estate. We cannot release it because the women do not know anything.
I'm going to move on to the next part.
Just to add on that, we're talking about couples who are married. What about young people who have joint account, who are not married?
Kanjani.
One.
Kanjani.
Two, you also buy houses together. And then when it gets sour, adding on what Lizzie said, it's in his name. And you're not there. And then I want to complicate it. You're also getting married to pastors that you don't know.
Dr. Keto, before we go to the pastors, before the pastors catch smoke, before the pastors we don't know catch smoke, before we catch smoke, I just want to, my next part, and let me tell you, I'm going to be honest with you guys. These are not things that are far removed from the smartest woman that we know. And I think I'm one of them, so I'm going to tell you a story. You know, when I got off the first call with the Nedbank team speaking about financial abuse, who did I call? Masego. Always. And I said, Masego, have you ever thought about the fact that as a woman, generally, when you think about the ideal partnership, this man who has more power financially than you, and I'm going to be honest, you never think of a man who doesn't have financial power more than you. So let's keep it real. This man who has more financial power than you falls in love with you and says, I will take care of you.
Oh, a dream. Fantasy.
And you go and you tell your parents, I met this guy and he comes to your house with the latest Range Rover. And your mom sees it. It's like, my prayers have been answered. Isn't that the case?
Yeah.
Is that not what we're looking for when we think about love and the ideal? And we speak in our branches and we're like, oh, I'm so tired of working. I wish I could marry a billionaire. The subtlety around the lack of education when it comes to ownership of your financial wellness and health as a woman is detrimental to us. I never had thought of how much autonomy I need to have in the ownership, not in having money in the bank, because it's different. You can have money in the bank, but really not have ownership and accountability around creating, earning money, working, growing that money, and always looking for a way out. When it comes to that responsibility, it is our responsibility. Someone said to me, you know what, I'm going to come into the world and I'm going to take a girl and I'm going to take care of her my whole life. There's no man that has that on their vision board.
That's a soul reality.
Who said, what I'm going to do is work and take care of another girl my whole life. That's all I want to do. So we really need to shift the way that we think about partnership. We need to think the way we think about, shift the way we think about caregiving. And that's where I want to come back to the panel. If we were raised in this manner where we still idealize the concept of someone coming to save me. Sometimes when we want to be smart, we say they'll help me. But I don't want to work. There's no help I want. I just want to stay home and not be stressed. Because it can be stressful in these streets. When we think about the concept of caregiving in 2024, when those ideologies are still ingrained in us, what are we seeing in the financial abuse narrative. And maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Getso, to anchor this. Because this is still a reality in how we choose partnership. I have not met a woman who said, I'm looking for an equal partner. I have not met a woman who said, I'm looking for an equal partner. The story when we have branches is, he has to be more financially powerful than me. What does this mean to how prone we are to financial abuse? But also then, what is caregiving?
Wow. I want to start by saying you have to know yourself. It's self-love, self-care. It's not only about the beauty, but it's how you use your mind. It's how you use your brains. We were raised where we had money box. I want to say, from this generation, I'm the older generation.
Yeah.
That money box, we used to put money in it. We were taught how to be financially independent so that at the end of the year, you know if you want a wristwatch, your dad, your mom will compliment. Yeah. And we had that. And then now a new generation moved away from knowing who they are and what they want. You are so beautiful, dressed up. And I can see that you are all educated. You have to be able to say, do I want to be financially dependent on men? Yeah. Yeah. It has to be a choice. Because if you're going to depend on him, sooner or later, things are going to change. They will beat you for having more money. They will insult you for having more money. You are a CEO of another company. You are a CA. You are a doctor. You are a teacher. You are a nurse. And I'm answering this with practical examples. Majority of nurses that I know, they married to mechanics. I don't know if Lizzie knows this. And majority of teachers are married to taxi drivers. You know why? When they start training, who takes them to the work? And they find themselves entangled in that nonsense. The taxi driver will say to you, let's start a business. And they go to Lizzie, they go to them at Nedbank, and they take what? Loans. Because he is not creditworthy, the bank knows you. They don't know him. And then, I don't know, Lizzie, are you aware that your own people who are working in the bank, they are the one who can see how much she's making. And then they come, they are just tell us, and then they're going to want to marry her because she has more money, because they can see it. They set you up for failure. And then I want to say to you guys, be careful. You might be having a boyfriend who's a narcissist, who's a bipolar. Bipolar, it's mood of swings. You know, mood of swings, but they have something. If they want money, they will get it from you. So the partners that you are picking up, you must also know that they have mental illnesses. They will play you.
I say that all the time.
Look at you. They will play you. I like what he said. The doctor here said, they say they love you. What is love? My first question to my clients, I say, do you know what is love? It has to start with you. You have to love yourself. You have to be gentle with yourself. You have to take care of yourself, mentally, not emotionally. You know, these things of saying, I feel I love him. Why do you feel? eyes, you can see. If this is a raw deal, you can see. You have ears, you can hear. When somebody's sweet talking you, you hear. You know that voice? To those who are Christians, I say it's the Holy Spirit saying no. Listen to that voice that says no. I want to say to you, when I speak to people, I say, I have PhD of life. I traveled the world. I didn't study in South Africa, so the universities, they don't know me here. All what I'm saying, where I come from in Europe, I was grounded. It was harsh, it was hard to remind it all the time that you're a foreigner. And then when you know that you're a foreigner, you toe the line, not in South Africa. That side, you toe the line. Right? All what I'm saying, guys, don't try to understand when somebody's lying and try to change it, and you embellish and you make it nice, you make it to sound nice, that this is a potential. There's nothing like potential. It's either you have it or you don't have it.
Power.
I'm going to run out of time as usual at my favorite conversations. It's always like that. But I'm going to ask a series, like just one last series of questions to my panel. You know, Dr. Getzo spoke about something. You know, these conversations are very hard, guys. They are very, very hard because I sometimes listen to them and I ask myself, are we preaching doom and gloom to people? Are we saying, should people not get married? Should they not be happy? Should they not, you know? But what I want to do with this conversation is to say, no matter where you are in the spectrum of your joy, you still have the right to investigate.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
No matter where you are in your spectrum of joy, I wish there was a point that I sat in a room like this and I heard this and I went back home and I asked myself, where am I in the spectrum of everything that's going on? So I'm a lover of joy and life. And these conversations are difficult for me because they do feel very much like, oh, we're stuck. There's nothing that we're going to do. But in actual fact, what I want to encourage you before I go to Musidi's question is, if you even feel the sense that there are questions you can ask.
That part. That part.
And that's why when Dr. Frank said, maybe find a nice way, don't. Don't find a nice way.
Sure.
What does finding a nice way mean to your psychological safety in the environment? How safe do you feel if you have to find a nice way to speak to your partner? I'm not saying be rude and disrespectful, but if I can go to Lizzie and say, Lizzie, we're starting a business. It's going to be important for me to understand your financial status. I need to understand what you're bringing into the business. For this business to grow, this is what I understand needs to happen. I need us to figure out how this partnership is going to get us to where we both want to go. What is our vision for this business? Where do we want to go? Can we establish if we're the right people to get there? If you can't have that conversation in a romantic relationship, where you are saying you're going to get stuck with someone for the rest of their lives, that in itself is a signal that there's something you need to address. Musidi, for yourself, when we speak about red flags, what are some of the things in hindsight that you look back at and you say, Dr. Getzo is right, I saw that one, but ish. I saw that one, but ish. You know, it was the Holy Spirit that showed me that he's my husband. So I didn't ask.
It was the Holy Spirit. Sure. For me, I think I saw it brightest during the demise of the marriage. You know, they say you never know somebody until they don't get what they want from you.
Absolutely.
And I only got educated into who my ex-spouse was then. I remember going to work, because of the turmoil, I lost weight dramatically. I used to be very thick. Jiggly. And I lost weight drastically, and one of my friends, who's also a colleague of mine, said to me, why don't you buy clothes? And I realized I can't even ask for money to buy clothes. Toy purchasing for my little one, whom I love, became a problem. I would see a little nice puzzle set, like, oh, I should love this, but know that I can't buy it. Because if I did, I upset the chi of the home. Right? So there's also a part of us as women, typically, we're raised to please. And even though it makes logical sense, fun sense in the context of the toys, or educational sense in the case of the toys, I first have to sit with myself before every purchase and go, am I willing to pay the price of upsetting the energy in the home for this?
For a toy.
For it to work. So it's those little things that when I think back now, because I'm sitting now in my beautiful apartment that I own.
That you own by yourself.
Where I'm now educating myself. I have to carry myself. I can no longer fall back on the, I have a partner. I was married to an accountant, so when you talk about jargon, he has the jargon. I'm just like, what did you say? Hedge fund. Yeah, appreciate.
Hedge fund.
Okay.
Unit trust.
So I was very much like that. And so now I have no choice but to carry myself and to build myself literally from scratch after working for almost a decade of my life. So it's those little things. It's like you see a pair of shoes, because sometimes you walk in the store and that shoe is calling your name. It's like, CD, that would look so good on your foot.
We would get along.
But you're like, ish, I can't get it. And you go home and you try to forget about it. So it's that hesitation, that hesitation when you have a desire to get something to say, is it safe for me to buy this?
Is it safe?
Is it safe? And if the answer is no, you need to do what they're saying.
You need to do what all of them are saying.
Yeah, do that. Don't
Just
do this.
call
do
someone.
that. Yeah.
Dr. Frank and Lizzie, my last question as we get back to the work and the insights. I think this is only the beginning of a very important conversation. I think we are all being exposed to something we thought we needed to pursue, but we didn't realize it was the demise of who we actually want to become.
Correct.
Financial abuse is a strong word still, I say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
it
is.
feels very...
No, I'm not abused.
Yeah.
But we had to be bold.
Yeah.
We had to be bold today in saying we need to challenge the way we think about autonomy. We need to be deliberate about the decisions that we're making. Last year when we finished the panel, I said something under my breath. And I said, you know what, we're going to do Agenda Women Money Dates, because you guys, I don't know what you're doing with your time and this money. What are you spending your time on? And Nedbank took on the challenge of figuring out, how do we support women? How do we create an environment where we're speaking their language, where we're helping them to be financially healthy, where we're helping them to be aware that there's money personalities and there are ways to navigate all of this. If there's someone in the room right now who is thinking, I think there's some investigation I need to do, what do they need to be thinking about in contextualizing what does it look like to be financially healthy? Even when we spoke about it, Lizzie, one of the things you said to me is there are people who can be financially healthy but still give over their power to someone else, right? You're diligent with your money, you're budgeting, you're doing all the things. But then, like Dr. Ketso, you go and take a loan. So what is the ideal? What is the first step? What do we need to be asking ourselves? And how do the questions that were in the survey also help?
Maybe I'll start, and Dr. Max, given that he's the expert on it, he'll close on it. I think the first thing that we need to appreciate is, let's not condemn ourselves. let's empower ourselves.
Love that, yeah.
Because that's the difference. If you sit here and you're thinking, it might actually be me in that situation, the first thing maybe you start saying is, what are the areas of finances that I'm not comfortable with? And how do I educate myself? I think we had it in the morning with I think it's Elvin and the mom.
Yes, Melvin.
and the mom. To say, education is a tool. Then maybe educate yourself about money. So that when you have the conversation, you also start using a language that get them to pause and say, yay, Lana, I cannot pazama.
Unit trust and portfolio.
This, yeah, you know. So that's the first thing. If you feel, where do I start? Educate yourself with your money and see it as self-love, as empowerment, right? Then the second thing is, we always talk about how do we create environments to start having the conversations, you know, in the family. I mean, I know all of us watched The Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Maybe you go and you find a movie that elevates these things, and you sit and you watch it together. And you start triggering the baby, why is this man doing this? Because it is, I get it's not on him.
It's the other one. It's not him.
So it's always easier to diagnose when it's outside. And I can promise you, that question is either he will reflect or he would actually show you how he thinks and how he interprets. So there are different ways that I think are practical, are safe, because we not say go and break. We say go and enhance.
Investigate.
Go and make sure that where there's been, you know, erosion, you start to restore.
I love that.
Where your confidence about money has been eroded, go and enhance it. Where your power around money has been voluntarily given away, go and start finding ways of taking it back step by step by step.
I love that.
Wow. So that's
Lizzie
excellent,
Lizzie
Lizzie.
was just saying, go and consult, come.
Go get a therapist.
Let's not lose that one, And I'll build on three things, and really to honor Nomden's promise that, you know, we really want to make things practical. Let me offer three things. I think one of the most, you know, powerful tools available to us, and I say it really having spent 2 decades just thinking a lot and researching personal finance, is knowing what money means to us. Money, it's not the rands and cents in the bank account. It's not the digits. It's not the money in your wallet. Money is emotions. There is no money without emotions. Right? So when you really say, is it freedom? Is it security? Is it independence? Is it love? You know, all these various things that we're talking about, you get empowered. We're so convinced that's a way to move you forward as an individual and households and families. So we strongly encourage you, go to netbankmoneysecrets.co.za. We've got a short quiz there. At the end of that quiz, netbankmoneysecrets.co.za, you know your money personality. And we haven't yet had a person who takes that quiz and says, hey, abantu base-Nedbank, buy a lawyer. How do they know? Hey, this is so me. We haven't had a person doing that. Practical step, know your money personality. Second step, I want to build on Lizzie's point. You can't empower yourself. In fact, I think there's coming the whole panel financially without displaying or being self-compassionate. You can't be talking harshly to yourself about money. All of us, sometimes we do a little bit of things around money and say, Ish, I wish I hadn't done that. Or the example Dr. Ketso gave us of maybe you took a loan on someone's behalf. Being angry, regretting it, talking to yourself in harsh words, it's not going to change it. This is where you are. So you talk kindly to yourself. You realize human beings, sometimes we do make mistakes. So I want to offer the practical step of, as you reflect on the dialogue that took place here, you say perhaps, I think I gave a little bit of my power, like what Lizzie says. Please don't judge yourself. Be self-compassionate and say, I'm going to move forward with the knowledge I got from it. Then my final, also very practical tool. Nomden asked, what is financial health? What does it look like? It's very simple for us at Nedbank. In fact, it's very simple for everyone. It's really 3 things. Just 3. The first one, you all know it, because they told us when we were growing up, spend less than you earn. That is the beginning. When you do that, you've got extra money for savings. You can build an emergency fund. You can build deposit for a house. You know, all those things you want to do. It's easier said than done. That's one indicator for us. The other one, we already spoke about. Know your money personality. Because it drives your behavior, what you do with money. Thirdly, often also something, you know, it's a bit of a hard topic, maybe like financial abuse, you don't want to talk about it. Know your credit score. Whether you like it or not. Someone out there, they know it.
It's not a secret.
It's not a secret. The credit bureau knows it. When you want a loan, we go and find it. It's not a secret. It's maybe a secret to you because you don't want to know it. We must ask ourselves, why don't you want to know it? Why? So please, ladies, through your bank, through credit bureaus, we've made it easy as Nedbank. If you bank with Nedbank on the app, we can tell your score. Why is a score important? Then you know it. This score is important because it's a map of your financial behavior. What you're doing with your money, it's reflected in the score. How much do you owe? How much do you owe? How much do you owe? Who do you owe?
How well do you pay?
How well do you pay? How are you using your credit card? It's all there, guys. Are you blacklisted? It's all there. Are you in debt review? It's all there. So you might as well confront the situation so that with the tools we have given you, you can navigate it. So 3 things. Spend less than you earn. Know your money personality. Know your credit score. Those are your glucose level, BMI level. That's it.
Yeah.
Those are your 3 simple indicators for your financial health that we have for our physical health.
Thank you, Dr. Frank.
We like keeping it simple.
Of course, I could speak about money all day, every day, because I understand the power of money as a tool for us to live the life of our dreams, for us to make the decisions that inform who we are, for us to be able to help other people. You know, there's something we take for granted around having money and the impact that we can make when we have money. We have lofty ambitions around how we want to change people's lives, but we are afraid of taking the responsibility to steward the resources that are necessary for us to impact people's lives. So thank you to this amazing panel. Musidi for your story, Dr. Getso for your truth, Lizzie for your work, and Dr. Frank for just giving us practical tools in terms of what we can do next. I really appreciate your time. Before we go, there's something I want to also land with everyone who's asking themselves, or maybe someone who's sitting and saying, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. My husband is amazing. I'm fine. I'm on top of this. One of the indicators for me when I heard the concept of financial abuse was psychological safety.
Yeah. That part.
You can be physically safe, emotionally safe, you can be mentally safe, you can have the car you want, you can get your allowance all the time, all the things that you dream of you can have, but the psychological safety. How safe do you feel when you sit by yourself and you think about whether you can replicate this life? What does it mean for this partner to not be in your life? God forbid he dies. God forbid. Because I had this conversation with someone and they said, forget about someone who cheats, forget about a divorce. The one thing you can't control, God forbid, he's taken away from you in that manner. When you think about your life and you think about how safe you feel should you ever have to confront the circumstances where you have to take ownership of your life, I want to encourage you to begin there. How much control do you have of your own psychological safety? So let's go back home and investigate, and I hope this was a powerful conversation.
Beautiful. This is great.
I hope it helps you think. I love, Lizzie, that you already mentioned that we don't need to be harsh with ourselves. We are lucky enough to be in this room where we have information and we can go back and start to ask the questions and start to make the small change that bring our power back to us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Namdeni.
It was incredible. You're never going to leave us. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly 4:17 p.m. We have up until 6 p.m. at the venue and they throw us out. So these are the 2 sessions that are left. I'm right, Penny? Yes. I have 2 sessions that are left in the program, and the next one is called Mental Power Hour. So when you signed up and you bought your ticket and you registered, you said, I want to talk to Anele Siswana, who is a psychologist who is joining us. The mentors, there's about 15 of them that are on the website. They offered their time. They offered their time for us. They're actually on the website this time. We're on top of it. If you go to agendawoman.com, you'll be able to see all the mentors, see the work that they do, just in case you didn't get a chance to select. And I will ask them to stand up so that we can identify where they are. And I would love to ask that they select a table where people can come and gather around them to start the conversation. This is a one-on-one Q&A. Ask anything that you want to ask. Dr. Ketso is here if you want to know how much the consultation is and you need to fix something. Anele Siswana is here, who's also a psychologist. I have Lisa Jenners, who is a holistic wellness expert who deals a lot with some of the things that we struggle with, what to eat, how to eat. You know you're at gym, you know you can't afford a nutritionist. I'm giving you the opportunity for free consultations. We have Nzwaki, who is dedicated and committed to mentoring entrepreneurs. So for the next 45 minutes, we're going to huddle around the mentor that you've chosen. I'm going to ask them to stand up again, if any of them are in the room. But if you cannot see them, Natasha is here. Natasha is a great resource. She does a lot of work around tax consulting. If you want to know about tax and what you need to do around that, you can go and sit with Natasha. You have 45 minutes with her. I have Ntando Zigalala, who is a brand manager to a lot of celebrities and stars. If you're interested in the creative economy, you can go and huddle up with her. All of these people are on the website. Ningang Tetisi and say, oh, we don't know who they are and where they are. All of them are on the website. Sandra Tuma, am I saying it right? Chuma. Sandra Chuma is an entrepreneur and a coach on self-worth. Sandra is based in Toronto. She happened to be in the country when we had Agenda Women Summit, and I said, you have to come and speak to the ladies. So if you want to sit with Sandra and talk through that, you're more than welcome to. I have Tiffany, who is also a holistic expert and the founder of Neuro House. She does a lot of work around really channeling yourself back into yourself. Nkhabi. If you don't know Nkhabi, you need to just Google. Just go to our website and read. These are all amazing human beings. Nkhabi is the owner of Think Creative Africa. She's had the honor of speaking in Dubai on marketing and advertising and the creative space and the responsibility we have to really show up and be seen in those spaces. I can go on and on about all the women that are standing up. Rifilwe, who's a professional within the engineering space. I try to really create a diverse group of people that you could access. You can go into the website. I would love to ask the mentors to pick a table. Literally, there's a chair in every table. You can just go and sit anywhere. If the people that are there are not the people that are choosing you, the people that are choosing you will come to you. So let's do it that way. Please, we are going to start now at 4:20. And we will go up until 5 p.m., 5:05. Yeah. And for the people on the stream, this is where the conversation ends for them because they can't choose a mentor, unfortunately. You buy a ticket to do that. But thank you for everyone joining us on the stream. And you're more than welcome to start picking your mentor. You can find all the information on the website.
Ladies, before you get up from your seats, can we just allow the mentors to move into a space? Volunteers, can I ask you to help just so that we can spread the mentors out?
And I think maybe when they get there, maybe not sit, just stand, so that we can identify where they are. So if I can just have the mentors standing in the room, please. And then if you can move out. Another
spread
thing,
yourselves out.
Sophie, Kelly Ann had also offered that if you need to speak to them, they're also available. This is the time to engage and network intentionally.
Can I have some mentors on this side of the room? Otherwise, we're going to be, if some of the mentors can move
If you are a
to
mentor
this
standing
side.
next to the mentor, you're not doing it right.
Can I get some more mentors on this side of the room, please?
And can anyone who's not a mentor please take a seat?
Yeah, if you're not a mentor.
If you're not a mentor, please take a seat so that we can be able to identify everyone.
Sorry, if mentors can remain standing. So if you want to, there we go.
And if the mentor just happened to walk to your table and you like them, you can just sit. You don't have to get up. Sophie and Kellyanne, can I ask that you find different tables where people can then locate you?
Right, so look around the room to see where your mentor is. Have you identified your mentor?
I have Luanele Ndando, Michelle, Refilwe, Sophie, Kellyanne, Sandra Mashudu, Vumi. How can I forget your name, my friend? Oh, Lerato, Lisa, Tiffany, Natasha, and Nzwaki. If there's a name that you're interested in, I've pointed them out. Please find your mentor.
Okay,
You have
the ladies
45
in the
minutes.
room, take your handbag, take your goodie bag, take your goodies with you.
One more thing, if you are not participating, please don't stay in the room. If you're not participating, please don't stay in the room.
I'm going to play some music. It's going to be musical chairs. As soon as that music stops, that's when the session starts. So if
And
I
I
can
would
have a little
love
bit of
to
music,
encourage
please.
you to participate. I would love to encourage you to participate. Yeah, we'll sit here. I'm going to take some pictures quickly. When we're done with Mental Power Hour,